Welcome to Top 100 Best-Selling Audiobooks, bringing the greatest books of all time to life, in full. Hello dear listener. If you're here, it's probably because you're as passionate about books and the knowledge and wisdom they bring as we are. So you might also want to own this book or any other from this podcast in physical form, either to add to your personal library or to gift it to a friend. That's why we've included a link in the description, where you can get it at a discount and with shipping to almost anywhere in the world. Also, if you make your purchase through these links, the editors of this podcast will receive a small commission, which helps support us in continuing to upload more and more audiobooks for free. Let's make the world a better place through books, together. Pigeon Publishing House presents Les Misérables. Author, Victor Hugo. Part 1. Fantine. Book 1. A Good Man. Monsieur Myriel. In 1815, Charles-François Bienvenu Myriel was Bishop of Digny. He was an old man of about 75. He had been Bishop of Digny since 1806. If only for the sake of being accurate in every particular, although the circumstance in no way impinges on the basic substance of what we are about to relate, it may be worth mentioning here the rumors and gossip circulating about him at the time of his arrival in the diocese. True or false, what is said about men often figures as large in their lives, and above all in the fate that befalls them, as what they do. Monsieur Myriel was the son of a councillor in the Parliament at Aix, judicial aristocracy. It was reported that his father, intending that his son should inherit his position, had married him off very young, aged 18 or 20, a fairly common practice among parliamentary families. This marriage, it was said, did not prevent Charles Myriel from being much talked about. He was good-looking, though rather short in stature, elegant, charming, witty. His entire early life was devoted to fashionable society and amorous intrigue. The revolution came. Events moved fast. Decimated, driven out, hunted down, the parliamentary families scattered. During the very first days of the revolution, Monsieur Charles Myriel emigrated to Italy. There, his wife died of a chest ailment that had long afflicted her. They had no children. What then happened to Monsieur Myriel? The collapse in France of the old world, the downfall of his own family, the tragic spectacles of '93, perhaps even more terrifying for the émigrés watching from afar with magnifying horror, did these give rise in him to thoughts of renunciation and solitude? Was he, in the midst of one of those distractions and attachments that filled his existence, suddenly dealt one of those mysterious and terrible blows that by striking at the heart sometimes fell a man who would be left unshaken by public catastrophes that strike at his way of life and his fortune? No one could have said. All anyone knew was that when he returned from Italy he was a priest. In 1804 Monsieur Myriel was parish priest of Brignoles. He was already old, and lived a very secluded life. Around the time of the coronation some parish matter, no one quite knows what anymore, took him to Paris. Among other influential individuals that he applied to on behalf of his parishioners was Cardinal Fesch. The worthy priest happened to be waiting in the antechamber one day when the emperor had come to visit his uncle. As Napoleon was on his way out, realizing he was being observed with some curiosity by this elderly gentleman, His Majesty turned round and said abruptly, "What good fellow is this, staring at me?" "Sire," said Monsieur Myriel, "in this fellow you see goodness, in the man before me I see greatness. There's advantage to both of us." That same evening the emperor inquired of the cardinal the name of the priest, and some time afterwards Monsieur Myriel was very surprised to learn he had been appointed Bishop of Digny. Anyway, what truth was there in the stories told of Monsieur Myriel's early life? No one could tell. Few families had known the Myriel family before the revolution. Monsieur Myriel had to undergo the fate of every newcomer to a small town where there are plenty of tongues given to wagging and very few minds given to reflection. He had to be subjected to it although he was a bishop and because he was a bishop. But the rumors his name was associated with were after all perhaps just that, rumors, idle gossip, talk, empty words, not even words, palabres, in the muscular language of the South. Be that as it may, after Monsieur Myriel had been living in Digny and serving as bishop for 9 years, all this tittle-tattle, these topics of conversation that give small towns and small-minded people something to talk about, had been thoroughly forgotten. No one would have dared mention them, no one would even have dared call them to mind. Monsieur Myriel had arrived in Digny accompanied by a spinster, Mademoiselle Baptistin, who was his sister and 10 years his junior. Their only domestic help was a woman of the same age as Mademoiselle Baptistin called Madame Magloire, who, having been Monsieur le Curé's servant, now acquired the dual status of Mademoiselle's maid and Monseigneur's housekeeper. Mademoiselle Baptistin was long, pale, slight and meek. She was the perfect incarnation of the word respectable, for apparently a woman must be motherly to be venerable. She had never been pretty. Her whole life, which had been simply a succession of good deeds, had ultimately conferred on her a sort of paleness and brightness, and with advancing years she had gained what might be called the beauty of goodness. What had been thinness in her youth became transparency in her maturity, and this diaphanous quality revealed the angel. She was more of an essence than a virgin. Physically, she seemed to be made of shadow with hardly enough of a body to have any sexual identity, a little substance containing a glimmer of light, her big eyes always downcast, an excuse for a soul to remain on earth. Madame Magloire was a busy, fat, round, little white-haired old woman, always out of breath, firstly because of her busyness and then because of her asthma. On his arrival, Monsieur Myriel was installed in the episcopal palace with the honors dictated by imperial decree whereby a bishop ranks immediately below a brigadier. The mayor and the president of the local judiciary first called on him, and he in turn made his first call on the general and the police chief. His installation complete, the town waited to see what the bishop would do. 2. Monsieur Myriel becomes Monseigneur Bienvenu. The episcopal palace of Digny was next door to the hospital. The palace was an immense and handsome residence, built of stone at the beginning of the last century by Monseigneur Henri Puget, Doctor of Theology at the Faculty of Paris and Abbot of Simor, who had been Bishop of Digny in 1712. A veritable baronial hall was this palace. Everything about it was grand, the bishop's apartments, the drawing rooms, the bedchambers, the very spacious court of honor with covered walks and arcades in the old Florentine style, the gardens planted with magnificent trees. In the dining room, a long and splendid gallery on the ground floor looking out over the gardens, Monseigneur Henri Puget had on the 29th of July 1714 held a ceremonial banquet for Monseigneurs Charles Brolart de Genlis, Prince Archbishop of Embrun, Antoine de Misgrigny of the Capuchin Order, Bishop of Grasse, Philippe de Vadome, Grand Prior of France, Abbot of Assigneret de Larens, François de Berton de Crillon, Baron Bishop of Vence, César de Sabran de Forcalquier, Seigneur Bishop of Glandève, and Jean Sonnen, oratory and priest, chaplain and ordinary to the king, Seigneur Bishop of Senez. The portraits of these 7 reverend figures adorned this room, and that memorable date, the 29th of July 1714, was engraved in letters of gold on a white marble table. The hospital was a single-story, low, narrow building with a small garden. 3 days after his arrival the bishop visited the hospital. At the end of his visit he left an invitation for the director to call on him.
Monsieur le directeur de l'hôpital, how many patients have you at present, he said.
26, Monseigneur. That was the number I counted, said the bishop. The beds are very close to each other, the director added. That's what I observed. The wards are no bigger than small bedrooms, and it's hard to keep them aired. That's what I would think. And then, when there is a ray of sunshine, the garden's very small for those convalescing. That's what I said to myself. In the event of an epidemic, we've had typhus this year, we had miliary fever 2 years ago, 100 patients sometimes, we just don't know what to do. That was the thought that occurred to me. There's no point in complaining, Monseigneur, said the director. We must accept things as they are. This conversation took place in the gallery dining room on the ground floor. The bishop remained silent for a moment, then suddenly turned to the director of the hospital. Monsieur, he said, how many beds do you think would fit into this room alone? Monseigneur's dining room, exclaimed the director in amazement. The bishop glanced around the room and appeared to be estimating measurements and making calculations. 20 beds easily, he said as though talking to himself. Then raising his voice, now, I tell you what, Monsieur le Directeur de l'Hôpital, obviously something's wrong here. You have 26 people in 5 or 6 small rooms. There are 3 of us here and we have room for 60. Something's wrong, I tell you. You're in my house and I'm in yours. You give me back my house. This is where you belong. The following day the 26 paupers were moved into the bishop's palace and the bishop was installed in the hospital. Monsieur Myriel was not a man of means, his family having been ruined by the revolution. His sister had a life annuity of 500 francs, which was enough to meet her personal expenses at the presbytery. As bishop, Monsieur Myriel received from the state a salary of 15,000 francs. On the very day he took up residence in the hospital building, he determined once and for all the way in which this sum was to be used. We transcribe here a note made in his own hand. Note to regulate my household expenditure. For the seminary school, 1,500 francs. Congregation of the Mission, 100 francs. For the Lazarists of Montdidier, 100 francs. Seminary of Foreign Missions of Paris, 200 francs. Congregation of the Holy Spirit, 150 francs. Religious Foundations in the Holy Land, 100 francs. Societies for Maternal Charity, 300 francs. An extra payment, for that of alls, 50 francs. In aid of the improvement of prisons, 400 francs. In aid of the comfort and release of prisoners, 500 francs. To obtain the release of family men imprisoned for debt, 1,000 francs. To supplement the salary of diocesan teachers in need, 2,000 francs. Public granary of the Hautes-Alpes, 100 francs. Congregation of the Ladies of Digny, Monosque and Sisteron, for the free education of girls in need. 1,500 francs. For the poor, 6,000 francs. My personal expenses, 1,000 francs. Total, 15,000 francs. Throughout the entire time that he occupied the See of Digny, Monsieur Myriel made no alteration to this arrangement. As we have seen, he referred to it as regulating his household expenditure. The arrangement was accepted with total acquiescence by Mademoiselle Baptistin. For this saintly spinster, the Monseigneur of Digny was both brother and bishop, naturally dear to her and ecclesiastically her superior. She quite simply loved and venerated him. When he spoke, she deferred. When he acted, she approved. Their only servant, Madame Magloire, grumbled a little. The bishop had set aside for himself, it may have been noticed, only 1,000 francs, which, added to Mademoiselle Baptistin's income, amounted to a total of 1,500 francs a year. Both old women and the old man lived on these 1,500 francs. And thanks to Madame Magloire's unfailing thrift and Mademoiselle Baptistin's clever management, whenever a village priest came to Digny the bishop still found the means to entertain him. One day after he had been in Digny some 3 months the bishop said, "And with all that I still haven't enough. I dare say you haven't, exclaimed Madame Magloire. Monseigneur hasn't even claimed the allowance the department ** owes him for the expense of a carriage in town and of visiting the diocese. That's what bishops used to do in the past. Well, I declare, said the bishop. You're quite right, Madame Magloire. And he submitted his claim. Some time afterwards the General Council, taking his request into consideration, voted him an annual sum of 3,000 francs that was registered as allowance awarded to the bishop for carriage expenses, mail coach expenses, and the expense of pastoral visits. This provoked a great outcry among the local bourgeoisie, and at the time a senator of the Empire, former member of the Council of 500 who had supported the 18th Brumaire and been given a magnificent senatorial estate near the town of Digny, privately wrote to Monsieur Bigot de Préaminou, the Minister of Public Worship, an angry note on the subject, from which we quote the following lines verbatim. Carriage expenses? What for in a town of fewer than 4,000 inhabitants? The expense of pastoral visits? What good are these visits in the first place? And how can a mail coach get about in these mountainous parts? There are no roads. You can only travel on horseback. Even the bridge over the Durance at Château Arnaud can barely support ox carts. These priests are all the same, greedy and miserly. This one pretended to be the good apostle when he first came here. Now he behaves just like the rest. He has to have a carriage and travel by postchaise. He has to have luxury like the bishops of old. Oh, this priestly rabble! Things will be put right, Your Excellency, only when the Emperor has delivered us from the clergy. Down with the Pope. Relations with Rome were not good. For my part, I am all for Caesar. Etc., etc. Madame Magloire, on the other hand, was delighted. Well, said she to Mademoiselle Baptistin, Monseigneur put everyone else first, but he had to come round to himself eventually. He's taken care of all his charities. These 3,000 francs are for us. At last. That same evening the bishop wrote out and handed to his sister a memorandum worded as follows. Carriage allowance and allowance for pastoral visits. To provide neat broth for the hospital patients, 1,500 francs. For the Society for Maternal Charity of Aix, 250 francs. For the Society for Maternal Charity of Draguignan, 250 francs. For the benefit of foundlings, 500 francs. For the benefit of orphans, 500 francs. Total, 3,000 francs. Such was Monsieur Myriel's budget. As for episcopal emoluments, fees for marriage bans, dispensations, private baptisms, sermons, benedictions of churches and chapels, marriages, etc., the bishop was all the more assiduous in extracting them from the wealthy because he gave them to the poor. After a while, offerings of money poured in. The haves and the have-nots came knocking at Monsieur Myriel's door, the latter in search of the alms brought to him by the former. In less than a year the bishop had become the treasurer for all charitable donations and the dispenser of funds for all cases of financial distress. Considerable sums of money passed through his hands, but nothing could induce him to make any change in his lifestyle or to add the least extra to his barest needs. Far from it. As there is always more poverty below than fellow feeling above, everything was given away, so to speak, in advance of receipt. It was like water on dry ground, no matter how much money he received, he never had any. So he would stint himself. It being the custom for bishops to state their baptismal names at the head of their episcopal decrees and pastoral letters, the local poor, with a kind of affectionate instinct, had selected from the bishop's various names and first names the one that held some meaning for them, and they never called him anything but Monseigneur Bienvenu Star. We will follow their example, and thus refer to him where appropriate. Besides, this designation pleased him. I like the name, he said. Bienvenu compensates for Monseigneur. We would not say that the portrait we have presented here is one that seems very likely, all we say is that it is very like. 3. For a good bishop, a demanding bishopric. Even though he had converted his carriage into alms, the bishop made his pastoral visits nonetheless. The diocese of Digny is a punishing one. There are very few plains, a great many mountains, hardly any roads, as we saw earlier. 32 parishes, 41 vicariates, and 285 chapels of ease. To visit all these is quite a task. The bishop managed it. He went on foot to places nearby, traveled by cart on the plain, and on a donkey in the mountains. The 2 elderly women accompanied him. When the trip was too much for them, he went alone. One day he arrived in Senez, an ancient episcopal town, riding an ass. His resources, which were very depleted at that time, did not allow him any better turnout. The mayor came to welcome him at the gates of the town and watched, scandalized, as he dismounted from his ass. Some of the townsfolk around him were laughing. "Monsieur le Maire," said the bishop, "and honorable citizens, I see I shock you. You think it very arrogant of a poor priest to ride on a mount which was that of Jesus Christ. I have done so out of necessity, I assure you, and not vanity." On his visits he was kind and indulgent, and did not so much preach as chat. He placed no virtue beyond reach. He never went looking very far for his arguments and his exemplars. To the inhabitants of one village he would cite the example of the neighboring one. In districts where they treated the destitute harshly he would say, "Look at the people of Bryancan. They've granted to the poor, to widows and orphans the right to mow their meadows 3 days before everyone else. When their houses are falling down they rebuild them at no cost. Consequently, it's a place blessed by God. There's not been a single person guilty of murder for a whole century." To the villages bent on gain and on bringing in the harvest he said, "Look at the people of Embrun. If at harvest time the father of a family has his sons serving in the army and his daughters in service in town, and he happens to be ill and unable to work, the parish priest asks the congregation to pray for him. And after Mass on Sunday all the people in the village, men, women and children, go to the poor man's field and do his harvesting for him, and bring back the straw and the grain to his granary." To families divided by questions of money and inheritance he said, "Look at the mountain folk of Devilui, a landscape so wild that not once in 50 years has the nightingale been heard. Well, when the father of a family dies, the boys go off to seek their fortunes, leaving the property to the girls that they may find husbands." To those areas that were inclined to go to law and where the farmers ruined themselves paying duty on legal documents he said, "Look at the good countryfolk of the Queyras Valley. They number 3,000 souls. My God! It's like a little republic. Both judge and bailiff are unknown there. The mayor does everything. He shares out the tax levy, taxes each person fairly, settles disputes free of charge, divides estates without remuneration, gives judgments at no cost. And he's obeyed, because he's a good man among simple folk." To villages where he found no schoolmaster, again he cited the people of Queyras. "Do you know what they do?" he said. "Since a little village of a dozen or so dwellings can't always support a teacher, they have schoolmasters paid by the whole valley who make the round of the villages, spending a week in this one, 10 days in that, giving instruction. These teachers go to the country markets, where I've seen them. You can tell them by the quill pens they wear in their hat bands. Those who teach just reading have 1 quill. Those who teach reading and arithmetic have 2. And those who teach reading, arithmetic and Latin have 3 quills. But what a shame to be uneducated. Do what the people of Queyras do." This is the way he talked, seriously and like a father, inventing parables in the absence of examples, going directly to the point with few fine words and many illustrations, which was Jesus Christ's eloquence exactly, assured and persuasive. 4. Deeds to match words. His conversation was affable and cheerful. He was sociable with the two old women who spent their lives with him. When he laughed, it was the laugh of a schoolboy. Madame Magloire liked to call him Your Highness. One day he rose from his armchair and went to his bookcase to fetch a book. This book was on one of the top shelves. As the bishop was rather small in stature, he could not reach it. Madame Magloire, he said, bring me a chair. My Highness falls short of that shelf. One of his distant relatives, Madame la Comtesse de Lô, rarely let pass an opportunity when he was present to run through the list of what she called the expectations of her 3 sons. She had several very elderly relatives close to death, and her sons were their natural heirs. The youngest of the 3 was to come into a good 100,000 francs a year from his great-aunt, the second was to inherit the title of duke from his uncle, the eldest was to succeed to his grandfather's peerage. The bishop usually listened in silence to this harmless and forgivable maternal swanking. On one occasion, however, he appeared to be more thoughtful than usual as Madame de Lô rehearsed once again the details of all these inheritances and all these expectations. She broke off, saying impatiently, "For heaven's sake, cousin. What is it you're thinking about?" "I'm thinking," replied the bishop, "of something curious to be found, I believe, in St. Augustine, place your hope in him who has no successor." On another occasion, when he received a letter announcing the death of a local dignitary that included a full-page list of not only the dead man's credentials but also the feudal and noble qualifications of all his relatives, he exclaimed, "What a broad back death has! What a remarkable load of titles is blithely heaped on it, and what a sense of humor men must have to use the grave like this to flatter themselves." He was sometimes capable of gentle mockery that almost always had a serious significance. Once, during Lent, a young vicar came to Digny and preached in the cathedral. He was quite eloquent. The subject of his sermon was charity. He urged the rich to give to the poor so as to avoid going to hell, which he depicted in the most dreadful terms he could, and to get to paradise, which he represented as desirable and delightful. Among his audience was a somewhat tight-fisted retired wealthy merchant named Monsieur Geberand, who had amassed $500,000 in the manufacture of coarsecloth, serge, caddis, and felt caps. Monsieur Geberand had never in his life been charitable to any poor unfortunate. After that sermon it was noticed he gave one so every Sunday to the old beggar women at the cathedral door. They had to share it between 6 of them. One day the bishop saw him making his donation and said to his sister with a smile, "There's Monsieur Geberand buying 1 sou's worth of paradise." When charity was at stake he was not to be discouraged even by a refusal, and on such occasions he found words that gave pause for thought. Once he was collecting for the poor in one of the town's salons. The Marquis de Champtercier was there. A rich and mean old man, he contrived to be both ultra-royalist and ultra-Voltairian. Such a type did exist. When the bishop came to him, touching his arm, he said, "Monsieur le Marquis, you must give me something." The Marquis turned round and responded drily, "Monseigneur, I have my own poor." "Give them to me," replied the bishop. One day he preached the following sermon in the cathedral. "Beloved brethren, my good friends, there are 1,320,000 peasant dwellings in France that have only 3 openings, 1,817,000 that have but 2, the door and 1 window, and finally 346,000 hovels that have just the one, the door. And this is because of something called the door and window tax. Put poor families, old women, and young children in those buildings, and see the fevers and illnesses you get. Alas! While God gives men fresh air, the law sells it to them. I'm not accusing the law, but I thank God. In Isère, in the Var, in the 2 Alpes, Hautes and Basses, the peasants don't even have wheelbarrows, the men carry the manure on their backs. They have no candles, they burn resinous sticks and bits of rope dipped in pitch. That's the state of affairs throughout the Dauphiné highlands. They make bread for 6 months at a time. They bake it with dried cow dung. In the winter they break this bread with an axe and soak it for 24 hours in order to be able to eat it. My brethren, have pity. See the suffering around you. Borda Pravasal, he had readily familiarized himself with all the southern dialects. He would say, Ebi. Musu, sage? Asterisk as in the lower Languedoc, Antanaras Passa? As in the lower Alps, Port Unbowen Mutuembi Unbowen Frumage Grace as in the upper Dauphiné. This pleased people and had contributed in no small way to his gaining acceptance by all. Both in a thatched cottage and up in the mountains he was perfectly at home. He could say the most noble things in the most unrefined language. Speaking everyone's language, he found his way into everyone's soul. Furthermore, he was the same with everybody, whatever their social status. He would not condemn anything without due consideration or without taking circumstances into account. He would say, let's see how the wrongdoing was arrived at. Being, as he described himself with a smile, an ex-sinner, there was nothing off-puttingly doctrinaire about him, and he professed quite openly, and without the frown of the ferociously virtuous, beliefs that may be summed up thus. Man exists in the flesh, which is at once his burden and his temptation. He drags it around with him and gives in to it. He must be vigilant, keep it in check, repress it, and yield to it only in the last extremity. Yielding to it may still be wrong, but in that case the wrongdoing is venial. In so falling he falls on his knees, and it may end in prayer. To be a saint is the exception. To be a good man is the rule. Err, weaken and sin, but be among the good. To sin as little as possible, that is the law of mankind. Not to sin at all is the angel's dream. Everything earthly is subject to sin. Sin is a gravitational force. When he saw everyone condemning very loudly and being very quick to express indignation, "Oh my," he would say with a smile, "this looks like being a great crime that everyone commits. Here we have hypocrisies in fright, hurrying to protest and to take cover." He was forbearing towards women and the poor on whom the burden of human society falls. He said, "The failings of women, children and servants, of the feeble, the destitute and the ignorant, are the fault of their husbands, fathers and masters, of the strong, the rich and the learned." He also said, "Teach those who are ignorant as much as you can. Society is to blame for not giving free education. It's responsible for the darkness it produces. In any benighted soul, that's where sin will be committed. It's not he who commits the sin that's to blame, but he who causes the darkness to prevail." As we can see, he had his own peculiar way of judging things. I suspect he had taken it from the Gospels. One day he heard in a salon the story of a criminal case that was going to come to trial. Some poor wretch in desperate straits, out of love for a woman and the child she had borne him, had coined counterfeit money. At that time counterfeiting was still punishable by death. The woman had been caught passing off the first fake coin made by the man. She was detained, but there was evidence only against her. She alone could incriminate her lover and ruin him by confessing. She denied the accusation. She was pressed. She persisted in her denial. At this point the Crown Prosecutor had an idea. He alleged an infidelity on the part of the lover and by means of cunningly presented fragments of letters succeeded in persuading the poor woman she had a rival and that this man was deceiving her. Provoked by jealousy she denounced her lover, confessed all, proved all. It was the man's undoing. He was shortly to be tried at Aix with his accomplice. It was this that was being talked of, and everyone was marveling at the magistrate's ingenuity. By bringing jealousy into play he had used anger to elicit the truth. He had brought about the justice of revenge. The bishop listened to all of this in silence. When the discussion came to a close he asked, "Where are this man and woman to face judgment?" "At the court of assizes." He went on, And where will the Crown Prosecutor face judgment? A tragic incident occurred at Digny. A man was condemned to death for murder. Not really educated but not completely uneducated, this poor wretch had been a fairground entertainer and a public letter writer. The trial was the talk of the town. On the eve of the day set for the condemned man's execution, the prison chaplain fell ill. A priest was needed to attend the criminal in his final moments. They sent for the parish priest. Apparently he refused to come, saying, "It's nothing to do with me. I can't take on the responsibility of dealing with that charlatan, I too am unwell. In any case, it's not my job." This response was reported to the bishop, who said, "Monsieur le curé is right. It's not his job. It's mine." He went straight to the prison and down into the charlatan's cell, called him by name, took him by the hand, and spoke to him. He spent the whole day and the whole night with him, forgetting about food and sleep, praying to God for the condemned man's soul, and asking the man to pray for his. He told him the best truths, which are the simplest ones. He was father, brother, friend to him, bishop only in blessing him. He taught him everything, sustaining and comforting him. This man was about to die in despair. Death was an abyss to him. As he stood trembling on that macabre threshold, he recoiled in horror. He was not ignorant enough to be totally unaffected. Deeply traumatic, his condemnation had, as it were, rent here and there the screen dividing us from the mystery of things and what we call life. He kept looking beyond this world through these fateful chinks and saw only darkness. The bishop enabled him to see light. When they came to fetch the poor man the following day, the bishop was there. He went with him. He appeared before the crowd in his purple mozzetta with his episcopal cross round his neck, alongside the trussed-up criminal. He climbed into the tumbril with him, he climbed onto the scaffold with him. So crushed and despondent the previous day, the man facing death was radiant. He felt his soul had been reconciled and his trust was in God. The bishop embraced him and as the blade was about to drop said to him, "He whom man slays God restores to life. He who is cast out by his brothers returns to the Father. Pray, believe, enter into life. The Father is there." When he came down from the scaffold, there was something in his expression that made the crowd draw aside. It could not be said which gave greater cause for wonder, his pallor or his serenity. Coming home to the humble dwelling he would refer to with a smile as his palace, he said to his sister, "I have just been officiating as bishop." As the most sublime things are often those least understood, there were people in town who, commenting on the bishop's conduct, said, "It's affectation." Actually, it was only in the salons this was said. The ordinary people, who see no harm in saintly deeds, were touched and felt admiration. As for the bishop, it was a shock to him to have seen the guillotine, and it took him a long time to get over it. There is something nightmarish about the scaffold when it is standing there ready. It is possible to feel a certain indifference about the death penalty, not to declare yourself, to say yes and no, so long as you have not seen a guillotine with your own eyes. But if you do come across one, it has a violent impact. You are forced to make a decision, to take sides, for or against. Some, like de Maistre, admire it. For others, like Beccaria, it is abhorrent. The guillotine is the law made concrete. Its name is retribution. It is not neutral and does not allow you to remain neutral. Whoever sees it shudders with the most mysterious of shudders. All social problems raise question marks around this blade. The scaffold is not a structure. The scaffold is not a machine. The scaffold is not an inert contraption made of wood, iron, and rope. It is as though it were some kind of being with its own sinister initiative. To all appearances, this wooden construction can see, this machine can hear, this contraption can understand, this wood, this iron, and this rope have a will of their own. Its presence casts the soul into a ghastly trance in which the scaffold appears terrifying and involved in what it is doing. The scaffold is the executioner's accomplice. It devours. It eats flesh. It drinks blood. The scaffold is a kind of monster put together by the judge and the carpenter, a specter that seems to live by some dreadful life force created out of all the death it has inflicted. So it left a deep and horrible impression. The day after the execution and for many days afterwards the bishop seemed devastated. Gone was that almost fierce serenity he had had at the fateful moment. The phantom of social justice haunted him. He who generally returned from everything he did with such radiant satisfaction seemed to reproach himself. At times he talked to himself and muttered lugubrious monologues under his breath. This is one which his sister overheard one evening and recorded. I didn't realize it was so monstrous. It's wrong to be so deeply absorbed in divine law that you become unaware of human law. Death depends on God alone. By what right do men meddle with this matter of destiny? With the passage of time these impressions diminished and probably faded away. Nevertheless, it was observed that from then on the bishop avoided crossing the square on which executions took place. Monsieur Myriel could be summoned at any hour to the bedside of the sick and the dying. He was not unaware that this was his most important duty and his most important work. Widowed and orphan families had no need to ask, he came of his own accord. He had the understanding to sit quietly with the man who had lost the wife he loved, with the mother who had lost her child. Just as he knew when to remain silent, so also he knew when to speak. O wonderful comforter! He did not try to blot out sorrow through oblivion but to magnify and dignify it through hope. He said, "Mind which way you look at the dead. Don't think of what perishes. Look hard. You'll see the living light of your dear departed up there in heaven." He knew that faith is healing. He sought to counsel and calm the disconsolate by pointing to the resigned, and to transform the grief that dwells on the grave by teaching the grief that dwells on a star. V. Monseigneur Bienvenu made his cassocks last far too long. Monsieur Myriel's private life was filled with the same thoughts as his public life. To anyone able to see it at close hand, the voluntary poverty in which the Bishop of Digny lived would have been a dignified and charming spectacle. Like all old men and most thinkers, he slept little. This brief sleep was a deep sleep. In the morning he meditated for an hour, then said Mass, either at the cathedral or in his private chapel. Once he had said Mass, he breakfasted on rye bread dipped in milk from his own cows. Then he worked. A bishop is a very busy man. Every day he has to see the diocesan secretary, generally a canon, and nearly every day his vicars general. He has congregations to supervise, privileges to grant, a whole library full of ecclesiastical publications to study, prayer books, diocesan catechisms, books of hours, etc., newsletters to write, sermons to approve, parish priests and mayors to bring together, a clerical correspondence, an administrative correspondence, with the state on the one hand and the Holy See on the other, countless matters to be dealt with. Whatever time was left to him by these countless matters, his religious services and his breviary, he gave first of all to the needy, the sick and the bereaved. Whatever time was left to him by the bereaved, the sick and the needy, he devoted to work. Sometimes he dug the soil in his garden, sometimes he read or wrote. For both these kinds of work he had just one word, he called this gardening. The mind is a garden, he used to say. At midday he had his lunch. Lunch was the same as breakfast. At around 2 o'clock, when the weather was fine, he would go for a walk in the countryside or in town, often entering the humblest dwellings. He was to be seen walking by himself entirely absorbed in his thoughts, with his eyes on the ground, leaning on his long walking stick, dressed in his very warm purple quilted coat, purple stockings and heavy shoes, and wearing his flat hat with 3 gold-braided tassels dangling from its 3 corners. There was celebration wherever he appeared. He seemed to bring something bright and warming with him as he went by. Children and old folk came out on the doorstep for the bishop as if for the sun. He gave his blessing and they blessed him. Anyone in need of anything was directed to his house. He would stop here and there, talk to the little boys and girls and smile at their mothers. As long as he had money he visited the poor. When he had none left he visited the rich. Since he made his cassocks last a very long time and did not want anyone to notice, he never went into town without his purple quilted coat. This was a little uncomfortable in summer. At 8:30 in the evening he had supper with his sister, with Madame Magloire standing behind them and serving them at table. Nothing could be more frugal than this meal. If, however, the bishop had one of his parish priests to supper, Madame Magloire took advantage of the opportunity to serve Monseigneur some excellent lake water fish or some choice game from the mountains. Every parish priest was an excuse for a good meal. The bishop did not interfere. Otherwise, his usual meal consisted only of boiled vegetables and soup with oil. Consequently, it was said in town, when the bishop does not dine like a parish priest, he dines like a Trappist monk. After supper he would chat for half an hour with Mademoiselle Baptistin and Madame Magloire, then retire to his own room and begin writing again, sometimes on loose pages, sometimes in the margin of a folio volume. He was well read and somewhat erudite. He has left 5 or 6 rather curious manuscripts, among others, a dissertation on the verse from Genesis, "In the beginning the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters." He compares this verse with 3 texts, the Arabic version that says, "The winds of God blew," Flavius Josephus, who says, "A wind from on high came down upon the earth," and finally Onkelos paraphrased it in Chaldaic as, "A wind emanating from God blew upon the face of the waters." In another dissertation he examines the theological works of Hugo, Bishop of Ptolemais, great-great-uncle of the author of this book, and establishes that the various tracts published during the last century under the pseudonym of Barleycourt are to be attributed to this bishop. Sometimes in the middle of reading, no matter what the book he had in his hand might be, he would suddenly fall into a deep meditation, emerging from it only to write a few lines on the actual pages of the book. These lines often have no connection whatsoever with the book that contains them. We have now before our eyes a note written by him in the margin of a quarto volume entitled Correspondence of Lord Germain with Generals Clinton, Cornwallis, and the Admirals of the American Station, Versailles, Poincot, bookseller, and Paris, Pisset, bookseller, Quai des Augustins. This is the note. Oh, you who are. Ecclesiastes names you Almighty, the Maccabees name you Creator, the Epistle to the Ephesians names you Freedom, Baruch names you Immensity, the Psalms name you Wisdom and Truth, John names you Light, the Book of Kings names you Lord, Exodus names you Providence, Leviticus, Sanctity, Esdras, Justice, Creation names you God, mankind names you Father. But Solomon names you Mercy, and of all your names this is the most beautiful. About 9 o'clock in the evening the 2 women would retire and go up to their rooms on the first floor, leaving him alone on the ground floor until morning. At this point we need to give an accurate idea of the Bishop of Digny's accommodation. 6. Under whose protection he placed his house. The house where he lived consisted, as we have said, of a ground floor and a first floor, 3 rooms on the ground floor, 3 on the first, with an attic above. Behind the house was a garden of some 1/4 of an acre. The 2 women occupied the first floor. The bishop slept downstairs. The first room, which opened onto the street, served as his dining room, the second was his bedroom, and the third his private chapel. There was no way out of this chapel except through the bedroom, or out of the bedroom except through the dining room. At the far end of the chapel was a separate alcove with a bed in it for the use of guests. The bishop would offer this bed to priests brought to Digny by the needs of their rural parishes or on other business. The hospital pharmacy, a small building added to the house and extending into the garden, had been turned into a kitchen and storeroom. There was also in the garden an outbuilding, formerly the old hospital kitchen, where the bishop kept 2 cows. However much milk they gave, he invariably sent half of it every morning to the patients in the hospital. "I'm paying my tithes," he said. His bedroom was quite big and quite difficult to heat in winter. As wood is extremely expensive in Digny, he came up with the idea of having a wooden partition installed in the cowshed to create a separate closet. Here he spent his evenings when it was very cold. He called it his winter drawing room. This drawing room had no other furniture than a square whitewood table and 4 straw-bottomed chairs, as in the dining room. The dining room also boasted an old sideboard painted with pink distemper. Out of a similar sideboard, appropriately draped with white cloths and imitation lace, the bishop had fashioned the altar that graced his chapel. His wealthy penitents and the pious women of Digny had often contributed to a fund to pay for the expense of a new altar for Monsignor's chapel. Every time this happened, he had taken the money and given it to the poor. "The most beautiful of altars," he said, "is the soul of one comforted in their distress who thanks God." There were 2 straw-bottomed chairs with kneelers in his chapel, and an armchair, also straw-bottomed, in his bedroom. When he happened to have 7 or 8 guests at the same time, the prefect, or the general, or the officers of the regiment in garrison, or several pupils from the seminary school, someone had to go and fetch the chairs from the winter drawing room and the cowshed, the chairs with kneelers from the chapel and the armchair from the bedroom. As many as 11 chairs could be thus assembled for visitors. With every new arrival a room was emptied of furniture. It sometimes happened they were 12 in all. The bishop then disguised the awkwardness of the situation by standing in front of the chimney if it was winter or suggesting a stroll in the garden if it was summer. There was yet another chair in the alcove, but the straw bottom was half giving way and it was balanced on only 3 legs, which meant it could only be used propped up against the wall. Mademoiselle Baptistin also had in her room a very large bergère of wood that had once been gilt, and upholstered in a flower-patterned Peking silk. But this bergère had to be brought up to the first floor through the window as the staircase was too narrow. So it could not be included among the furniture available when needed. Mademoiselle Baptistin's ambition had been to buy a suite of drawing-room furniture, including a sofa, in yellow rose-patterned Utrecht velvet and mahogany, with swan neck carving. But this would have cost 500 francs at least, and seeing that she had been able to save up only 42 francs and 10 sous in 5 years, she eventually gave up the idea. Anyway, whoever attains their ideal. Nothing could be simpler to visualize than the bishop's bedroom. A French window opening onto the garden, with the bed facing it, a hospital bed, iron-framed with a green serge canopy. Close to the bed, behind a curtain, the toilet articles that still betrayed the old stylish ways of the man of the world. 2 doors, one by the fireplace leading to the chapel, the other by the bookcase leading to the dining room. The bookcase, a large glass-fronted cabinet full of books. The fireplace, with a wooden mantel painted to look like marble, usually without a fire. In the fireplace a pair of andirons decorated with 2 garlanded vases and flutings once silver-plated, which was a kind of episcopal luxury. Above, where a mirror would normally be hung, a crucifix made of copper with the silver plating worn off, set against threadbare black velvet in a wooden frame that had lost its gilt. By the French window, a large table with an inkstand laden with a jumble of papers and some thick volumes. In front of the table, the straw-bottomed armchair. In front of the bed, a chair with kneeler, borrowed from the chapel. Hanging on the wall on either side of the bed were 2 portraits in oval frames. Small gilt inscriptions on the plain cloth background, beside these heads, indicated that one of the portraits was of Abbé de Caliot, Bishop of Estée-Claude, the other of Abbé Tourteau, Vicar General of Agde, Abbot of Grandchamp of the Cistercian order in the Diocese of Chartres. When the bishop took over this room from the hospital patients, he found these portraits in it and had left them there. They were priests, probably benefactors, 2 reasons why he should respect them. All he knew about these two individuals was that they had been appointed, the one to his bishopric, the other to his living, by the king, on the same day, the 27th of April 1785. The bishop discovered this information, written in faded ink on a little square of paper yellowed with age and attached with 4 blobs of sealing wax to the back of the portrait of the abbot of Grandchamp, when Madame Magloire took the pictures down to shake the dust off them. He had a very old window curtain of coarse woolen cloth that eventually became so old that to avoid the expense of a new one Madame Magloire was obliged to sew a large patch right in the middle of it. This patch was in the shape of a cross. The bishop often remarked on it. "How well that looks," he would say. All the rooms in the house without exception, on the ground floor as well as the first floor, were whitewashed, which is a common practice in barracks and hospitals. However, as we shall see, underneath the whitewashed paper Madame Magloire had recently discovered paintings that decorated Mademoiselle Baptiste's room. Before it was a hospital, this house had been the town council building. Hence the decoration. The bedroom floors were of red brick, washed every week, with a woven straw mat before every bed. Indeed, this place, looked after by 2 women, was immaculately clean from top to bottom. This was the sole luxury the bishop allowed. He said, "It takes nothing from the poor." It must be acknowledged, though, out of his former possessions he was still left with 6 silver forks and spoons and a large soup ladle that 4 Madame Magloire were a daily joy to see gleaming splendidly on the white linen tablecloth. And as we are painting a portrait of the Bishop of Digny just as he was, we must add that he had more than once been heard to say, "It would be hard to give up eating off silver." To this silverware must be added 2 large candlesticks of solid silver that he had inherited from a great-aunt. These candlesticks held 2 wax candles and usually stood on the bishop's mantelpiece. When he had someone to dinner, Madame Magloire would light the 2 candles and set the candlesticks on the table. In the bishop's own bedroom, at the head of his bed, was a small cupboard in which Madame Magloire locked away the 6 silver forks and spoons and the large ladle every evening. It has to be said, the key was never removed. A little spoiled by the rather ugly outhouses mentioned above, the garden consisted of 4 paths that formed a cross radiating from a drainage well. Another path ran all the way round the garden and along the white wall that enclosed it. These paths marked out 4 square plots edged with box. In 3 of these Madame Magloire grew vegetables. In the 4th the bishop had planted flowers. Here and there were a few fruit trees. Madame Magloire had once said to him with a sort of gentle mockery, "Monseigneur is always one for putting everything to good use, but this is a waste of a plot. It would be more useful to have salads here than bunches of flowers." "Madame Magloire," replied the bishop, "you're mistaken. The beautiful is just as useful as the useful." He added after a pause, "Perhaps more so." This plot, consisting of 3 or 4 flower beds, occupied the bishop almost as much as his books. He would gladly spend an hour or 2 at them, pruning, weeding and making holes in the ground here and there, in which he put seeds. He was not as hostile to insects as a gardener might have wished. Indeed, he had no botanical pretensions at all. He knew nothing of groups and solidism. He was not in the least concerned with deciding between Tournefort and the natural method. He did not favor utricles over cotyledons, or Jussieu over Linnaeus. He did not study plants. He loved flowers. He had a great deal of respect for the learned. He had even more respect for the uneducated. And without ever failing in his respect for both, he watered his flower beds every summer evening with a green tin watering can. The house had not a single door that could be locked. The door of the dining room, which, as we have said, opened directly onto the cathedral square, had formerly been fitted with locks and bolts like a prison door. The bishop had all these iron fittings removed, and day or night this door was always left on the latch. No matter what time it was, anyone that called by had only to push it open. At first the 2 women had fretted greatly about this door that was never locked, but the Bishop of Digny said to them, "Have bolts fitted to your rooms if you like." They ended up sharing his trustfulness, or at least behaving as if they did. Madame Magloire alone had frights from time to time. As for the bishop, an explanation of his thinking, or at least a clue to it, can be found in a few lines he wrote in the margin of a Bible. There is a subtle distinction to be made: the doctor's door should never be shut, the priest's door should always be open. On another book, entitled Philosophy of Medical Science, he had written this note: "Am not I a physician like them? I too have my patients. In the first place, I have theirs, whom they call the sick. And then I have mine, whom I call those in distress." Elsewhere he wrote, "Don't ask the name of anyone that asks you for shelter. It is especially the person whose name is a burden to him that has need of shelter." It so happened that a well-meaning priest, the parish priest of Colubra or Pompieri, I don't remember which, one day took it upon himself, probably at Madame Magloire's instigation, to ask whether Monseigneur was quite sure he was not acting a little unwisely in leaving his door open day and night to anyone that might choose to enter, and whether he did not after all fear some harm might come to those in a house so poorly guarded. The bishop touched him on the shoulder with gentle solemnity and said, "Nisi Dominus custoderit domum, in vanum vigilant custodient eam." Then he spoke of something else. He was fond of saying, "There's the bravery of the priest as well as the bravery of a colonel of dragoons. Only," he added, "ours must be a bravery of peace." 7. Cravat. This is the right place to recount an event we must not fail to mention, because it is one of those that best illustrate what kind of man the Bishop of Digny was. After the rout of Gaspard Bessa's gang that had infested the Alleuils gorges, one of his lieutenants, Cravat, took refuge in the mountains. With his outlaws, the remnants of Gaspard Bessa's band, he went into hiding for a while in the county of Nice, then made his way to Piedmont, and suddenly reappeared in France in the vicinity of Barcelonnette. He was first seen at Jauziers, then at Tuiles. He hid in the caves of Joug de l'Aigle, and from there would descend on the hamlets and villages following the course of the Ubaye and the Abayette. He even ventured as far as Embrun, entered the cathedral one night and ransacked the sacristy. His depredations were the despair of the locality. The gendarmerie were sent after him, but to no avail. He always escaped. Sometimes he put up a fight. He was a bold wretch. The bishop turned up on his pastoral round in the middle of this terror. At Chasselar the mayor came out to meet him and urged him to turn back. Cravat had control of the mountains as far as Archy and beyond. It was dangerous even with an escort, which only meant needlessly putting 3 or 4 poor gendarmes at risk. "Which is why," said the bishop, "I intend to go without an escort." "Are you serious, Monseigneur?" exclaimed the mayor. "So serious that I don't want a single gendarme and I'm leaving within the hour." "Leaving? Leaving? Alone?" "Alone. Monseigneur, you can't do that." "Up in the mountains," said the bishop, "is the smallest of humble communities, which I haven't visited for 3 years. They're my dear friends. Gentle and honest shepherds. They own 1 goat out of every 30 they tend. They make very pretty woolen cords of various colors, and they play mountain airs on little 6-hole flutes. They need someone to tell them about the good Lord from time to time. What would they think of a bishop who was scared? What would they think if I didn't go to them? But the brigands, Monseigneur. What if you were to run into the brigands?" "Well," said the bishop, "I've been thinking about that. You're right. I may run into them. They too need someone to tell them about the good Lord. But Monseigneur, they're a gang. A pack of wolves." "Monsieur le Maire, it may be that this very pack of wolves is the flock Jesus is placing in my pastoral care. Who understands the ways of providence?" Monseigneur, they'll rob you. I have nothing. They'll kill you. A harmless old priest mumbling his prayers as he goes by? Bah! What for? Oh, my goodness! If you were to run into them, I'd ask them to give to my poor. For heaven's sake, don't go, Monseigneur. You're endangering your life. But if that's the only objection, Monsieur le Maire, said the bishop, I'm not in this world to protect my life but to protect souls. There was no way of stopping him. He set out, accompanied only by a child who offered to serve as his guide. His stubborn determination caused a stir among the local people and greatly alarmed them. He would take with him neither his sister nor Madame Magloire. He crossed the mountain on a mule, encountered no one, and came safe and sound to his good friends the shepherds. He remained with them for a fortnight, preaching, administering the sacraments, teaching, edifying. When he was soon to depart, he resolved to sing a solemn Te Deum. He told the parish priest. But how was it to be done? No episcopal vestments. All that could be placed at his disposal was a lowly village sacristy with a few old chasubles of threadbare damask trimmed with imitation braid. Bah, said the bishop. Let's proclaim our Te Deum from the pulpit anyway. Something will turn up. A search of the local churches was made. All the finery of these humble parishes put together would not have provided suitable vestments for one cathedral chorister. While they were in this quandary, a large chest was brought and left in the presbytery for the bishop by two unknown horsemen who immediately rode off again. The chest was opened. It contained a cope of cloth of gold, a mitre ornamented with diamonds, an archbishop's cross, a magnificent crosier, all the pontifical vestments stolen a month previously from the treasury of Notre Dame d'Embrun. In the chest was a piece of paper with these words written on it, from cravat to Monseigneur Bienvenu. Did I not say something would turn up? Said the bishop. Then he added with a smile, to him who is satisfied with a priest's surplice, God sends the cope of an archbishop. Monseigneur, murmured the parish priest, nodding with a smile, God, or the devil. The bishop looked steadily at the priest and corrected him with authority, God. When he returned to Chasselar, and all along the way, people came to see him out of curiosity. He found Mademoiselle Baptistin and Madame Magloire waiting for him at the presbytery in Chasselar, and he said to his sister, well, I was right, wasn't I? The poor priest went to visit those poor mountain dwellers empty-handed, and he comes home with his hands full. I set out with only my trust in God. I'm bringing back a cathedral's treasury. And that evening before he went to bed he said, never fear robbers or murderers. Those are dangers that come from without. Small dangers. Let us fear ourselves. Prejudices are the real robbers. Vices are the real murderers. The great dangers are within us. Never mind what endangers our life or our purse. Let's be mindful only of what endangers our soul. Then turning to his sister, Sister, no priest should ever guard himself against his fellow man. Whatever his fellow man does, God allows it. Let us simply pray to God when we believe some danger threatens us. And pray not for ourselves but that our brother may not fall into sin on our account. That apart, his life was usually uneventful. We relate what we know of, but generally he spent his life always doing the same things at the same time of day. 1 month of his year was like 1 hour of his day. As to what became of the Cathedral of Embrun treasure, being questioned on that subject would embarrass us. Very handsome indeed were those things, very tempting, and very good to steal for the benefit of the poor. Anyway, they were already stolen. The job was half done. The theft only needed to be redirected and helped a little on its way to reach the poor. However, we are not making any assertions in this regard. Only a rather obscure note was found among the bishop's papers that may have some bearing on the matter. It is worded as follows: the question is, whether it should revert to the cathedral or the hospital. 8. After drinking philosophy. The senator we have spoken of earlier was a calculating man who had made his way regardless of all those obstacles he would have encountered that we call conscience, solemn oath, justice, duty. He had moved straight towards his goal without once faltering in the pursuit of his career and his self-interest. He was a former prosecutor, with a weakness for success, not at all a wicked man, doing all the little favors he could for his sons, sons-in-law, relations, even friends, having wisely taken from life its good aspects, its good opportunities, its strokes of good luck. Anything else seemed rather foolish to him. He was witty and just sufficiently well-read to consider himself a disciple of Epicurus while in reality being only a product of Pigothlabrun. He joked readily and pleasantly about things infinite and everlasting, and about the dear bishop's nonsense. Sometimes he even joked about these, with a kindly authority, when Monsieur Myriel himself was there listening. Some semi-official ceremony or other meant that Kant, the senator, and Monsieur Myriel were both dinner guests of the prefect. When it came to dessert, the senator, a little merry though still dignified, cried, "Dash it, Monsieur l'Évêque, let's have a chat." It's hard for a senator and a bishop to look at each other without winking. We're both augurs. I'm going to be honest with you, I have my philosophy. Quite right too, replied the bishop. As you make your philosophical bed, so must you lie in it. Yours is the bed of purple, Monsieur le Sénateur. Encouraged, the senator went on, let's be good-natured about this. Devilish good-natured, even, said the bishop. I tell you, continued the senator, the Marquis d'Argens, Pyrrho, Hobbes and Monsieur Nagin are no scoundrels. All the philosophers I have in my library are gilt-edged. Like yourself, Monsieur le Comte, the bishop interposed. The senator went on, I hate Diderot. He's an ideologue, a ranter and a revolutionary, who basically believes in God and is more sanctimonious than Voltaire. Voltaire scoffed at Needham, and he was wrong. For Needham's eels prove that God is unnecessary. A drop of vinegar in a spoonful of flour paste replaces the fiat lux star. Suppose the drop were larger and the spoonful bigger, and there you have the world. Man is the eel. So what use is the eternal? Father? The Jehovah hypothesis bores me, Monsieur l'Évêque. All it can do is produce people of no substance, who ring hollow. Down with the great hole that drives me to distraction. Long live nothingness that leaves me alone. Between you and me, and to come clean and confess to my pastor as one should, I admit I have common sense. I'm not mad about this Jesus of yours who's constantly preaching self-denial and sacrifice. A miser's counsel to the poverty-stricken. Self-denial. Why? Sacrifice. For what? I don't see any wolf sacrificing itself for the sake of another wolf's happiness. So let's stick with nature. We hold pride of place. Let's have the superior philosophy. What's the point of being on top if you can't see further than the end of other people's noses? Let's enjoy life. Life is all. The idea that man has another future elsewhere, up above, down below, wherever, I don't believe a single word of it. Oh. I'm told to make sacrifices and be self-denying. I must beware of everything I do. I have to worry about good and evil, right and wrong, the phas and the nephas. Why? Because I shall be called to account for my actions. When? After my death. What a charming fantasy. After my death it will take a lot of cunning to nab me. Just you make a disembodied hand grab a handful of dust. Let's speak the truth, we who are among the initiated and have lifted Isa's skirt, there is neither good nor evil, there's vegetation. Let us seek out reality, delve deep, dig to the bottom, damn it. You have to sniff out the truth, burrow underground and snatch it up. Then it gives you exquisite pleasure. Then you become strong and you laugh. I've got my feet on the ground. Monsieur l'évêque, the immortality of man is wishful thinking. Oh! What a delightful promise! Believe it if you will. What an assurance Adam has been given! We're souls, we're going to become angels, we'll have blue wings on our shoulder blades. Help me out here, isn't it Tertullian who says that the blessed will migrate from star to star? Very well. We shall be grasshoppers among the stars. And then we shall see God. Blah, blah, blah. All these paradises are just twaddle. God is a monstrous piece of nonsense. I wouldn't say so in Le Moniteur, of course, but I whisper it among friends. Inter poculi asterisk to sacrifice the world for paradise is to let go the substance for the shadow. Be taken in by the everlasting? I'm not such a fool. I'm nothing. I call myself Monsieur le Comte of Nothingness, Senator. Did I exist before my birth? No. Shall I exist after my death? No. What am I? A little dust bound together by an organism. What am I to do on this earth? I have the choice, to suffer, or to enjoy myself. Where will suffering get me? To non-existence. But I shall have suffered. Where will enjoyment get me? To non-existence. But I shall have enjoyed myself. My choice is made. Of necessity, it is either eat or be eaten. I shall eat. Better to be the tooth than the grass. Such is my wisdom. After that, however long you manage to keep going, the grave digger is there, the pantheon for some of us, but all end up in the great hole in the ground. The end. Finus. Total elimination. This is the vanishing point. Death is final, believe me. I laugh at the idea of there being anyone who has anything to tell me on this subject. Nursery make-believe, the bogeyman for children, Jehovah for adults. No, our future is darkness. Beyond the tomb there's nothing but equal non-existences. Whether you were Sardanapalus or Vincent de Paul, it makes no difference. That's the truth of the matter. So above all, live your life. Make use of yourself while it's yours. Monsieur l'évêque, I tell you truly, I have my philosophy and I have my philosophers. I don't allow myself to be inveigled by humbug. Of course, there must be something for those at the bottom of society, the barefoot tramps, the ones living on a pittance, the wretched poor. They're given legends to swallow, chimeras, the soul, immortality, paradise, the stars. They chew on that. They put it on their dry crusts. Whoever has nothing has the good Lord. That's the very least he deserves. I've no objection to that, but I keep Monsieur Nagin for myself. The good Lord is good enough for the populace. The bishop clapped his hands. Well said, he exclaimed. What an excellent and truly marvelous thing that kind of materialism is. It takes more than wanting to come by it. But when you do, you're no longer fooled. You don't stupidly allow yourself to be exiled like Cato, or stoned like Stephen, or burned alive like Joan of Arc. Those that do manage to avail themselves of this admirable materialism have the pleasure of feeling irresponsible and of thinking they can gobble up everything without worrying. Positions, sinecures, distinctions, power whether honestly or dishonestly come by, lucrative retractions, advantageous betrayals, delectable compromises with their conscience, and that they shall go to their graves having digested the lot. How satisfying! I don't say this for your sake, Monsieur le Sénateur. However, I can only congratulate you. You fine gentlemen, as you say, have a philosophy of your own, for yourselves. An exquisite, refined philosophy available only to the rich, to be served up in all kinds of ways, wonderfully adding relish to the pleasures of life. This philosophy is extracted from the hidden depths and unearthed by expert seekers. But you are kindly princes, and you don't mind that belief in God should be the philosophy of the people, rather in the same way that goose stuffed with chestnuts is the truffled turkey of the poor. 9. The brother as described by his sister. To give some idea of the Bishop of Digny's domestic arrangements and of the way those two saintly women subordinated their actions, thoughts, even their instincts, easily frightened as they were, to the habits and wishes of the bishop without his even having to take the trouble to say anything to convey them, we can do no better than to transcribe at this point a letter from Mademoiselle Baptistin to her childhood friend Madame la Vicomtesse de Boischevron. We have the letter in our hands. Digny, December 16, 18. My dear Madam, not a day passes that we do not speak of you. This is something of a habit of ours, but there is yet another reason for it. Just imagine, while washing and dusting the ceilings and walls, Madame Magloire has made some discoveries. Our 2 bedrooms with old whitewashed paper on the walls would now not discredit a chateau like yours. Madame Magloire has pulled off all the paper. There was something underneath. My drawing room, containing no furniture, that we use for hanging out the linen after it has been washed, is 15 foot high by 18 foot square, with what was once a painted gilded ceiling with beams like yours. It was concealed under baize from the days when this was the hospital. Would you believe, wooden coffering from our grandmother's day? But you should see my room. Under at least 10 layers of paper pasted over them, Madame Magloire has discovered some paintings that without being good are passable. Of Telemachus being knighted by Minerva, and of him again in the gardens. The name escapes me. You know, where Roman ladies would go, on just one night. What shall I say? I have Romans, men, women, an illegible word here, asterisk, and all the rest. Madame Magloire has cleaned it all up, and this summer she is going to have some slight damage repaired, and the whole thing revarnished, and the room will be a veritable museum. She has also found in a corner of the attic 2 old-fashioned wooden console tables. It would have cost us 12 francs to have them regilded, but it is much better to give the money to the poor. In any case they are very ugly, and I would far rather have a round mahogany table. I am just as happy as ever. My brother is so good. He gives all he has to the poor and the sick. Life is very difficult. The winters are hard in this part of the world, and we really have to do something for those in need. We are fairly well provided with heat and lighting. You see, such things are great luxuries. My brother has his own ways. In conversation, he says this is how a bishop should be. Would you believe, the door of our house is never locked? Anyone can walk in, straight into my brother's rooms. He is not afraid of anything, even at night. That is his form of bravery, he says. He does not want me or Madame Magloire to fear for his safety. He exposes himself to all kinds of danger, and he does not even want us to look as if we notice. We must be understanding. He goes out in the rain, walks in the wet, travels in winter. He is not afraid of the dark or of dangerous roads or of whom he might encounter. Last year he went off by himself into a region of robbers. He would not take us with him. He was away for a fortnight. When he came back nothing had happened to him. We thought he was dead, and he was in fine fettle. And he said, "Look how I've been robbed." And he opened up a trunk full of all the treasure belonging to the Cathedral of Embrun, which the robbers had given him. Coming home on that occasion, after I had gone 5 miles out of town with some of his other friends to meet him, I could not help scolding him a little, taking care to speak only when the carriage was rattling so no one else could hear. At first I used to say to myself, there is no danger that deters him, he's impossible. I have ended up getting used to it now. I gesture to Madame Magloire not to cross him. He takes whatever risks he wants to. I go off with Madame Magloire, retire to my room, pray for him and fall asleep. My mind's at rest because I know if anything were to happen to him that would be the end of me. I would be on my way to the good Lord with my brother and my bishop. It was much more difficult for Madame Magloire to come to terms with what she calls his recklessness. But now we have got into the habit of it. We both pray, the two of us are frightened, and we fall asleep. The devil could enter this house and no one would stop him. After all, what do we fear in this house? There is always someone with us whose strength is greatest. The devil may visit us, but the good Lord dwells here. For me, that is enough. My brother has no need even to say a word to me now. I understand him without his speaking, and we place ourselves in the hands of Providence. That is how it must be with a man who has greatness of spirit. I asked my brother for the information you wanted about the Defoe family. You know how he knows everything and remembers things, because he is still a true royalist. They really are a very old Norman family from the Caen district. Going back 500 years, there was a Raoul Defoe, a Jean Defoe and a Thomas Defoe, who were noblemen, one of them the Seigneur de Rochefort. The last of them was Gaëtan Alexander, who was a regimental commander in something or other in the Brittany Light Cavalry. His daughter Marie-Louise married Adrien Charles de Graymont, son of Louis Duc de Graymont, peer of France, colonel of the French Guards and lieutenant general of the armed forces. The name is written Faux, Fauq and Fauq. Dear Madam, commend us to the prayers of your saintly relative the Cardinal. As for your dear Sylvanie, she is quite right not to use up any of the brief time she spends with you in writing to me. She is in good health, works as you will have her do, and still loves me. That is all I want. You have conveyed her kind regards. That gives me pleasure. My health is not too bad and yet I grow thinner every day. Farewell, I've run out of paper and so must leave you. With very best wishes. Baptistin. P.S. Your sister-in-law is still here with her young family. Your great-nephew is charming. Do you know he will soon be 5 years old? Yesterday he saw a horse go by that had had knee guards put on, and he said, "What's wrong with his knees?" That child is so sweet. His little brother pulls an old broom round the house like a cart and says, "Gee up." As can be seen from this letter, with that special genius that women have of understanding a man better than he understands himself, these two women were able to conform to the bishop's ways. Despite his unfailingly gentle and ingenuous manner, the Bishop of Digny sometimes did things that were grand, bold, and magnificent without appearing to be at all aware of it. It made them fearful, but they did not interfere. Sometimes Madame Magloire tried to remonstrate beforehand, but never during or afterwards. They never by so much as a gesture intervened in any action once he had embarked on it. At certain times, without needing to be told, when he was probably not even conscious of it himself, so completely unpretentious was he, in some way they sensed he was acting as a bishop. Then there were no more than two shadows in the house. They served him self-effacingly, and if to obey meant to disappear, they disappeared. With an admirable delicacy of instinct they realized that some shows of concern may be unwelcome. So even when believing him to be in danger, they understood, I will not say his thinking, but his nature, to the extent that they no longer sought to protect him. They entrusted him to God. Moreover, as we have just read, Baptistin used to say the death of her brother would be the death of her. Madame Magloire did not say so, but she knew it. X. The bishop in the presence of an unknown light. Shortly after the date of the letter cited in the pages above, he did something even more dangerous, as the whole town would have it, than his mountain excursion through bandit territory. In the countryside near Digny lived a man all by himself. This man was let us straightway utter the dread word, a former member of the convention. His name was G. In the little world of Digny, member of the convention G was spoken of with a kind of horror. A member of the convention. Can you imagine? That went back to the days when all forms of respect were abandoned and everyone was addressed as citizen. This man was almost a monster. He did not vote for the king's death, but little short of it. He was all but a regicide. He had done terrible things. How was it that on the return of our lawful rulers the man had not been prosecuted by a criminal court? He need not have had his head cut off, if you like, there must be clemency, agreed, but a good lifelong banishment, as an example, for goodness sake. Etc., etc. Besides, he was an atheist like all the rest of those people. The cackling of geese with regard to the vulture. But was G actually a vulture? Yes, to judge by the unsociable nature of his solitude. Not having voted for the death of the king, he had not been included in the edicts of exile and had been able to remain in France. He dwelt at 3/4 of an hour's distance from the town, far from any hamlet, far from any road, in a remote spot, heaven knows where, in a very wild valley. It was said he had some kind of small holding there, a bolt hole, a retreat. No neighbors, not even passers-by. Since he had been living in this valley, the path that led there had become overgrown. People spoke about that place as if it were the home of an executioner. However, the bishop would reflect and from time to time gaze at the horizon where a clump of trees marked the old member of the convention's valley, and he would say, "There's an isolated soul out there." And deep in his own mind he added, "I owe him a visit." But let us admit, this idea, on the face of it a natural one, after a moment's reflection appeared to him outlandish and impossible, almost repellent. For he basically shared the general impression, and the member of the convention inspired in him, without his being clearly conscious of it, that feeling bordering as it were on hatred and so well expressed by the word aversion. Still, should his sheep's scab cause the shepherd to recoil? No. But what is sheep? The good bishop felt confused. Sometimes he would start off in that direction, then return. Finally there came a day when news spread through town that some sort of young shepherd who made himself useful to the member of the convention and his lair had come to fetch a doctor. The old villain was dying, he had creeping paralysis, and would not survive the night. Thank God, some people added. The bishop took his staff, put on his overcoat because of his rather too threadbare cassock we have already referred to, and also because of the evening breeze that was bound to freshen before long, and set out. The sun was sinking and almost touching the horizon when the bishop arrived in that shunned place. He realized with a certain pounding of his heart that he was close to the den. He strode across a ditch, came through a fence, lifted a barrier, entered an ill-tended vegetable garden, advanced a few steps quite boldly, and all at once on the far side of the neglected plot behind some tall brambles he saw the lair. It was a very low-built hut, stark, small and clean, with a vine attached to the front of it. In front of the door in an old chair on wheels, the peasant's armchair, sat a man with white hair smiling at the sun. By the old man stood a young boy, the shepherd lad. He was offering the old man a bowl of milk. While the bishop watched, the old man spoke aloud. "Thank you," he said, "I don't need anything more." And his smile turned from the son to rest on the child. The bishop moved forward. At the sound of his footsteps the seated old man looked round and his face expressed all the surprise a man is capable of after a long life. "This is the first time since I've been here," he said, "that anyone has come to my house. Who are you, monsieur?" The bishop answered, "My name is Bienvenu Muriel." Bienvenu Muriel? I've heard that name. Are you the man the people call Monseigneur Bienvenu? I am. The old man resumed with a half-smile, "In that case you're my bishop?" Indeed. Come in, monsieur. The member of the convention offered his hand to the bishop, but the bishop did not take it. All he said was, "I'm glad to see I was misinformed. You certainly don't look ill to me." "Monsieur," replied the old man, "I'm going to get better." He paused and said, "I shall be dead in 3 hours' time." Then he went on, "I'm something of a doctor. I know how the end comes. Yesterday only my feet were cold. Today the chill is in my knees. Now I feel it rising to my waist. When it reaches my heart, I shall cease to be. Isn't the sun splendid? I had myself wheeled out here to take a last look at things. You can talk to me, it doesn't tire me. You do well to come and watch a man who's going to die. It's right there should be witnesses to that moment. We all have our own little fancies. I'd like to have lasted till dawn. But I know I have barely 3 hours left. It'll be dark. Anyway, what difference does it make? Dying is a simple matter. There's no need for daylight. Very well then. I shall die by starlight." The old man turned to the shepherd. "You get to bed. You stayed up with me all last night. You're tired." The young lad went inside. The old man's eyes followed him, and as though talking to himself he added, "While he sleeps I shall die." Our two forms of rest can be good company for each other. The bishop was not affected by this as might have been expected. He did not think there was any sense of God in this manner of dying. To tell the whole truth, for the little inconsistencies of the great-hearted need to be signaled like everything else, he who was so quick to laugh at His Highness, when the occasion arose, was rather shocked not to be addressed as Monseigneur and was almost tempted to reply citizen. He had an inclination to be ungraciously familiar, which was common enough in doctors and priests but not typical of him. After all, this man, this member of the convention, this representative of the people, had been one of the mighty of this world. For perhaps the first time in his life the bishop felt in the mood to be stern. Meanwhile, the member of the convention had been looking at him with unassuming friendliness in which might have been discerned the appropriate humility in one so close to his return to dust. Although he generally guarded against curiosity, as he saw it, bordering on sin, the bishop for his part could not help studying the member of the convention with an attentiveness that, seeing it did not spring from sympathy, his conscience would probably have reproached him for had it been directed at any other man. A member of the convention struck him as being something of an outlaw, beyond even the laws of charity. Composed, almost straight-backed, with a ringing voice, G was one of those great octogenarians that leave the physiologist amazed. The revolution produced many of these men suited to the age. You could sense that this old man was a man who had stood the test. So near to his end, he had preserved all the signs of good health. In his clear gaze, his firm voice, the robust movement of his shoulders, there was cause enough to perplex death. Azrael, the Mohammedan angel of the sepulchre, would have turned back and thought he had come to the wrong door. G seemed to be dying because that was what he wanted. There was freedom in his dying. Only his legs were immobile. By them the shades held fast to him. His feet were lifeless and cold, and his head was alive with all the power of life and appeared in full brightness. At this solemn moment G resembled the king in that oriental tale who was made of flesh above and of marble below. There was a rock. The bishop sat on it. He began without preamble. "I congratulate you," he said in a tone of reproof. "At least you didn't vote for the king's death." The member of the convention did not seem to notice the bitter implication underlying the words "at least." He answered. The smile had completely disappeared from his face. "Don't congratulate me unduly, monsieur. I did vote for the end of the tyrant." This was austereness of tone confronting sternness of tone. "What do you mean?" said the bishop. "I mean, man has a tyrant. Ignorance. I voted for the end of that tyrant. That tyrant begot royalty, which is authority falsely understood, while science is authority rightly understood. Man should be governed only by science. And conscience, added the bishop. It's the same thing. Conscience is the quantity of innate science we have within us. Monsignor Bienvenu listened, somewhat surprised, to this language that was very new to him. The member of the convention went on, so far as Louis XVI was concerned, I said no. I didn't think I had the right to kill a man, but I felt it my duty to exterminate evil. I voted for the end of the tyrant. That's to say, the end of prostitution for women, the end of slavery for men, the end of benightedness for children. In voting for the Republic, that's what I voted for. I voted for fraternity, reconciliation, a new dawn. I assisted in the overthrow of prejudice and error. The collapse of prejudice and error creates light. We brought down the old world, and the old world, that vessel of misery, in being overturned on the human race, has become an urn of joy. Not unmixed joy, said the bishop. You could say clouded joy, and now after that disastrous return of the past called 1814, vanished joy. Alas! The work wasn't finished, I admit. We destroyed the old order in its deeds, we were not able entirely to abolish it in its thoughts. To put an end to abuses is not enough, attitudes must change. The mill has gone, the wind is still there. You've brought about destruction. Destruction can be useful, but I distrust destruction compounded with anger. Justice has its anger, Monsieur Elevêque, and the anger of justice is an element of progress. In any case, and whatever anyone may say, the French Revolution is the greatest step forward taken by the human race since the advent of Christ. Unfinished, maybe, but sublime. It has worked out all the unknowns in the social equation. It has tempered minds, calmed, appeased, enlightened. It has sent tides of civilization sweeping across the earth. It has been a good thing. The French Revolution is the consecration of humanity. The bishop could not refrain from murmuring, "Oh yes?" In 1793. The member of the convention straightened up in his chair with almost lugubrious solemnity, and in so far as a dying man is capable of crying out, he cried out, "Ah, there you are. 1793. I was expecting to hear that." A cloud gathered for 1500 years. At the end of 15 centuries it burst. And you put the thunderbolt on trial. Without perhaps admitting it to himself, the bishop felt that something within him was extinguished. Nevertheless, he put on a brave face. He replied, "The judge speaks in the name of justice. The priest speaks in the name of pity, which is nothing but a higher form of justice. A thunderbolt must not be misplaced." And gazing steadily at the member of the convention he added, "Louis XVII?" The convention member reached out his hand and seized the bishop by the arm. "Louis XVII. Come now. Who is it that you mourn? Is it the innocent child? In that case, very well, I mourn with you. Is it the royal child? I need to think about that. For me, Cartouche's brother, an innocent child hanged by the arms until dead and placed to grieve for the sole crime of being the brother of Cartouche, is no less cause for sorrow than Louis XV's grandson, an innocent child martyred in the tower of the Temple prison for the sole crime of being the grandson of Louis XV. "Monsieur," said the bishop, "I don't like this association of these names. Cartouche? Louis XV? Which of them do you speak for?" There was a moment's silence. The bishop almost regretted having come, and yet he felt vaguely and strangely unsettled. The member of the convention went on, "Monsieur le Prêtre, you don't like the plainness of truth. Christ did. He seized a rod and cleared the temple. His scourge replete with flashes of lightning was a rough speaker of truths. When he cried Sinite Parvulos asterisk, he made no distinction between little children. He'd have had no misgiving in seeing a kinship between the heir of Barabbas and the heir of Herod. Innocence, monsieur, is its own crown. Innocence has nothing to do with being royal. It's just as majestic in rags as in the fleur-de-lis. That's true, said the bishop in a quiet voice. I cannot let the matter drop, continued member of the convention G. You mentioned Louis XVII. Let's be clear. Shall we weep for every innocent, every martyr, every child, the lowly as well as the exalted? I'm with you. But then, as I said, we must go back further than 93 and our tears must start before Louis XVII. I'll weep with you over the children of kings as long as you weep with me over the youngsters of the people. I weep for all, said the bishop. Equally, cried G, and if the balance must tip one way or the other, let it be on the side of the people. They've been suffering for longer. There was another silence. It was the member of the convention who broke it. He raised himself on one elbow, pinched his cheek between his thumb and his crooked forefinger, as you unconsciously do when you question and judge, and with his eyes filled with all the energies of a man close to death, he challenged the bishop. It was like an explosion. Yes, monsieur, it's a long time that the people have been suffering. And besides, that's not all. Why do you come here to question me and talk to me about Louis XVII? I don't know you. Ever since I've been in this part of the world I've lived alone in this enclave, never setting foot outside, seeing no one but that child who helps me. It's true, your name has vaguely come to my knowledge, spoken of not too badly, I have to say, but that doesn't mean anything. Clever individuals have so many ways of deceiving the honest man of the people. By the way, I didn't hear the sound of your carriage, you no doubt left it over there, behind the trees where the road divides. I just don't know you. You told me you were the bishop, but that doesn't tell me anything about your moral character. So I repeat my question. Who are you? You're a bishop. That's to say, a prince of the church, one of those gilded, emblazoned men of means who have fat stipends, the bishopric of Digny, 15,000 francs fixed salary, 10,000 in additional income, total, 25,000 francs, who have kitchens, who have liveried servants, who live well, who eat moorhen on Friday, who go parading around in a ceremonial coach with a footman in front, a footman behind, who have palaces, who keep their own carriage in the name of Jesus Christ, who went barefoot. You're a cleric, revenues, palaces, horses, servants, a good table, all the pleasures of life, you have that just like the rest of them. And like the rest of them, you enjoy it, well and good, but that's either saying too much or not enough. It doesn't shed any light for me on the intrinsic and essential worth of someone who comes to me with the probable intention of bringing me wisdom. Who am I speaking to? Who are you? The bishop hung his head and replied, Vermis sum star. An earthworm in a carriage, muttered the member of the convention. It was the turn of the member of the convention to be human and of the bishop to be humble. The bishop replied quietly, maybe so. But explain to me how my carriage, standing nearby behind those trees, my good table and the moorhens I eat on Fridays, my 25,000 francs income, my palace and my footmen prove that we are not bound to be merciful and that 93 was not pitiless. The member of the convention wiped his hand across his brow as though to brush away a cloud. Before answering, he said, I beg your pardon. I behaved badly just now. You're in my home, you're my guest. I owe it to you to be courteous. You're debating my ideas and I should confine myself to attacking your arguments. Your wealth and your pleasures are advantages I hold against you in the debate, but it's good manners not to exploit them. I promise not to resort to doing so again. Thank you, said the bishop. G continued, let's return to that explanation you were asking for. Where were we? What were you saying? That 93 was pitiless? Pitiless, yes, said the bishop. What do you think of Marat clapping his hands at the guillotine? What do you think of Bossuet singing the Te Deum to celebrate the Dragonades? The retort was a harsh one, but it found its mark with the sureness of a steel-tipped blade. The bishop winced. He had no answer, but he was offended by this reference to Bossuet. The best of minds have their idols and sometimes feel vaguely hurt by logic's want of respect. The member of the convention began to pant. The asthma that affects the man close to death, mingling with his last gasps, broke his voice. Yet there was still a perfect lucidity of spirit in his eyes. He went on, let's say a few more words about this and that, by all means. Leaving aside the revolution, which taken as a whole is a tremendous assertion of humanity, 93 is, alas, a response. You consider it pitiless, but what of the entire monarchy, monsieur? Carrier is a villain, but what do you call Montrevel? Fouquier Tinville is a scoundrel, but what's your opinion of Lamoignon-Beville? Maillard is dreadful, but Saulx-Tavannes, if you please? Père Duchesne is vicious, but how would you describe Père Letellier? Jordan Coupetet is a monster, but a lesser one than the Marquis de Louvois. Monsieur, I feel sorry for Archduchess and Queen Marie Antoinette, but I also feel sorry for that poor Huguenot woman who, in 1685, under Louis the Great, monsieur, while nursing her child was tied to a stake, naked to the waist, and the child taken from her. Her breast was swollen with milk and her heart with anguish. Pale and famished, the child close to dying saw that breast and cried. And giving the woman the choice between the death of her child and the death of her conscience, the executioner said to that nursing mother, recant. What do you say to that Tantalus torture being applied to a mother? Just remember this, monsieur, the French Revolution had its reasons. Its anger will be forgiven by the future. It has resulted in a better world. Out of its most terrible deeds comes a cherishing of humankind. I won't go on. I'll stop there, I have the winning hand. Besides, I'm dying. And ceasing to gaze at the bishop, the member of the convention concluded his argument with these few calm words, yes, the brutalities of progress are called revolutions. When they are over, what we recognize is this, the human race has had a rough time, but it has advanced. The member of the convention did not suspect that he had taken by storm the bishop's every successive inner retrenchment, one after the other. However, there remained yet one more, and from this retrenchment, the last redoubt of Monseigneur Bienvenu's resistance, came this reply in which nearly all his original asperity returned. Progress must believe in God. Good cannot be served by the ungodly. The atheist is a bad guide for the human race. The old representative of the people did not reply. A tremor went through him. He looked up at the sky and a tear slowly gathered in that upturned gaze. The tear, filling his eye, trickled down his pallid cheek, and talking to himself in an undertone, his gaze lost in the remote depths, he said almost stammering, "Oh, you the ideal. You alone exist." The bishop experienced a sort of inexpressible turmoil. After a pause the old man raised a finger skywards and said, "The infinite exists. It is there. If the infinite had no selfhood, selfhood would set a limit upon it, it would not be infinite. In other words, there would be no such thing. Yet exist it does. So it has a self. That selfhood of the infinite is God." The dying man delivered these last words in a loud voice and with a shiver of ecstasy, as if he could see someone. After he had spoken, his eyes closed. The effort had exhausted him. It was obvious he had just lived the few hours of life left to him within the space of a minute. What he had just said had brought him closer to the presence of death. His end was near. The bishop realized this, time was running out. It was as a priest that he had come. From extreme coldness he had passed by degrees to extreme emotion. He looked at those closed eyes, he took that icy wrinkled old hand in his and bent over the dying man. This moment belongs to God. Do you not think it would be a pity if we were to have met in vain? The member of the convention opened his eyes again. A gravity in which there was sorrow was imprinted on his countenance. Monsieur l'Évêque, said he with a slowness that perhaps owed more to his dignity of soul than his failing strength, I've spent my life in meditation, study and contemplation. I was 60 years of age when my country called me and bid me become involved in its affairs. I obeyed. There were abuses, I fought against them. There were tyrannies, I destroyed them. There were rights and principles, I proclaimed and upheld them. The territory was invaded, I defended it. France was threatened, I was prepared to die for her. I was not rich. I am poor. I was one of the rulers of the state. The vaults of the treasury were so full of coin, its walls, about to burst with the pressure of gold and silver, had to be reinforced. I used to dine in Rue de l'Arbre for 22 sous. I've helped the oppressed, I've comforted those who were suffering. I've torn the cloth from the altar, it's true, but I did so to bind the wounds of my country. I've always supported the onward march of the human race towards the light, and I've sometimes resisted ruthless progress. I have on occasion protected my own adversaries, your people. And there is at Peteghem, in Flanders, at the very spot where the Merovingian kings had their summer palace, an urbanist convent, the Abbey of Saint-Clair de Beaulieu, which I saved in 1793. I've done my duty to the best of my ability and whatever good I was able to do. After which I was pursued, hounded, persecuted, vilified, mocked, decried, cursed, ostracized. For quite some years now, white-haired as I am, I've been conscious that a great many people think they have the right to despise me. The poor ignorant mob sees me as damned. And I accept without hating anyone this isolation of hatred. I'm now 86 years old. I'm about to die. What is it you want of me? Your blessing, said the bishop. And he knelt down. When the bishop looked up again, the member of the convention's expression had become majestic. He had just breathed his last. The bishop returned home, deeply absorbed in who knows what thoughts. He spent the whole night in prayer. The next day a few good people of an inquisitive nature attempted to speak to him about member of the convention. He simply pointed heavenward. From then on, his kindness towards the humble and the unfortunate and his fellow feeling for them increased. Any reference to that old villain G caused him to fall into a peculiar abstraction. No one could say that the passing of that soul before his own, and the reflection of that great conscience on his own, did not somehow contribute to his approach to perfection. That pastoral visit naturally gave rise to a good deal of murmuring among all the little local cliques. Was that the proper place for a bishop, at the bedside of a dying man such as he? There was obviously no prospect of any conversion. All those revolutionaries are relapsed heretics. So why go there? What did he go to see? He must have been very curious to witness a soul carried off by the devil. One day a dowager of that impertinent breed that considers itself witty came out with this sarcastic remark, Monseigneur, people are wondering when your grace will be wearing the red cap. Oh! Now there's a color that covers a multitude of sins, replied the bishop. Fortunately those who despise it in a cap respect it in a hat. 11. One reservation. We would be in great danger of deceiving ourselves if we were to conclude from this that Monseigneur Bienvenu was a philosopher bishop or a patriot parish priest. His encounter, we might almost call it a convergence, with member of the convention G left him with a sort of wonder that made him yet more kindly. That is all. Although Monsignor Bienvenu could not have been less of a politician, this is perhaps the place to outline very briefly what his position was with regard to the events of that time, assuming that Monsignor Bienvenu ever thought of having a position. So let us go back a few years. Some time after Monsieur Myriel was raised to the episcopacy, the emperor had made him a baron of the empire, at the same time as several other bishops. The arrest of the Pope took place, as we all know, on the night of the 5th to the 6th of July 1809. Monsieur Myriel was summoned by Napoleon to the Synod of Bishops of France and Italy, convened in Paris thereafter. This synod was held at Notre Dame and met for the first time on the 15th of June 1811, under the presidency of Cardinal Fesch. Monsieur Myriel was one of the 95 bishops who attended it. But he was present only at one sitting and at 3 or 4 private discussions. Bishop of a mountain diocese, living in rural simplicity so close to nature, he apparently introduced among these eminent men ideas that altered the temperature of the assembly. He very soon came back to Digny. He was asked about his speedy return and he replied, "I disturbed them. The air from outside reached them through me. I had the effect of an open door on them." On another occasion he said, "What can you expect? Those gentlemen are princes. I'm just a poor country bishop." The fact is that he caused offense. Among other strange things, one evening when he was at the house of one of his most distinguished colleagues, he is supposed to have let slip the remark, "Such beautiful clocks. Such beautiful carpets. Such beautiful liveries. They must be very disturbing. Oh, I wouldn't want to have all these luxuries crying constantly in my ears. There are people who are hungry. There are people who are cold. There are poor people. There are poor people." Let us say, by the way, that hatred of luxury would not be an intelligent hatred. It is a hatred that would imply hatred of the arts. Nevertheless, other than for official and ceremonial purposes, luxury among churchmen is a transgression. It would seem to reveal habits of little true charitableness. A wealthy priest is a contradiction in terms. The priest ought to remain close to the poor. Now, is it possible to be constantly in contact, night and day, with every hardship, every adversity, every want, without getting a little of that saintly poverty on oneself, like the dust of honest toil? Is it imaginable for a man to be near a brazier and not be warm? Is it imaginable for a workman to be laboring constantly at a furnace and to have neither a singed hair, nor a blackened nail, nor a drop of sweat, nor a speck of ash on his face? The first proof of charity in a priest, in a bishop especially, is poverty. This is no doubt what the Bishop of Digny thought. It would be mistaken to think, however, that on certain delicate issues he shared what we shall call the ideas of the century. He was little involved in the theological quarrels of the day and remained silent on matters regarding the church and the state. But had he been strongly pressed, we probably would have found he was rather more ultramontane than Gallican. Since we are presenting a portrait and do not wish to conceal anything, we are compelled to add that he had no sympathy for Napoleon in his decline. From 1813 he supported or applauded every demonstration of opposition. The bishop refused to see him on his way through France after his return from the island of Elba, and declined to ordain that public prayers be said for the emperor in his diocese during the 100 days. Apart from his sister, Mademoiselle Baptistin, the bishop had 2 brothers, one a general, the other a prefect. He wrote quite frequently to both of them. He was for a while censorious towards the former, because while holding a command in Provence at the time of the landing at Caen, the general had led 1,200 men in pursuit of the emperor like someone who wanted to let him escape. His correspondence remained more affectionate with the other brother, the former prefect, an honest and decent man who lived in retirement in Paris, on Rue Cassette. So Monseigneur Bienvenu too had his hour of partisan feeling, his hour of bitterness, his dark cloud. The passions of the day created a passing shadow in this noble and gentle spirit devoted to things eternal. Certainly, such a man would have done well not to have any political opinions. Let there be no misunderstanding of what we think. We do not confuse what are called political opinions with the grand aspiration for progress, with the sublime, patriotic, democratic, humane faith, which today ought to be the very foundation of all generous understanding. Without delving into questions only indirectly connected with the subject of this book, we simply say this: it would have been a fine thing if Monseigneur Bienvenu had not been a royalist, and if his gaze had never for one moment been directed away from that serene contemplation of those three pure lights, truth, justice, and charity, that are distinctly visible shining above the stormy comings and goings of human affairs. While granting it was not for political office that God created Monseigneur Bienvenu, we might have understood and admired in him protest in the name of legality and liberty, proud opposition, legitimate but perilous resistance to the all-powerful Napoleon. But what pleases us in the treatment of those on their way up is less pleasing in the treatment of those on their way down. We approve of fighting only so long as there is danger, and in any case only those who fought in the first instance have the right to be exterminators at the last. He who has not been a persistent opponent in times of prosperity should remain silent when the downfall comes. Challenging success gives the only legitimacy to prosecuting failure. For our own part, when Providence intervenes, let it strike where it will. The year 1812 starts to disarm us. In 1813, the cowardly breach of silence on the part of a reticent legislative body emboldened by catastrophe was worthy of nothing but indignation, and it was wrong to applaud it. In 1814, confronted with those treacherous marshals, with that Senate going from one baseness to the next, disparaging the once deified, with that idolatry and retreat spitting on its idol, it was a moral obligation to avert one's gaze. In 1815, when ultimate disaster was in the air, when France shuddered at its sinister approach, when Waterloo could be dimly discerned lying in wait for Napoleon, there was nothing derisory about the mournful cheers from the army and from the people for the man destined to fall. And with all due reservation with regard to the despot, a man of such sensibility as the Bishop of Digny should not perhaps have failed to recognize what was noble and affecting in the close embrace of a great nation and a great man on the brink of ruin. With this one shortcoming, he was in all things just, sincere, fair, intelligent, humble and worthy, doing good and being kind, which is another way of doing good. He was a priest, a man of wisdom and humanity. It must be said that even in that political opinion for which we have just criticized him, and which we are inclined to judge almost severely, he was tolerant and easy-going, more so perhaps than the person who writes these words. The doorkeeper at the town hall had been given this position by the emperor. He was an elderly non-commissioned officer of the Old Guard, awarded the Legion of Honor at Austerlitz, as Bonapartist as the eagle. This poor fellow occasionally came out with some ill-considered remarks that the law of the day deemed seditious talk. After the imperial profile disappeared from the Legion of Honor, he never wore his regimentals, as he used to say, so that he would not have to wear his cross. He had himself solemnly removed the imperial effigy from the cross Napoleon had given him, which left a hole, and he would not put anything in its place. "I'd sooner die," he said, "than wear the three toads over my heart." He had a readiness to mock. Louis XVIII aloud. Gouty old man in his English gaiters. Let him go to Prussia in his pigtailed wig, he would say, delighted to unite in the same denunciation the two things he most detested, Prussia and England. As a result, he ended up losing his position. There he was, with no livelihood, out on the street with his wife and children. The bishop sent for him, mildly scolded him and made him verger of the cathedral. Monsieur Myriel was a true pastor, a friend to everyone in the diocese. Over the course of 9 years Monseigneur Bienvenu had by his saintly deeds and kindly ways filled the town of Digny with a sort of affectionate and filial veneration. Even his attitude towards Napoleon had been accepted and tacitly pardoned, so to speak, by the people, his flock of frail good-hearted souls who adored their emperor but loved their bishop. 12. Monseigneur Bienvenu's isolation. A bishop is nearly always surrounded by a troop of minor clerics, like a bunch of young officers around a general. They are what the delightful St. Francis of Sales calls somewhere beardless boy priests. Every profession has its aspiring apprentices who form the retinue of those who have already risen. No power is without its entourage, no fortune without its courtiers. Those seeking a future flurry around present splendor. Every archbishop has his general staff. Every bishop of the slightest influence has about him his patrol squad of cherubim seminarists that do their rounds of the episcopal palace, maintaining order, and mount guard around Monseigneur's smile. To please a bishop is to get your foot on the ladder for a subdeaconry. A man must make his way. An apostle is not above a sinecure. Just as elsewhere there are bigwigs, in the church there are big mitres. These are the bishops who enjoy royal favor, who are astute, wealthy, with a good income and a place in society, who doubtless know how to pray but also how to crave favors. None too scrupulous about turning the whole diocese, represented in their person, into a hanger-on, point of contact between the sacristy and the church's higher echelons. They are more holders of church livings than priests, more ecclesiastical dignitaries than bishops. Happy those who come within their orbit. Being persons of influence, they shower on those around them, on the zealous and the favored, and on all that youthful willingness to please, rich parishes, prebends, archdeaconries, chaplaincies and cathedral appointments and the expectation of episcopal honors. As they advance themselves, they cause their satellites to progress also. It is an entire solar system on the move. Their radiance spreads its purple glow over their suite. Their prosperity is dispersed in nice little preferments to those in its orbit. The larger the patron's diocese, the richer his favorites living. And then, there is Rome. A bishop who manages to become an archbishop who manages to become a cardinal, takes you along with him as a conclavist. You are admitted to the rota, you receive the pallium, and then you are an auditor, then a chamberlain, then a monsignor, and from your grace to your eminence is only one step, and between your eminence and your holiness there is but the smoke of a ballot. Every skullcap may dream of the papal crown. Nowadays the priest is the only man who may properly become king. And what a king! The supreme king. So what a hotbed of aspirations is a seminary! How many blushing choristers, how many young priests, like Parrot with her pot of milk, build castles in the air? How quick ambition is to call itself vocation, in good faith perhaps, deceiving itself in its sanctimonious complacency, who can tell? Humble, poor, untypical, Monseigneur Bienvenu was not one of the big mitres. This was obvious from the complete absence of young priests about him. We have seen that he did not get on in Paris. Not one clerical future dreamed of grafting itself onto this solitary old man. Not a single sprouting ambition was so foolish as to grow in his shade. His canons and vicars general were good-hearted old men, of rather humble origin like him cut off in this diocese that led to no cardinalship, with this difference in their resemblance to their bishop: they were finished, he was fulfilled. So well did they sense the impossibility of prospering with Monseigneur Bienvenu that no sooner had the young men ordained by him left the seminary than they would obtain a recommendation to the Archbishop of Aix or of Auch and be off very quickly. For after all, we say it again, a man wants to be brought on. A saint who lives an excessively self-denying life makes a dangerous neighbor. He might pass on to you through infectiousness and incurable poverty, a stiffening of those joints useful for self-advancement, and in short more self-denial than you want. And people flee this contagious virtue. Hence the isolation of Monseigneur Bienvenu. We live in a dismal society. Succeed, that is the lesson dripping down from the corruption at the top. Let it be said in passing, success is a fairly hideous thing. Its false resemblance to merit deceives men. For the masses, success has almost the same profile as supremacy. Success, talent seeming double, has a dupe, history. Juvenal and Tacitus alone decry it. In our day, a more or less official philosophy has joined its household staff, wears the livery of success, and runs its antechamber. Principle of success: prosperity implies capability. Win the lottery and you are a clever man. Whoever wins is respected. Be born lucky, that is all. If luck is yours, the rest will follow. Be fortunate and you will be thought great. Leaving aside 5 or 6 outstanding exceptions who are the glory of their age, contemporary admiration is mere short-sightedness. Gilding is gold. Being a nonentity is no obstacle, as long as you make a name for yourself. The undistinguished is an old Narcissus who adores himself and celebrates the undistinguished. The great genius that makes a man a Moses, an Aeschylus, a Dante, a Michelangelo, or a Napoleon, the multitude is quick to recognize by acclamation in any Tom, Dick, or Harry who achieves whatever his goal might be. Let a notary transform himself into a deputy, let a spurious cornet write tiridate, let a eunuch manage to acquire a harem, let a military prud'homme accidentally win the decisive battle of an era, let an apothecary invent cardboard salves for the Sambre-et-Timia's army and out of this cardboard sold as leather build up for himself an income of 400,000 francs, let a peddler espouse usury and beget 7 or 8 millions, of which he is the father and usury the mother, let a preacher become bishop by virtue of droning on, let the steward of a good family be so rich on retiring from service that he is made minister of finance. Men call this genius, just as they call Muscaton's face beauty and Claudius' bull-neck majesty. They mistake for the constellations in the infinity of space the star-shaped footprints left by ducks in the soft wetland mud. 13. What he believed. We need not go into the Bishop of Digny's orthodoxy in terms of church doctrine. In the presence of such a soul, we are inclined to feel nothing but respect. The good man's conscience must be taken at his word. In any case we recognize that, given a certain disposition, all the glories of human virtue may develop in a person with beliefs different from our own. What did he think of this dogma, or that mystery? These secrets of the inner self are known only to the grave, where souls go bared. What we are sure of is that for him the difficulties of faith were never resolved by hypocrisy. There is no possibility of corruption in a diamond. He believed as much as he could. Credo in patrem asterisk. He often exclaimed. And he drew from good works all the satisfaction that conscience needs, a satisfaction that whispers to you, you're with God. What we do feel bound to point out is that outside, as it were, and beyond his faith the bishop possessed a surfeit of love. It was because of this, quia multum amavit, that he was criticized by serious-minded men, responsible individuals and reasonable people, favorite expressions in our sad world where egotism takes its cue from pedantry. What was this surfeit of love? It was a serene benevolence, flowing over mankind as we have already mentioned, and on occasion extending even to things. He lived without scorn. He was kind to God's creation. Every man, even the best of men, has within him a thoughtless callousness reserved for animals. The Bishop of Digny did not have this callousness, typical in fact of many priests. He did not go as far as the Brahmin, but he seemed to have meditated on this text from Ecclesiastes, who knows where the spirit of the beast goes? Physical unsightlinesses, aberrations of instinct, did not disturb him and did not offend him. He was moved almost to pity by them. He seemed thoughtfully to seek the cause, explanation, or excuse for them beyond the visible world. At times it seemed as if he were asking God to go easier on them. He examined without anger, and with the eye of a linguist deciphering a palimpsest, the great chaos that still exists in nature. This study sometimes elicited strange words from him. He was in his garden one morning. He thought he was alone, but his sister was walking behind him and he did not see her. All of a sudden he paused and gazed at something on the ground. It was a horrible large, black, hairy spider. His sister heard him say, "Poor creature. It's not to blame." why not relate these childish expressions of almost divine goodness? Infantile if you will, but these sublime infantilisms were those of Saint Francis of Assisi and Marcus Aurelius. One day he sprained his ankle trying not to step on an ant. Such was the life of this good man. Sometimes he fell asleep in his garden and then he was as venerable as could be. If the stories told about him in his youth and even in his maturity were to be believed, Monseigneur Bienvenu had in the past been a passionate, perhaps violent man. His universal kindness was not so much a natural instinct as the result of a strong conviction that had penetrated his heart through the filter of life, a conviction slowly instilled in him, thought by thought. For as drops of water may wear holes in a rock, so it is with character. These grooves are indelible. These formations are indestructible. In 1815, as we have already said, he was close on 75 but looked no more than 60. He was not tall. He was a little overweight, and to combat this he gladly went on long walks. He was sure-footed and only very slightly stooped, not that we presume to draw any conclusion from this detail. Gregory XVI at the age of 80 was upright and smiling, which did not prevent him from being a bad bishop. Monseigneur Bienvenu was what in common parlance is called a good-looking man, but his face was so kindly people forgot about his good looks. When he chatted with that childish gaiety that was one of his charms and of which we have already spoken, people felt at ease in his company. His entire being seemed to exude joy. His fresh, ruddy complexion, the full set of fine white teeth he still had, which showed when he smiled, gave him that open and easygoing manner which, in a grown man, prompts the remark, "He's a good lad," and in an old man, "He's a good fellow." This, it will be recalled, was the effect he produced on Napoleon. To begin with, and to anyone seeing him for the first time, he was not much more than that, a good fellow. But if you were to remain for a few hours in his company, and ever saw him pensive, the good fellow was gradually transfigured, becoming somehow imposing. His broad, earnest forehead to which his white hair lent nobility was ennobled also by reflection. Majesty emanated from this goodness, while the goodness radiated without ceasing. You experienced something of the emotion you might feel if you saw a smiling angel slowly unfold its wings without ceasing to smile. Respect, an ineffable respect, gradually overcame you and made your heart swell, and you felt that you had before you one of those strong, proven, forgiving souls whose magnanimity is so great it cannot be other than gentle. As we have seen, every day of his life was filled with prayer, celebrating religious rites, almsgiving, consoling the afflicted, cultivating a patch of land, fraternity, frugality, hospitality, self-denial, trust, study, work. And filled is the appropriate word. The bishop's day was indeed quite full to the brim, of good thoughts, good words and good deeds. Nevertheless, it was not complete if cold or rainy weather prevented him from spending an hour or two in his garden before going to bed at night, after the two women had retired. It seemed to be a kind of ritual for him to prepare for sleep with some contemplative thought in the presence of the spectacular wonders of the nocturnal sky. Sometimes, even quite late at night, if the two elderly women were not asleep, they would hear him strolling along the garden paths. There he was, by himself, meditative, peaceful, worshipful, comparing the serenity of his heart with the serenity of the heavens, stirred in the darkness by the visible splendor of the constellations and the invisible splendor of God, opening his soul to thoughts descending from the unknown. At such moments, offering up his heart when nocturnal flowers offer up their perfume, like a lighted lamp in the middle of the starry night, shining in ecstasy amid the universal radiance of creation, he himself probably could not have said what was happening in his spirit. He felt something soar out of him and something descend upon him. Mysterious exchanges between the chasms of the soul and the chasms of the universe. He thought of the greatness and presence of God, of the strange mystery of eternity to come and, stranger still, the mystery of past eternity, of all the infinities reaching out before his eyes in every direction. And without seeking to comprehend the incomprehensible, he gazed on it. He did not study God, he yielded to the radiance of God. He considered these magnificent conjunctions of atoms that lend appearances to matter, reveal forces by putting them into effect, create individuality within unity, proportion within the continuum of space, the numberless within the infinite, and produce beauty through light. There is a continuous binding and loosening of these conjunctions. Hence, life and death. He would sit on a wooden bench with his back against a ramshackle trellis and gaze at the stars through the silhouetted shapes of his puny and stunted fruit trees. He cherished this quarter of an acre, so poorly planted, so cluttered with sheds and tumble-down outhouses, and was content with it. What further need had this old man who divided the little free time there was in his life between gardening during the day and contemplation at night? Was not this small enclosure, with the heavens for a ceiling, enough for him to be able to worship God in his most delightful works and his most sublime works, each in turn? Was not all here, in fact, what more could anyone wish for? A little garden in which to stroll and boundless space for dreaming. At his feet, what a man may grow and pick, and above his head, what he may study and meditate on, a few flowers in the ground and all the stars in the firmament. One last word. 14. What he thought. Since details of this kind might give the Bishop of Digny, particularly at the present time, a somewhat pantheistic cast, to use a currently fashionable term, and lead to the belief, whether to his credit or discredit, that he entertained one of those personal philosophies peculiar to our century that sometimes germinate in solitary spirits, developing and growing until they replace religion, this we insist on, not one of those who knew Monseigneur Bienvenu would have considered themselves entitled to think anything of the sort. What illuminated this man was the heart. His wisdom was constituted of the light that comes from there. No abstract theories, many practical deeds. Abstruse speculations have something dizzying about them. Nothing suggests that he ventured into apocalyptic speculations. The apostle may be bold, but the bishop must be timid. He would probably have had qualms about exploring too deeply certain problems reserved, as it were, for great revolutionary minds. There is an inviolable horror at the portals of the enigma. Those dark openings stand there gaping, but something tells you, one of life's passers-by, not to enter. Woe to whoever goes in there. Geniuses, in the uncharted depths of abstraction and pure speculation, placed so to speak above all doctrines, propose their ideas to God. Their prayer daringly invites discussion. Their adoration is questioning. This is direct religion, full of anxiety and responsibility for whoever attempts its challenges. Human thought knows no boundary. At its peril it analyses and explores its own bedazzlement. One might almost say that in a splendid reaction, of sorts, it thereby dazzles nature. The mysterious world that surrounds us returns what it receives. The contemplators are probably contemplated. However that may be, there are on earth men, are they men? Who perceive distinctly, on dreaming's far horizons, the heights of the absolute and behold the awesome sight of the infinite mountain. Monseigneur Bienvenu was not one of these men. Monseigneur Bienvenu was no genius. He would have feared those sublime peaks from which some, even the very great among them such as Swedenborg and Pascal, have slipped into insanity. Certainly, these powerful conceits have their moral usefulness, and by these arduous paths one may approach ideal perfection. But he took the shorter path, the gospel. He did not attempt to impart to his chasuble the folds of Elijah's mantle. He cast no future light on the mysterious uncertainty of events. He did not seek to condense the luster of things into a burning flame. There was nothing of the prophet and nothing of the mage about him. This humble soul loved, that's all. It is probable he invested in prayer a superhuman level of aspiration, but it is no more possible to pray too much than it is to love too much, and if it were a heresy to pray beyond the texts, Saint Teresa and Saint Jerome would be heretics. He felt for whatever suffers and expiates. The universe seemed to him an immense sickness. He was aware of fever everywhere, everywhere he heard the sound of suffering, and without seeking to understand the mystery he strove to dress the wound. The fearful spectacle of created things fostered compassion in him. His sole concern was to find for himself and to inspire in others the best way to pity and comfort. What exists was for this good and exceptional priest a permanent cause of a sorrow seeking to console. There are men who toil to extract gold. He toiled to extract pity. Universal wretchedness was his mine. Suffering everywhere was but an opportunity for kindness always. Love one another, he declared this to be wholly sufficient, wished for nothing more, and herein lay his entire doctrine. One day the man who considered himself a philosopher, that senator mentioned above, said to the bishop, "Just look at the spectacle the world presents, everyone at war with everyone else, the mightiest is the most canny. Your love one another is an absurdity." "Well," replied Monseigneur Bienvenu without arguing, "if it is an absurdity, the soul ought to wrap itself up inside it like the pearl in the oyster." So did he wrap himself up in it, and lived his life there, absolutely content to do so, leaving aside the stupendous questions that lure and appall, the limitless perspectives of abstraction, the precipices of metaphysics, all those profundities converging, for the apostle, in God, for the atheist, in nothingness, destiny, good and evil, the warring of human beings against each other, man's consciousness, the pensive somnambulism of animals, transformation by death, the compendium of existences. Contained in the tomb, the incomprehensible grafting of successive loves on the enduring self, essence, substance, being and non-being, the soul, nature, freedom, necessity. Unscalable problems, dangerous obscurities on which the gigantic archangels of the human mind turned their attention. Dreadful abysses that Lucretius, Manu, St. Paul and Dante contemplate with that blazing eye, gazing intently on the infinite, and their seeming to bring stars into being. Monseigneur Bienvenu was simply a man who noted the mysterious questions from the outside, but without studying them, without debating them and without troubling his own mind over them, and who had in his soul a serious respect for the unknown. Book 2 The Fall. The evening after a day's walking. Early in the month of October 1815, about an hour before sunset, a man traveling on foot entered the little town of Digny. The few inhabitants who were at their windows or at the doors of their houses at the time viewed this wayfarer with a kind of unease. It would be hard to come across a more wretched-looking passer-by. He was a man of average height, stocky and robust, in the prime of life. He might have been 46 or 48 years old. A cap with its leather peak pulled down partly concealed his weather-beaten face streaming with sweat. His shirt of coarse yellow cloth, fastened at the neck with a small silver anchor, revealed a glimpse of his hairy chest. He wore a rolled-up neckerchief, threadbare blue drill trousers with one knee faded to white and a hole in the other, a ragged old gray overall patched on one elbow with a bit of green cloth sewn on with twine, a soldier's knapsack on his back that was stuffed full, firmly buckled and brand new, a huge knotted stick in his hand, hobnailed shoes on his stockingless feet, a shaven head and a long beard. The sweat, the heat, the journey on foot, the dust, added an indefinable disreputability to this shabby outfit. His head was shaven yet bristling, for his hair had begun to grow a little and looked as if it had not been cut for some time. No one knew him. He was obviously just someone passing through. Where did he come from? The south. The coast, perhaps. For he came into Digny by the same route that 7 months earlier had witnessed the passage of the Emperor Napoleon on his way from Caen to Paris. This man must have been walking all day. He looked very tired. Some women down in the old part of town had seen him stop under the trees on Boulevard Gassendi and drink at the fountain that stands at the end of the parade. He must have been very thirsty, for the children who followed him saw him stop again 200 paces further on to drink at the fountain in the marketplace. When he came to the corner of Rue Poitevert he turned left and made for the town hall. He went inside, then emerged a quarter of an hour later. A gendarme was seated near the doorway on the stone bench that General Drouot had climbed onto, on the 4th of March, to read out to the dismayed crowd of Digny's inhabitants the Gulf of Juan proclamation. The man pulled off his cap and bowed humbly to the gendarme. Without responding to his bow, the gendarme watched him closely, following him with his gaze for a while, then entered the town hall. In those days there was at Digny a fine inn called the Croix de Calbas. The landlord of this inn was a certain Jacquin Labarre, a man respected in the town for being related to another Labarre who was innkeeper of the Trois Dauphins at Grenoble and had served in the Guides Corps. At the time of the Emperor's landing there were many rumors circulating locally about this Trois Dauphins inn. The story was that General Bertrand, disguised as a carter, had made frequent trips there during the month of January, distributing Legion of Honor crosses to soldiers and fistfuls of gold Napoleons to respectable citizens. The fact is that when the Emperor entered Grenoble he refused to be put up in the prefectural residence. He thanked the mayor, saying, "I'm going to stay with a good man I know." And he had gone to the Trois Dauphins. The glory of this Labarre of the Trois Dauphins was reflected onto the Labarre of the Croix de Calbas 100 miles away. People in the town said of him, "He's the cousin of the one at Grenoble." The man made his way towards this inn, which was the best there was in that part of the world. He entered the kitchen, which gave directly onto the street. All the ovens were lit. A huge fire blazed cheerfully in the fireplace. The host, who was also the cook, was very busy, to ing and fro ing between the hearth and his saucepans, overseeing an excellent dinner intended for some carters who could be heard laughing and talking loudly in an adjoining room. Anyone who has ever traveled knows that none enjoy better fare than carters. A fat marmot, flanked by white partridges and black grouse, was turning on a long spit in front of the fire. Cooking on the range were 2 large carp from Lake Lauzet and a trout from Lake Alaz. Hearing the door open and a newcomer enter, the host said without looking up from his cooking range, "What would monsieur be wanting?" "Food and lodging," said the man. "Nothing easier," replied the host. At that moment he looked round, took in the traveler's appearance with a single glance and added, "If it's paid for." The man drew a large leather purse from the pocket of his overall and replied, "I have money." "In that case we're at your service," said the host. The man put his purse back in his pocket, removed his knapsack, put it on the ground by the door, kept his stick in his hand, and went and sat on a low stool close to the fire. Digny is in the mountains. October evenings are cold there. Meanwhile, the host went back and forth, observing the traveler. "Will dinner be ready soon?" said the man. "Shortly," replied the landlord. While the newcomer was warming himself with his back turned, the worthy host Jacquin Labarre drew a pencil from his pocket, then tore off the corner of an old newspaper left lying on a small table by the window. In the blank margin he wrote a line or two, folded it without sealing it and handed this scrap of paper to a youngster who apparently served him as both kitchen help and errand boy. The landlord whispered a word in the kitchen lad's ear and the youngster went running off in the direction of the town hall. The traveler had seen nothing of all this. Once again he inquired, "Will dinner be ready soon?" "Shortly," said the host. The child returned. He brought back the piece of paper. The host unfolded it eagerly, like someone expecting a reply. He appeared to read with close attention, then nodded, and remained thoughtful for a moment. Eventually he took a step towards the traveler, who looked deep in somewhat troubled thought. "Monsieur," he said, "I can't give you a room." The man half rose from his seat. "What? Are you afraid I won't pay? Do you want me to pay in advance? I have money, I tell you." "It's not that." "What then?" "You have money, yes," said the man. "But I," said the host, "have no room." The man answered calmly, "Put me in the stable." "I can't." "Why not?" "The horses take up all the space." "Very well," replied the man, a corner in the loft then. A bale of hay. We'll see about it after dinner. I can't serve you dinner. This declaration, made in a measured but firm tone, sounded serious to the stranger. He stood up. But I'm starving. I've been on the road since sunrise. I've walked 30 miles. I can pay. I want to eat. I have nothing, said the landlord. The man burst out laughing and turned towards the fireplace and the cooking range. Nothing. And what's all that? I've already taken orders for all that. From whom? The carters. How many are they? 12. There's enough food there for 20. They've ordered the whole lot and paid for it in advance. The man sat down again and said without raising his voice, I'm here at the inn, I'm hungry, and I'm staying. Then the host bent down to his ear and said in a tone that made him start, Be on your way. The traveler was leaning forward at that moment and poking some brands in the fire with the iron tip of his staff. He whipped round and as he opened his mouth to reply the host gazed steadily at him and added, still in a low voice, Look, enough of this talk. Do you want me to tell you what your name is? Your name's Jean Valjean. Now do you want me to tell you who you are? When I saw you coming I suspected something. I sent a message to the town hall and this was the reply I received. Can you read? So saying, he held out to the stranger the piece of paper, now unfolded, that had just made the journey from the inn to the town hall, and from the town hall back to the inn. The man glanced at it. After a pause the landlord went on, I make a habit of being polite to everyone. Be on your way. Asterisk. The man bowed his head, picked up the knapsack he had set on the ground and went away. He followed the main street. He walked on aimlessly, keeping close to the houses, like a man humiliated and dejected. Not once did he turn round. Had he done so he would have seen the innkeeper of the Croix de Colbas standing on his threshold, surrounded by all the travelers at his inn and all the passers-by in the street, talking animatedly and pointing at him, and he could have told from the group's expressions of suspicion and fear that before long his arrival would be the talk of the whole town. He saw nothing of all this. The oppressed do not look behind them. They know only too well the ill fate that dogs them. He kept walking like this for some time, on, following at random streets unknown to him, forgetting his weariness, as is the way with those who are despondent. Suddenly he felt extremely hungry. Darkness was falling. He looked about him to see if he could not find some shelter. The Grand Hotel had closed its doors to him. He sought some very humble tavern, some very lowly dosshouse. As it happened there was a light shining at the end of the street. A pine branch hanging from an iron bracket was outlined against the pale twilight sky. He made his way there. It was indeed a tavern. The tavern in Rue des Chaffautes. The traveler paused for a moment and looked through the window into the tavern's low-ceilinged room, lit by a small lamp on a table and by a big fire in the hearth. A few men were drinking around it. The landlord was warming himself at it. Above the flames simmered an iron pot, suspended from a hook. There are 2 doors to this tavern, which is also an inn of sorts. One opens onto the street, the other onto a small yard filled with manure. The traveler dared not enter by the street door. He slipped into the yard, paused again, then raised the latch timidly and pushed open the door. "Who goes there?" said the master. "Someone who'd like some supper and a bed." "You've come to the right place. There's supper and a bed here." He entered. All the people drinking turned round. The lamp lit him from one side, the fire from the other. They studied him for a while as he took off his knapsack. The host said to him, "There's a fire here. supper's cooking in the pot. Come and warm yourself, comrade. He went and sat close to the hearth. He stretched out his feet, aching with tiredness, in front of the fire. An appetizing smell came from the pot. All that could be seen of his face under his pulled-down cap took on a vague air of well-being, mingled with that other very poignant expression imparted by the habit of suffering. Moreover, this was a strong, determined, sad face, with a strange cast of countenance. It started off looking humble and ended up seeming hard. His eyes gleamed beneath his eyebrows like fire in the undergrowth. However, one of the men sitting at a table was a fishmonger who before coming into the tavern in Rue de Chaffaut had been to stable his horse at Le Bar's. As chance would have it, he had that very morning encountered this sinister-looking stranger on the road between Bras d'Assy and, I have forgotten the name. I think it was Escoblin. Now, as he passed by, the man, who already looked very tired, had asked the fishmonger to let him ride behind him on his horse. To which the fishmonger's only reply had been to quicken his pace. This fishmonger had half an hour earlier been among the group in the company of Jacquin Labarre and had himself related to the people at the Croix de Colbas his unpleasant encounter of that morning. From where he sat he signaled discreetly to the tavern keeper. The tavern keeper went over to him. They exchanged a few quiet words. Once again the man had become deeply absorbed. The tavern keeper returned to the fireplace, clapped his hand on the man's shoulder and said to him, "You're going to make yourself scarce." Asterisk. The stranger turned round and replied quietly, "Ah. You know?" "Yes. I was turned away from the other inn. And you're being thrown out of this one. Where do you expect me to go?" "Somewhere else." The man took his stick and his knapsack and left. As he came out, some children who had followed him from the Croix de Colbas, and who seemed to be waiting for him, threw stones at him. He turned round angrily and threatened them with his stick. The children scattered like a flock of birds. He passed in front of the prison. At the door there was an iron chain hanging down, attached to a bell. He rang the bell. A grill opened. "Turnkey," he said, respectfully removing his cap, "would you kindly let me in and give me a lodging for the night?" A voice replied, "A prison's not a hotel. Get yourself arrested. Then you'll be let in." The grill closed again. He came into a little street where there are many gardens. Some have only hedges around them, which makes the street more attractive. Among these gardens and hedges he saw a small single-story house with a light in the window. He looked through the window as he had at the tavern. Inside was a large whitewashed room that had a bed with a chintz bedspread over it and a cradle in one corner, a few wooden chairs, and a double-barreled gun hanging on the wall. A table was laid in the center of the room. A copper lamp shed light on the coarse white linen tablecloth, the pewter jug gleaming like silver and filled with wine, and the steaming brown soup tureen. At this table sat a man of about 40 with an open and cheerful face, dandling a small child on his knees. Close by, a very young woman was nursing another child. The father was laughing, the child was laughing, the mother was smiling. The stranger stood musing for a moment before this heartwarming and comforting scene. What was going on inside him? Only he could have said. It is likely that he thought this happy home would be hospitable, and that in a place where he saw so much well-being he would find perhaps a little pity. He gave a faint little tap on the window pane. No one heard. He knocked again. He heard the woman say, "Husband, I think someone's knocking." "No," replied the husband. He knocked a third time. The husband rose, took the lamp, went to the door and opened it. He was a tall man, half peasant farmer, half artisan. He wore a huge leather apron that came right up to his left shoulder, and bulging round his middle with a hammer, a red handkerchief, a powder horn, all kinds of objects tucked into the belt used as a pocket. He tilted his head back, with his shirt spread wide open baring his white bull neck. He had thick eyebrows, enormous black whiskers, prominent eyes, a muzzle-like jaw, and overlying all this that air of being a man in his own home, which is something no words can convey. "Forgive me, monsieur," said the traveler. "In exchange for payment, could you give me a plate of soup and a corner where I could sleep in that shed there in the garden?" "Could you, monsieur? In exchange for payment?" "Who are you?" asked the master of the house. The man replied, "I've come from Puy-Moisson. I've been walking all day. I've done 36 miles. Could you? For payment?" "I wouldn't refuse lodging to any respectable person who would pay me," said the peasant. "But why don't you go to an inn?" "There's no room." "Bah! Impossible. There's no fair today, and it's not market day. Have you been to La Bar?" "Yes." "Well." The traveler replied with confusion, "I don't know, he had no room for me." "Have you been to what's his name in Rue de Chaffaut?" The stranger's confusion increased. He stammered, "He had no room for me either." The peasant's face took on an expression of suspicion. He looked the newcomer up and down, and abruptly exclaimed with a kind of shudder, "Would you be the man?" He took another look at the stranger, stepped back 3 paces, placed the lamp on the table, and took down his gun from the wall. Meanwhile, at the words the peasant had spoken, "Would you be the man?" the woman had risen, picked up both children in her arms and rushed to take refuge behind her husband, staring at the stranger in terror, her bosom uncovered and with fear in her eyes, murmuring quietly, "So Murad Star. All this happened in less time than it takes to imagine it. Having stared at the man for a few moments the way you stare at a viper, the master of the house came to the door again and said, "Clear off." "For pity's sake, a glass of water," said the man. "Over my dead body," said the peasant. Then he slammed the door and the man heard him slide 2 large bolts. A moment later the window shutter closed and the sound of an iron bar being inserted was audible from outside. It was getting darker. The cold alpine wind was blowing. In the fading daylight the stranger noticed in one of the gardens that lined the street a kind of hut that seemed to be made of clods of turf. He walked resolutely through a wooden gate and found himself in the garden. He went over to the hut. It had a very low, narrow opening for a doorway, and it looked like those sheds that road laborers build for themselves by the side of the road. No doubt he thought it was actually a roadmender's hut. He was suffering from cold and hunger. Hunger he was resigned to, but this at least was shelter from the cold. This sort of shed is not usually occupied at night. He threw himself flat on his stomach and crept into the hut. It was warm inside and he found a reasonably good bed of straw. He lay for a moment stretched out on this bed, incapable of any movement, so exhausted was he. Then, as the knapsack on his back felt uncomfortable and as it would do for a pillow, he started unbuckling one of the straps. At that moment he heard a ferocious growl. He looked up. The head of an enormous mastiff loomed out of the darkness in the entrance to the hut. It was a dog's kennel. He was himself strong and fearsome. He armed himself with his stick, used his knapsack for a shield, and exited from the kennel as best he could, not without worsening the tears in his ragged clothes. He also exited from the garden, but backwards, obliged to keep the dog at bay by resorting to that maneuver with his stick that masters of this type of fencing call the covered rose. When he had got through the gate, not without difficulty, and found himself in the street again, alone, homeless, with no roof over his head, no shelter, driven out even from that bed of straw in that miserable kennel, he collapsed on a stone rather than sat on it, and apparently a passer-by heard him cry out, "I'm not even a dog." Soon he stood up and started walking again. He left the town, hoping to find some tree or haystack in the fields where he could take shelter. So for a while he trudged on, the whole time with his head bowed. When he felt that he was far from all human habitation, he looked up and gazed around him. He was in a field. Before him was one of those low hills covered with close-cropped stubble that after the harvest look like shaved heads. The horizon was pitch black. It was not only the darkness of night but very low cloud that seemed to rest on the hill itself and, mounting, to fill the whole sky. However, as the moon was about to rise and there still remained a lingering glow of twilight overhead, these clouds formed a kind of pale vault high in the sky that cast a luminous reflection onto the earth. So the earth was lighter than the sky, which is a peculiarly sinister effect, and the hill, squat and dwarfish in shape, appeared indistinct and pallid against the gloomy horizon. The whole effect was ugly, small, dismal, and closed in. Nothing in the field or on the hill but a misshapen tree, rustling in its writhings a few steps away from the traveler. This man was obviously very far from having those discerning habits of mind and soul that make a person sensitive to the mysterious aspects of things. Nevertheless, there was something in that sky, that hill, that plain and that tree, something so profoundly desolate that after standing there motionless for a moment, lost in thought, he suddenly turned round and walked back. There are moments when nature seems hostile. He retraced his steps. The gates of Digny were closed. Digny, which had withstood sieges during the wars of religion, was still surrounded in 1815 by ancient walls flanked by square towers that have since been demolished. He slipped through a gap and re-entered the town. It might have been 8 o'clock in the evening. Since the streets were unfamiliar to him, he resumed his aimless wandering. This brought him to the prefecture, then to the seminary. As he walked past the cathedral, crossing the square in front of it, he shook his fist at it. At the corner of this square is a printing works. Here were first printed the proclamations to the army issued by the Emperor and the Imperial Guard, which were brought from the island of Elba and dictated by Napoleon himself. Utterly worn out and his hopes exhausted, he lay down on the stone bench that stands at the door of this printing house. At that moment an old lady came out of the church. She saw the man lying in the dark. "What are you doing there, my friend?" she said. He answered harshly and angrily, "As you can see, good lady, I'm going to sleep here." The good lady in question, who fully deserved to be so called, was Madame la Marquise d'Ar. "On this bench," she said. "I've had a wooden mattress for 19 years, said the man. "Now I have a stone mattress." "You were a soldier?" "Yes, good lady. A soldier." "Why don't you go to an inn?" "Because I have no money." "Unfortunately," said Madame d'Ar, "I have only 4 sous in my purse." "Give them to me anyway." The man took the 4 sous. Madame d'Ar continued, "You can't pay for lodgings at an inn with so little." "But have you actually tried? You can't possibly spend the night here. You must be cold and hungry. Someone might give you a bed out of charity." "I've knocked at every door." "Well, I've been turned away everywhere." The good lady touched the man's arm and pointed out to him on the far side of the square a small, low-roofed house that stood beside the episcopal palace. "You've knocked at every door," she said. "Yes." "Have you knocked at that one?" "No." "Knock there." 2. Wisdom is advised to be prudent. That evening, after he had taken a walk in town, the Bishop of Digny remained closeted in his room until rather late. He was busy at his great work on duty, which sadly was never completed. He was carefully analyzing everything the church fathers and doctors have said on this important subject. His book was divided into 2 parts, first, the duties of all, second, the duties of the individual, each according to his station. The duties of all are the highest duties, of which there are 4. St. Matthew identifies them: duties to God, Matthew 6, to oneself, 5:29, 30, to one's neighbor, 7:12, to animals, 6:20, 25. As for the other duties, the bishop had found them identified and laid down elsewhere: to sovereigns and subjects, in the Epistle to the Romans; to magistrates, wives, mothers, and young men, by St. Peter; to husbands, fathers, children, and servants, in the Epistle to the Ephesians; to the faithful, in the Epistle to the Hebrews; to virgins, in the Epistle to the Corinthians. He was laboriously combining all these precepts into a harmonious spiritual ensemble that he wanted to offer his readers. At 8 o'clock he was still at work, writing rather awkwardly on little squares of paper with a large book open on his lap, when Madame Magloire came in as usual to get the silverware from the cupboard by his bed. A moment later, aware that the table was set and that he might be keeping his sister waiting, the bishop closed his book, rose from his desk, and went into the dining room. The dining room was rectangular, with a fireplace and, as we have said, a door opening onto the street and a window overlooking the garden. Madame Magloire had indeed almost finished setting the table. While busy at her task, she chatted to Mademoiselle Baptistin. A lamp stood on the table. The table was close to the hearth. Quite a good fire was going. You can easily picture these two women, both over 60 years of age: Madame Magloire, small, plump, bright; Mademoiselle Baptistin, gentle, slight, frail, a little taller than her brother, dressed in a silk gown of brownish purple, a color fashionable in 1806 when she bought it in Paris, that she was still getting somewhere out of. To put it crudely, in terms that have the merit of conveying in a word an idea hardly to be expressed in less than a page, Madame Magloire looked like a peasant in Mademoiselle Baptistin like a lady. Madame Magloire wore a white ruched cap, a small gold cross round her neck, the only piece of women's jewelry in the house, a very white shawl tucked into a gown of homespun black cloth with short wide sleeves, a red and green checkered apron tied round the waist with a green ribbon, and a bib of the same fabric attached at the upper corners with 2 pins, heavy shoes and yellow stockings on her feet, like the women of Marseille. Mademoiselle Baptistin's gown was cut to the patterns of 1806, with a high waist, narrow skirt, shoulder cap sleeves, tape ties and buttons. She concealed her grey hair under a curled wig in the so-called à l'enfant style star. Madame Magloire looked intelligent, brisk, and good-hearted. The unequally upturned corners of her mouth and an upper lip that was fuller than the lower one gave a suggestion of brusqueness and bossiness to her appearance. So long as Monseigneur remained silent, she spoke to him firmly with a mixture of respect and boldness, but as soon as Monseigneur began to speak, as we have seen, she meekly obeyed like her mistress. Mademoiselle Baptistin did not even speak. She confined herself to obeying and trying to please him. She had never been pretty, even when young. She had big, bulging blue eyes and a long hook nose, but as we said at the beginning, her whole face, her whole person, emanated an ineffable goodness. She was always destined for goodness, but faith, hope and charity, those 3 virtues that gently nurture the soul, had gradually promoted goodness to saintliness. She was but a lamb by nature; religion had made an angel of her. Poor sainted virgin! Now fondly remembered. Mademoiselle Baptistin so often related what happened at the bishop's residence that evening that there are several people still alive who remember her account of it in every detail. When the bishop came in, Madame Magloire was talking with some animation. She was speaking to Mademoiselle Baptistin about a favorite topic of hers, one with which the bishop was familiar. And that was the front door latch. Apparently, while doing a little shopping for supper, Madame Magloire had heard rumors in various places. There was talk of some sinister-looking individual prowling around, according to which, some suspicious vagrant had turned up. He was bound to be somewhere in the town, and there could well be some nasty encounters in store for those who might take it into their heads to go home late that night. And the police were not to be relied on, given that the prefect and the mayor did not get on and tried to discredit each other by provoking incidents. So it was up to law-abiding folk to do the work of the police and to protect themselves, and they should make sure they closed up properly, and bolted and barred their houses, and locked their doors securely. Madame Magloire emphasized those last words. But the bishop had been rather cold in his room, and when he came in he sat down in front of the fireplace to warm himself, and in any case he was thinking of something else. He did not respond to the pointed remark Madame Magloire had just made. She repeated it. Then, wanting to satisfy Madame Magloire without upsetting her brother, Mademoiselle Baptistin timidly ventured, "Did you hear what Madame Magloire was saying, brother?" "I did vaguely hear something," replied the bishop. Then, half turning in his chair, placing both hands on his knees and with his amiable and readily cheerful face lit from below by the fire, looking up at the old servant, he said, "Now then, what's the matter?" "What's the matter? We're in some great danger, are we?" So Madame Magloire told the whole story all over again, unintentionally exaggerating a little. It would seem that a gypsy, a tramp, some sort of dangerous beggar, was at this moment in town. He had turned up at the inn looking for lodgings, but Jacqueline Labarre had sent him away. He was seen coming along Boulevard Gassendi and roaming the streets at dusk. A desperado with a terrible face. "Really?" said the bishop. This willingness to question her encouraged Madame Magloire. She thought it suggested the bishop was about to become alarmed. She continued triumphantly, "Yes, Monseigneur. That's the way it is. Something terrible will happen in town tonight. Everyone says so. What with the police not to be relied on, something worth repeating. Honestly, living up here in the mountains and not even having streetlights at night. You go out, well, it's pitch black. And, Monseigneur, I say, and Mademoiselle here too says." "I say nothing," his sister broke in. "Whatever my brother does is done as it should be." Madame Magloire carried on as if no protest had been made. "We say this house isn't at all safe, that with Monseigneur's permission I'll go and tell Paulin Musebois the locksmith to come and put the old bolts back on the door. We have them right here, it'll only take a minute, and I say bolts are needed, Monseigneur, if only for tonight, for nothing's more terrible, I say, than a door with a latch that can be opened from the outside by anyone that happens to pass by, what with it being Monseigneur's habit always to say come in, not that anyone needs to ask permission, God help us, even in the middle of the night." At that moment someone rapped at the door quite violently. "Come in," said the bishop. The door opened. 3. The heroism of passive obedience. It burst wide open as though someone had pushed it with energy and determination. A man came in. We already know the man. He was the traveler we saw earlier, wandering about in search of shelter. He entered, took one step forward, and halted, leaving the door open behind him. He had his knapsack on his shoulder, his staff in his hand, a boorish, insolent, weary and violent expression in his eyes. The fire in the hearth lighted him. He looked dreadful. This was a sinister apparition. Madame Magloire had not even the strength to utter a cry. She trembled and stood there gaping. Mademoiselle Baptistin turned round, saw the man who came in, and half started up in terror, then slowly turning her head back towards the hearth she began to observe her brother, and her face became once more profoundly calm and serene. The bishop eyed the man with tranquility. As he opened his mouth, no doubt to ask the newcomer what he wanted, the man rested both hands on his staff, took stock of the old man and the two women in turn, and without waiting for the bishop to speak said in a loud voice, "Listen. My name's Jean Valjean. I'm an ex-convict. I've spent 19 years in chains. I was freed 4 days ago and I'm on my way to Pontarlier, which is my destination. 4 days I've been walking from Toulon. I've done 36 miles on foot today. When I arrived here this evening, I went to an inn. They turned me away because of my yellow passport that I'd shown at the town hall. I had to. I went to another inn. They said to me, "Clear off." The same everywhere. No one would have me. I went to the prison, the turnkey wouldn't let me in. I was in a dog kennel. The dog bit me and chased me away as if it were a man. It seemed to know who I was. I went out into the countryside to sleep under the stars. There were no stars. I thought it would rain, and there was no good Lord to prevent the rain. I came back into town to shelter in a doorway. Out there, in the square, I was lying down to sleep on a stone bench. A woman pointed out your house and told me, "Knock there." I knocked. "What is this place? Is it an inn?" "I have money, my savings. 109 francs 15 sous that I earned for the 19 years' work I did on the chain gang. I'll pay." "Why shouldn't I? I have money. I'm very tired, 36 miles on foot, and I'm hungry. Will you let me stay?" "Madame Magloire," said the bishop, "will you set another place?" The man took 3 steps and moved towards the lamp that was on the table. "Wait," he said, as if he had not properly understood, "you've got me wrong. Did you hear? I'm an ex-convict. Sentenced to hard labor. I come from the prison hulks." He drew from his pocket a large sheet of yellow paper, which he unfolded. "Here's my passport. Yellow, as you see. It serves to get me driven out everywhere I go. Do you want to read it?" "I can read. I learned in the hulks. They have a school there for those that want to learn. Listen, this is what they put on my passport: Jean Valjean, freed convict, native of, that's of no interest to you, has served 19 years in chains. 5 years for theft with breaking and entering. 14 years for trying to escape 4 times. This man is very dangerous. There. Everyone has thrown me out. Will you people let me stay? Is this an inn? Will you give me something to eat and a place to sleep? Have you a stable?" "Madame Magloire," said the bishop, "you will put clean sheets on the bed in the alcove." We have already described the nature of both women's obedience. Madame Magloire left the room to carry out these instructions. The bishop turned to the man. "Sit down, monsieur, and warm yourself. We're going to have supper in a while and a bed will be made up for you while you eat." Now the man understood completely. The expression on his face, till now sullen and obdurate, reflected stupefaction, doubt, joy, and became extraordinary. He began stammering like a lunatic. "Really? You mean you're letting me stay? You're not turning me away? An ex-convict. You call me monsieur. You treat me with respect. Clear off, you dog, is what I'm always told. I thought you would surely turn me away. That's why I told you at once who I am. Oh, she was a good soul, that woman who directed me here. I'm going to eat tonight. A bed. A bed with a mattress and sheets. Like everyone else. A bed. It's 19 years since I slept in a bed. You really don't want me to go. What fine people you are. In any case, I have money. I'll pay well. Forgive me, innkeeper, what's your name? I'll pay anything you ask. You're a good man. You're an innkeeper, aren't you? I'm a priest who lives here, replied the bishop. A priest, said the man. Oh, a good honest priest. So you're not asking any money of me? The parish priest, are you? Of this big church? Well, how stupid of me. Of course. I hadn't noticed your skullcap. While speaking, he had dropped his knapsack and staff in a corner, then put his passport back in his pocket, and sat down. Mademoiselle Baptistin observed him kindly. He continued. You're human, Monsieur le Curé. You've no contempt. A good priest, that's a very good thing. So there's no need for me to pay you? No, said the bishop, keep your money. You have how much? Did you not say 109 francs? And 15 sous, the man added. 109 francs and 15 sous. And how long did it take you to earn that? 19 years. 19 years. The bishop sighed deeply. The man went on, I still have all my money. In the past 4 days I've spent only 25 sous, which I earned by helping unload some wagons at Grasse. Seeing as you're a churchman, I'm going to tell you, we had a chaplain in the hulks. And one day I saw a bishop. Monseigneur is what they call him. He was the bishop of La Major at Marseille. He's the priest who's above the parish priests. You know, I'm sorry, I put it badly, but for me it's so remote. You understand, for the likes of us. He said mass in the middle of the hulks, on an altar. He had a pointed thing, made of gold, on his head. It glittered in the midday sun. We were lined up on 3 sides, with cannons facing us, fuses lit. We couldn't see very well. He spoke but he was too far away, we couldn't hear. That's what a bishop is. While he was speaking the bishop went and shut the door that had been left wide open. Madame Magloire returned. She brought a place setting that she put on the table. Madame Magloire, said the bishop, put that place setting as near the fire as possible. And turning to his guest, the night wind is bitter in the Alps. You must be cold, monsieur. Each time he uttered that word monsieur, in his mildly serious and educated voice, the man's face lit up. Monsieur to a convict is like a glass of water to one of the shipwrecked survivors of the Medusa. Ignominy thirsts for respect. This lamp doesn't give much light, said the bishop. Madame Magloire understood, and went to fetch the 2 silver candlesticks from the mantelpiece in Monseigneur's bedroom and placed the lighted candles on the table. Monsieur le Curé, said the man, you're good-hearted. You don't treat me with contempt. You invite me into your home. You light your candles for me. Yet I've made no secret of where I come from and what a wretch I am. The bishop, sitting beside him, gently touched his hand. You didn't have to tell me who you were. This isn't my house, it's the house of Jesus Christ. This door does not ask whoever enters whether he has a name but whether he is in distress. You're in distress, you're hungry and thirsty, you're welcome here. And don't thank me, don't say I'm inviting you into my home. No one is at home here except whoever needs a refuge. I tell you, a passing visitor, this is your home more than mine. Everything here is yours. Why should I need to know your name? Besides, even before you told me, I already knew your name. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? You knew me by name? Yes, replied the bishop, by the name of Brother Dot. Listen, Monsieur le Curé, exclaimed the man, I was very hungry when I first came in, but you're so good I don't know what state I'm in now. My hunger's gone. The bishop looked at him and said, You've suffered a great deal? Oh, the red jacket, the ball and chain, a plank to sleep on, the heat, the cold, the hard labor, the chain gang, the beatings. The double chain punishment for no reason. Solitary confinement for one wrong word. Even sick in bed with the chain. Dogs are better off. 19 years. I'm 46. And now a yellow passport. There you have it. Yes, said the bishop, you come from a place of sorrow. Listen. There will be more joy in heaven over the tearful face of a repentant sinner than over the white robes of 100 virtuous men. If you come away from that place of sorrow with thoughts of hatred and anger against mankind, you're deserving of pity. If you come away with benevolent thoughts of kindness and peace, you're worth more than any of us. In the meantime, Madame Magloire had served supper: soup made with water, oil, bread and salt, a little bacon, a piece of mutton, some figs, fresh cheese, and a large loaf of rye bread. She had on her own initiative added to the bishop's ordinary fare a bottle of aged Mauves wine. The bishop's face suddenly took on that expression of geniality typical of those of a hospitable nature. "Take your seats," he said cheerfully. As was his custom when he had a guest at his evening meal, he sat the man on his right. Mademoiselle Baptistin sat on his left, perfectly calm and natural. The bishop said grace, then as usual served the soup himself. The man began to eat voraciously. All at once the bishop said, "But I think there's something missing from this table." Madame Magloire had indeed put out only the 3 place settings that were absolutely necessary. Now, it was the custom of the house when the bishop had anyone to supper to lay out on the tablecloth, in innocent display, all 6 sets of silverware. This gracious semblance of luxury was a kind of childishness full of charm in that sweetly austere household where poverty was elevated to the level of dignity. Madame Magloire understood his remark, left the room without a word, and a moment later the 3 sets of silverware requested by the bishop were gleaming on the tablecloth, symmetrically arranged before each of the 3 at table. 4. About the cheese dairies of Pontarlier. Now, to give an idea of what occurred at that table, we could do no better than to transcribe here a passage from one of Mademoiselle Baptistin's letters to Madame de Boischevron, in which the conversation between the ex-convict and the bishop is related in ingenuous detail. This man paid no attention to anyone. He ate ravenously. However, after supper he said, "Monsieur le Curé, all this is still far too good for me, yet I must say the carters who wouldn't let me eat with them keep a better table than the good Lord's servant does." Between ourselves, this remark rather shocked me. My brother replied, "Their work is harder than mine." "No," replied the man, "they have more money." "You're poor." "I can see that. You may not even have your own parish." "Do you actually have a parish?" "Now, if the good Lord were just, you certainly ought to." "The good Lord is more than just," said my brother. A moment later he added, "Monsieur Jean Valjean, it's Pontarlier you're headed for?" "Under obligation to follow a fixed route." "I think that's what the man said." Then he went on, "I must be on my way by daybreak tomorrow. It's no easy journey. While the nights are cold, the days are hot." "That's a good place you're going to," said my brother. "During the Revolution my family lost everything. I took refuge in Franche-Comté at first and for a while earned my living there by the sweat of my brow. I was willing enough. I found plenty of work. It's only a matter of choosing. There are paper mills, tanneries, distilleries, big watchmaking factories, steel mills, copper works, at least 20 iron foundries, 4 of which, at Lodz, Chatillon, Audincourt and Bure, are of a very considerable size. I think I am not mistaken in saying those are the names my brother mentioned." Then he broke off and addressed me. "My dear sister, have we not relatives in those parts?" I replied, "We did have some, among them Monsieur de Lucenat, who was captain of the gates at Pontarlier before the Revolution." "Yes," replied my brother, "but in '93 a man no longer had relatives, he had only his own pair of hands. I worked. In the Pontarlier region where you're going, Monsieur Valjean, they have an industry that goes back a very long way, and is quite fascinating, sister. It's their cheese dairies, which they call fruitiers." Then, while encouraging the man to eat, my brother explained to him in great detail what these fruitiers of Pontarlier were like. That there were 2 types, the big estates that belong to the rich, and where there are 40 or 50 cows that produce 7 or 8,000 cheeses every summer, and the cooperative fruitiers that belong to the poor. These are the peasant farmers at medium altitude who farm their cows jointly and share their produce. They hire a cheesemaker, whom they call the grurin. The grurin collects the milk from the joint contributors 3 times a day, and marks the quantities on a double-entry tally. It's towards the end of April that the work of the cheese dairies begins. And it's towards the middle of June that the cheesemakers take their cows up to the mountain pastures. The man's spirits revived as he ate. My brother served him that good Mauves wine he does not drink himself because he says it is an expensive wine. My brother told him all these details with that relaxed cheerfulness he has, combining his words with thoughtfulness towards me. He kept coming back to this honest job of grurin, as if, without saying so directly and without forcing this advice on him, he hoped the man would understand that it would offer him sanctuary. One thing struck me. This man was what I have told you. Well, apart from a few remarks about Jesus when he came in, my brother did not say a single word throughout the whole meal, or the entire evening, that might remind the man of what he was, or impress on him who my brother was. It was certainly an opportunity, on the face of it, for a bit of a sermon and for the bishop to impress himself on the ex-convict and leave his mark. It might have seemed to anyone else that now was the time, when he had the poor wretch right there, to nourish his soul as well as his body, and to voice either some censure leavened with moral instruction and advice, or a little pity with an exhortation to behave better in the future. My brother did not even ask him where he came from or about his past. For in his past lay his wrongdoing, and my brother seemed to avoid anything that might remind him of it. So much so that at one point, when my brother was talking about the mountain dwellers of Pontarlier who have pleasant work close to heaven, and are happy, he added, because they are innocent, he stopped short, fearing there might be something to cause the man offense in this remark he had let slip. Having reflected on it, I believe I understand what was in my brother's heart. Doubtless he thought this man, who was called Jean Valjean, was only too well aware of his wretchedness. That the best thing was to distract him from it and, by behaving normally towards him, to make him think, if only for a moment, that he was like any other person. Is that not a real understanding of charity? Is there not, dear madam, something truly evangelical in such delicacy that refrains from sermonizing, moralizing and criticizing? And when a man has a sore point, is not the ultimate pity not to touch on it at all? It seemed to me this might have been my brother's inward thought. In any case, what I can say is that if he did have all these thoughts there was no way of telling, even for me. He was throughout no different from the way he is every evening, and he took his supper with this Jean Valjean in the same spirit and in the same manner as he would have taken his supper with Monsieur Gédéon le Prévost or our local parish priest. Towards the end of the meal, when we were eating the figs, there was a knock at the door. It was Madame Gerbaud with her little one in her arms. My brother kissed the child on the forehead and borrowed 15 sous that I had on me to give to Madame Gerbaud. The man did not pay much attention in the meantime. He had stopped talking and looked very tired. Once poor old Madame Gerbaud had left, my brother said grace, then he turned to the man and said, "You must be in much need of your bed." Madame Magloire very quickly cleared the table. I understood we were supposed to retire to let this traveler sleep, and we both went upstairs. However, a moment later I sent Madame Magloire to take down for the man's bed a roe deer skin from the Black Forest that I have in my room. The nights are freezing and it keeps you warm. It's a pity the skin is an old one, it's losing all its fur. My brother bought it while he was in Germany, at Todlingen, close to the source of the Danube, as well as the little ivory-handled knife I use at table. Madame Magloire came back upstairs almost immediately. We said our prayers in the room where we hang the laundry to dry, and then we went each to our own room without exchanging another word. Tranquility. After bidding his sister good night, Monseigneur Bienvenu took one of the 2 silver candlesticks from the table, handed the other to his guest and said to him, "I'll show you to your room, monsieur." The man followed him. As may have been noted from what was said above, the house was so arranged that to get to and from the chapel, where the alcove was, you had to pass through the bishop's bedroom. Just as they passed through it, Madame Magloire was putting away the silverware in the bedside cupboard. This was the last task she performed every evening before going to bed. The bishop installed his guest in the alcove. A bed had been made up there with clean white sheets. The man set the candlestick down on the small table. "Well, I wish you good night," said the bishop. "Tomorrow morning before you set out, you shall have a cup of warm milk straight from our own cows." "Thank you, Monsieur l'Abbé," said the man. Hardly had he uttered these peaceful words than all of a sudden and without transition something strange came over him that, had they witnessed it, would have chilled the two sainted women with horror. Even to this day it is difficult for us to explain what was prompting him at that moment. Did he mean to convey a warning or issue a threat? Was he simply obeying an instinctive impulse of some sort, obscure even to himself? He turned abruptly to the old man, folded his arms and fixing his host with a fierce gaze he cried in a hoarse voice, "I don't believe it. You take me in and give me a bed, right next to you, like this." He broke off, and added with a laugh that had something monstrous about it, "Have you really given this proper consideration? How do you know I'm not a murderer?" The bishop looked up at the ceiling and replied, "That's the concern of the good Lord." Then solemnly, and moving his lips like someone praying or talking to himself, he raised the two fingers of his right hand and blessed the man, who did not bow, and without turning his head and without looking back, he went to his room. When the alcove was in use, a big serge curtain, drawn across from one side of the chapel to the other, concealed the altar. The bishop knelt as he passed in front of this curtain and said a brief prayer. A moment later he was in his garden, strolling, musing, contemplating, his heart and soul wholly absorbed in those great mysterious things that God reveals at night to eyes that remain open. As for the man, he truly was so tired that he did not even make the most of those clean white sheets. He snuffed out his candle with his nostril, the way convicts do, and dropping onto the bed fully dressed, immediately fell into a deep sleep. Midnight struck as the bishop returned from the garden to his room. A few minutes later the entire little household was asleep. 6. Jean Valjean. In the middle of the night Jean Valjean woke up. Jean Valjean came from a poor peasant family in Brie. As a child he had not learned to read. When he reached manhood he became a tree pruner at Faverolles. His mother's name was Jean Mathieu. His father was called Jean Valjean or Vlajean, a nickname, probably, and a contraction of Voilà Jean Star. Jean Valjean was a thoughtful individual without being gloomy, which is typical of those who are by nature affectionate. On the whole, however, Jean Valjean was, in appearance at least, a rather dozy and unremarkable creature. He had lost his father and mother at a very early age. His mother had died of milk fever that was not properly treated. His father, a tree pruner like himself, was killed falling from a tree. Jean Valjean was left with only a widowed sister older than himself, who had 7 children, boys and girls. This sister had brought up Jean Valjean, and as long as she still had her husband she housed and fed her younger brother. The husband died. The eldest of the 7 children was 8 years old, the youngest, 1. Jean Valjean had just reached the age of 25. He took the father's place, and he in turn supported the sister who had brought him up. This was done as a matter of course, as a duty, even a little churlishly, on the part of Jean Valjean. And so his youth was spent doing hard and ill-paid work. He was never known to have had any local sweetheart. He had no time for being in love. He would come home tired in the evening and eat his soup without uttering a word. His sister, Mother Jean, often took the best part of his meal from his bowl as he ate, the piece of meat, the slice of bacon, the heart of the cabbage, to give to one of her children. Hunched over the table with his head almost in his soup, his long hair falling around his bowl and covering his eyes while he ate, he appeared not to notice and did nothing to stop her. There was at Faverolles, not far from the Valjean's cottage, on the other side of the lane, a farmer's wife named Marie Claude. The Valjean children, who were always hungry, sometimes used to go to Marie Claude to ask for a pint of milk, supposedly for their mother, which they would drink behind a hedge or in some corner of the street, snatching the jug from each other, and they drank so quickly the little girls would spill it on their pinafores and down their little necks. If their mother had known about this cadging, she would have punished the culprits severely. Gruff and grumbling, Jean Valjean paid Marie Claude for the pint of milk behind their mother's back, and the children were not punished. He earned 24 sous a day in the pruning season and also hired himself out as haymaker, laborer, farmhand, odd job man. He did whatever he could. His sister worked also, but how to manage with 7 young children? A sorry band they were, little by little engulfed, crushed, by poverty. Then came one hard winter. Jean had no work. The family had no bread. No bread. Literally. And 7 children. One Sunday evening Maubert Isabeau, baker on the church square at Faverolles, was getting ready for bed when he heard a violent smashing of his shuttered shop window. He arrived in time to see an arm reach inside a hole punched through the shutter and the window pane. The arm grabbed a loaf of bread and made off with it. Isabeau rushed outside. The thief was running away as fast as his legs could carry him. Isabeau ran after him and caught him. The thief had thrown away the loaf, but his arm was still bleeding. It was Jean Valjean. This took place in 1795. Jean Valjean was brought before the law courts of the day for theft with breaking and entering an occupied house at night. He had a shotgun and was a better shot with it than any marksman in the world, for he was a bit of a poacher. This went against him. There is a legitimate prejudice against poachers. The poacher, like the smuggler, is very much akin to the brigand. However, let us say in passing, there is still a gulf between this breed of men and the hideous urban murderer. The poacher lives in the forest, the smuggler lives in the mountains or on the sea. Towns produce vicious men because they produce corrupted men. The mountains, the sea, the forest produce men of the wild, they develop the wildness in them, but often without destroying their humanity. Jean Valjean was found guilty. The terms of the penal code were mandatory. There are in our civilization dread moments. These are the times when the ruling of the penal system spells perdition. What a fateful moment it is when society distances itself and irredeemably casts adrift a thinking being. Jean Valjean was condemned to 5 years hard labor. On the 22nd of April 1796 there were celebrations in Paris for the victory at Montenotte, won by the General-in-Chief of the army in Italy who, in the message dated the 2nd of Floréal in the year 4, sent by the Directory to the 500, is named as Buonaparte. On that same day a great chain gang was put in irons at Bicêtre. Jean Valjean was part of that gang. A former turnkey at the prison, now close on 90, still recalls perfectly the wretch who was chained to the end of the 4th line in the north corner of the courtyard. He was sitting on the ground like all the others. He seemed to have no understanding of his situation except that it was horrible. It is likely that amid the confused notions of a poor man knowing nothing, he also discerned something excessive in it. As the bolt was riveted into his iron collar with heavy hammer blows behind his head, he wept, his tears choked him, they prevented him from speaking, all he managed to say every now and then was "I was a tree pruner at Faverolles." Then, still sobbing, he would raise his right hand and lower it 7 times in progression, as though touching 7 heads of unequal height one after the other, and from this gesture it was surmised that whatever he had done to clothe and feed 7 young children. He left for Toulon. He arrived there after 27 days traveling on a cart with a chain round his neck. At Toulon he was clothed in the red jacket. Everything that had been his life till then was obliterated, his name included. He was not even Jean Valjean anymore, he was number 24601. What became of his sister? What became of the 7 children? Who is responsible for them? What becomes of the handful of leaves on the young tree sawn off at the base? It is always the same story. Those poor mortals, those creatures of God, left with no means of support, no guide, no refuge, wandered off aimlessly, who knows? Perhaps went their separate ways, and eventually disappeared in that cold fog where lone destinies founder, those dismal shadows where so many unfortunate individuals come to grief in the doleful progress of mankind. They left the area. The clock tower of what had been their village forgot them. The boundary of what had been their land forgot them. After a few years in prison, Jean Valjean himself forgot them. In that heart where there had been an open wound there was now a scar. That is all. In all the time he spent at Toulon he only once heard any word of his sister. It was, I believe, towards the end of the 4th year of his captivity. How the news reached him, I do not know. Someone who had known them back home had seen his sister. She was in Paris. She lived in a back street near Sulpice, Rue du Gindre. She had only one child with her, a little boy, the youngest. Where were the other 6? She herself may not have known. Every morning she went to a printing works at 3 Rue du Sabot where she was a sheetfolder and stitcher. She had to be there at 6 in the morning, well before daylight in winter. In the same building as the print shop was a school, and to this school she took her little boy, who was 7 years old. But as she started at the printers at 6 and the school did not open until 7, the child had to wait an hour in the courtyard for the school to open, an hour out in the open in winter. They would not let the child come into the print shop because he got in the way, they said. Those on their way to work in the morning would see this poor little creature sitting on the pavement, unable to stay awake, and often sleeping in the dark, hunkered down and bent over his lunchbox. When it rained, an old woman, the doorkeeper, would take pity on him and let him into her cubicle that contained only a pallet, a spinning wheel, and 2 wooden chairs, and the little one would sleep there in a corner, hugging the cat for warmth. At 7 o'clock the school opened and he would go in. This is what Jean Valjean was told. Someone spoke of it one day. It was momentary, a brief flash, like a window suddenly opened on the fate of his loved ones, then everything closed up again. That was the last he ever heard of them. No further news ever reached him. He never again saw them, or met them. Nor shall we again encounter them throughout the rest of this sad story. Towards the end of that 4th year it was Jean Valjean's turn to escape. His comrades helped him, as is the way in that woeful place. He escaped. For 2 days he roamed the countryside in freedom, if it can be called freedom to be hunted, to be constantly looking over your shoulder, starting at the slightest sound, afraid of everything, a smoking chimney, a man going by, a dog barking, a galloping horse, the striking of the hour, daylight because the eye can see, darkness because it cannot, the highway, the path, a bush, sleep. On the evening of the 2nd day he was recaptured. He had neither eaten nor slept for 36 hours. The naval court condemned him for this offense to an additional 3 years, which made 8. In the 6th year it was again his turn to escape. He took his turn but could not make good his escape. He had failed to turn up at roll call. The cannon was fired, and at night the patrol found him hiding under the keel of a vessel under construction. He resisted the guards who seized him. Escape and rebellion. This infraction under the terms of the special code incurred an additional 5 years, with 2 years of the double chain. 13 years. In the 10th year his turn came round again, and again he tried. He was no more successful than before. 3 years for this fresh attempt. 16 years. Finally, it was, I think, during his 13th year that he made his last attempt and succeeded only in getting caught after 4 hours' absence. 3 years for those 4 hours. 19 years. In October 1815 he was released. He had gone in there in 1796 for breaking a pane of glass and stealing a loaf of bread. A brief parenthesis here. This is the second time in his studies of the penal issue and the doom meted out by the law that the author of this book has come across the theft of a loaf of bread as the starting point in ruining a life. Claude Gueux stole a loaf of bread. Jean Valjean stole a loaf of bread. According to one English statistic, the primary cause of 4 out of 5 thefts in London is hunger. Jean Valjean went into the prison hulks sobbing and trembling. He came out emotionless. He went in despairing. He came out dour. What had happened inside that soul? Let us try to describe it. 7. Inside despair. It is surely incumbent on society to examine these things, since it is society that creates them. He was, as we have said, an uneducated man, but he was no fool. There was the light of natural intelligence in him. Hardship, which sheds a light of its own, increased the little illumination there was in that soul. Under the rod, in chains, in solitary confinement, in exhaustion, under the burning sun of penal servitude, on the convict's plank bed, he turned in on himself and reflected. He set himself up as a court of justice. He began by sitting in judgment on himself. He recognized that he was not an innocent man unjustly punished. He admitted that he had committed a drastic and reprehensible deed. That he probably would not have been refused the loaf of bread, had he asked for it. That in any case it would have been better to wait, and rely on pity or work to obtain it. That it is not an utterly conclusive argument to say, can hunger be kept waiting? That in the first place it is very rare for anyone literally to die of hunger, and anyway, regrettably or not, human beings are so constituted that they are capable of suffering a great deal for a long time, morally and physically, without dying. That patience was necessary. That it would have been better even for those poor little children. That it was an act of madness for a miserable wretch such as he to take on the whole of society and to imagine that theft was a way out of poverty. That under any circumstances the gateway that led to criminality was a bad escape route from poverty. In short, he had done wrong. Then he asked himself the following. Whether he was the only one at fault in his fateful story. Whether, firstly, it was not a serious matter that, hard-working as he was, he had no work, conscientious as he was, he had no bread. And whether, after he confessed to the crime he had committed, the punishment had not been harsh and disproportionate. Whether there had not been greater wrong perpetrated by the law through the penalty inflicted than by the culprit through his offense. Whether one of the scale pans had not been overladen, the one that weighed expiation. Whether the excessively heavy penalty did not cancel out the offense, and did not result in reversing the situation, in replacing the delinquent's offense with the offense of repression, in making the guilty man the victim, and the debtor the creditor, and in ultimately vindicating the one who had broken the law. Whether this penalty, compounded with successive supplementary sentences for the attempted escapes, did not end up becoming some kind of assault of the strong against the weak, a crime of society against the individual, a crime that recommenced every day, a crime that went on for 19 years. He wondered whether human society could possibly be entitled to inflict on its members both its unconscionable improvidence on the one hand and its ruthless providence on the other, and to trap a poor man forever between want and excess, want of work and excess of punishment. Whether it was not outrageous that society should treat in this manner precisely those least favored by the chance distribution of assets, and consequently those most deserving of care. Having raised and answered these questions, he passed judgment on society, and condemned it. He condemned it to his hatred. He held it responsible for the fate he suffered and told himself that he might not hesitate to make it answerable one day. He determined that there was no proportionality between the wrong he had done and the wrong done to him. Lastly, he concluded that his punishment was not strictly speaking a miscarriage of justice, but it was most certainly iniquitous. Anger may be foolish and absurd. It is possible to be unjustifiably incensed. A man is outraged only when, one way or another, he is basically in the right. Jean Valjean felt outraged. After all, human society had done him nothing but harm. This angry face that it calls justice, and that it presents to those it smites, was the only one he had ever seen. The only reason other people had ever laid a finger on him was to hurt him. He had had no physical contact with anyone that had not been a blow struck against him. Never, since childhood, since his mother, his sister, had he ever encountered a friendly word, a look of kindness. With every succeeding injury, he had gradually come to the firm belief that life is a war, and in this war he was the vanquished. He had no other weapon than his hatred. He resolved to hone it in prison and take it with him when he left. There was at Toulon a school for convicts run by the Ignorantine friars, where the basics were taught to any of those poor wretches willing to learn. He was one of the willing. He went to school at the age of 40 and learned to read, write, and count. He felt that to strengthen his intelligence was to strengthen his hatred. In certain cases, education and enlightenment may serve to extend the scope of evil. It is sad to say that, having passed judgment on the society that had been his undoing, he passed judgment on the providence that had created that society, and this providence too he condemned. So during those 19 years of torture and slavery, this soul both rose and fell. Light penetrated it on the one side, darkness on the other. As we have seen, Jean Valjean was not a bad person by nature. He was still good when he arrived at the prison. There, he condemned society and felt he was becoming wicked. There, he condemned providence and felt he was becoming ungodly. At this point it is hard not to pause for reflection. Does human nature change so thoroughly and so radically? Can the human being created good by God be made wicked by man? Can the soul be completely remade by fate and, being ill-fated, become ill-natured? Can the heart grow deformed and develop incurable uglinesses and infirmities under the pressure of inordinate misfortune, like the spine under too low a vault? Is there not in every human soul, was there not in the soul of Jean Valjean in particular, an original spark, a divine element, incorruptible in this world, immortal in the next, which goodness is capable of nurturing, stoking, kindling, fanning into a glorious blaze of brilliance, and which evil can never wholly extinguish? Grave and perplexing questions, to the latter of which any physiologist would probably have answered no, without hesitation, had he seen this sullen convict in Toulon at moments of rest, which for Jean Valjean were moments for rumination, seated, with his arms folded on the bar of some capstan and the end of his chain stuffed into his pocket to prevent it from dragging, serious, silent, and thoughtful, one ostracized by the legal system who looked with anger on his fellow men, one doomed by civilization who looked with rancor on heaven. Certainly, and we would not wish to disguise the fact, the physiologist observing this would have seen before him a wretchedness beyond salvation. He might perhaps have pitied this sick man of the law's making, but he would not even have attempted any treatment. He would have averted his gaze from the cavernous depths he had glimpsed in this soul, and the word hope, albeit written by the finger of God on the brow of every man, he, like Dante at the portals of hell, would have banished from this existence. Was the state of his soul, which we have tried to analyze, as perfectly plain to Jean Valjean as we have tried to portray it to our readers? Did Jean Valjean see distinctly after their development, and had he seen distinctly as they developed, all the elements of which his moral wretchedness consisted? Had this rough and uneducated man a true understanding of the chain of thought that had led him step by step, up and down, to the dismal prospect that had for so many years already constituted the inner horizon of his spirit? Was he fully conscious of everything that had gone on inside him and everything stirring within him? This we would not dare to say. Indeed, we believe not. There was too much ignorance in Jean Valjean for there not to remain a great deal of confusion, even after so much misery. At times he did not rightly know what he felt. Jean Valjean was in darkness. He suffered in darkness. He hated in darkness. He might be said to have made his way by hatred. He was used to living in this darkness, groping like a blind man, a dreamer. Only, every now and again there came all at once, from within him or from without, a surge of anger, an intensification of suffering, a pale flash of lightning that lit up his whole soul and suddenly made visible all around him, in front and behind, by the glimmerings of a ghastly brightness, the frightful precipices and bleak perspectives of his destiny. After the lightning, darkness would fall again. And where was he? He could no longer tell. It is in the nature of such punishment, in which what prevails is the pitiless, in other words, the brutalizing, to transform a man little by little, by a kind of stupid transfiguration, into a wild beast, sometimes a ferocious beast. Jean Valjean's persistent attempts at escape alone would suffice to prove this strange working of the law on the human soul. Completely useless and foolish as these attempts were, Jean Valjean would have kept on making them as often as the opportunity presented itself without for one moment considering the outcome or his previous experience. He escaped impetuously like the wolf that finds the cage open. Instinct told him, flee. Reason would have said, stay. But in the face of so strong a temptation, reason disappeared. All that remained was instinct. The beast alone acted. When he was recaptured, the further punishments inflicted on him only served to make him wilder still. One detail we must not fail to mention is that he possessed a physical strength far exceeding that any other inmate of the prison hulks. Paying out a cable or winding a capstan, Jean Valjean could take the strain of 4 men. He sometimes lifted and supported enormous weights on his back, and in cases of necessity acted as a substitute for that implement known as a cric asterisk, in the past called an orgueil, from which incidentally the name of Rue Montorgueil, near the Central Market in Paris, derives. His comrades had nicknamed him Jean le Cric. Once, when repairs were being made to the balcony of Toulon City Hall, one of Puget's splendid caryatids that support the balcony became dislodged and almost fell. Jean Valjean, who happened to be there, took the caryatid's weight on his shoulder, giving the workman time to get there. His litheness was even greater than his robustness. Certain convicts, perpetually dreaming of escape, in the end become truly expert in combining strength and agility. It is an expertise in the muscles. A whole mysterious discipline of statics is daily practiced by prisoners, those who are eternally envious of flies and birds. To climb a sheer surface and find purchase where it was almost impossible to see any protrusion was child's play to Jean Valjean. Given the corner of a wall, by tensing his back and his thighs, fitting his elbows and heels into any unevenness in the stone, he could hoist himself as if by magic to the 3rd floor. Sometimes he climbed right up onto the roof of the prison in this way. He did not say much. He did not laugh. It took some very strong emotion to wring from him once or twice a year that lugubrious laughter of the convict that sounds like an echo of the devil's laughter. By the look of him, his gaze seemed forever to dwell on something terrible. He was indeed preoccupied. Through the morbid perceptions of a deficient nature and a defeated mind, he had an obscure feeling that some monstrous thing bore down on him. In that dim and pallid half-light in which he skulked, every time he craned his neck and tried to look up he perceived with terror and rage combined, stacked in layer upon layer above him, rising with dreadful steepness as far as the eye could see, a frightful accumulation, as it were, of things, laws, prejudices, men and deeds, whose contours he could not distinguish, whose mass terrified him, and which was nothing other than that monumental pyramid we call civilization. In this swarming shapeless mass he could pick out here and there, now close to him, now far away on inaccessible levels, some grouping, some brightly illuminated detail, here, the prison warder in his rod, there, the gendarme in his saber, beyond, the mitred archbishop, right at the top, like a sort of sun, the crowned and dazzling emperor. It seemed to him that these distant splendors, far from dispelling his darkness, made it blacker and more dismal. Laws, prejudices, deeds, men, things, all this came and went above him, observing the complicated and mysterious movement God imparts to civilization, trampling and crushing him with an indefinable calm in its cruelty and an inexorability in its indifference. Souls foundering in the worst possible plight, poor wretches lost in the lowest depths of this limbo where no one looks anymore. The law's outcasts feel individually burdened with the whole weight of this human society, so forbidding to anyone outside it, so appalling to anyone at the bottom of it. In this situation Jean Valjean pondered. What could be the nature of his reflections? If the grain of millet beneath the millstone were capable of thinking, it would no doubt have thought as Jean Valjean did. All these things, realities full of phantasmagoria full of realities, had eventually created in him an inner state of a kind that was almost indescribable. At times in the midst of his penal labor, he would pause, then fall to thinking. His reason, at once more mature and more confused than in the past, would rebel. Everything that had happened to him seemed absurd. Everything that surrounded him seemed impossible. He said to himself, "This is a dream." He would gaze at the prison warder standing a few paces away. The prison warder seemed a specter. Suddenly the specter would beat him with his rod. The natural world hardly existed for him. It would almost be true to say that for Jean Valjean there was no sun, no fine summer days, or radiant sky, or fresh April dawns. It was some basement dinginess that normally lit his soul. In conclusion, to sum up what can be summed up and translated into concrete results in all that we have just mentioned, we shall simply remark that thanks to the way prison had molded him, Jean Valjean, the inoffensive tree pruner from Faverolles, the dreadful felon of Toulon, had after 19 years become capable of two kinds of misdeed. First, a swift unthinking kind, full of impulsiveness, entirely instinctive, a reprisal of sorts for the wrong done to him. Second, a grave and serious kind, consciously considered and planned with the mistaken notions such adversity can instill. His premeditations went through 3 successive phases, a progress of which only natures of a certain quality are capable: rationalization, resolve, determination. His motives were outrage that had become a habit of mind, the bitterness in his heart, a deep sense of the iniquities he had suffered, the impulse to react, even against the good, the innocent and the just, if there be any. The point of departure and of arrival in all his thinking was his hatred of human law, a hatred that if not arrested in its development by some providential occurrence becomes within a given time hatred of society, then hatred of the human race, then hatred of creation, and is reflected in an ill-defined, constant and brutal desire to inflict harm on no matter whom, on any living creature. As we can see, it was not without reason that Jean Valjean's passport described him as a very dangerous man. Year by year, this soul had hardened slowly but inexorably. The hard-hearted are dry-eyed. When he left prison he had not shed a tear for 19 years. Man overboard. 8. The deep and the dark. So what? The ship does not stop. The wind blows, this woeful vessel has a course it is compelled to keep. It passes on. The man disappears, then reappears, he sinks and rises to the surface again, he calls for help, his arms reach out. No one hears. The ship, shuddering under the gale, is entirely concentrated on its handling, the crew and the passengers do not even see the man in the water. His pathetic head is but a speck in the enormity of the waves. He utters desperate cries in the troughs. What a ghostly vision that retreating sail is! He watches and watches in panic. It grows distant, it dims, it dwindles. He was there only a moment ago, he was one of the crew, he went to and fro on the deck with the others, he had his share of fresh air and sunlight, he was alive. Now what has happened? He has slipped, he has fallen, it is gone. He is in the monstrous waters. He has nothing underfoot anymore but shifting and treacherousness. The billows torn and chopped by the wind surround him hideously, the heavings of the deep overwhelm him, all the watery raggedness thrashes round his head, a mob of waves spews over him, blurred openings half devour him. Every time he goes under he glimpses precipices filled with darkness, frightful alien vegetation seize him, bind his feet, draw him towards them. He feels that he is becoming the deep, he is part of the spume, the waves toss him from one to another, he drinks bitterness, the craven ocean is furiously intent on drowning him, hugeness toys with him as he perishes. It seems as if all this water were hatred. Nevertheless, he puts up a fight. He tries to defend himself. He tries to keep above the water, he strives, he swims. He, this puny force, immediately exhausted, combats the inexhaustible. Where, then, is the ship? Over there. Barely visible in the pale obscurity of the horizon. The wind gusts. All the spray beats down on him. He looks up and sees only the lividness of the clouds. He is a dying witness to the immense frenzy of the sea. He is tormented by this craziness. He hears noises unknown to man that seem to come from beyond the earth and from some dreadful untold outer region. There are birds in the clouds, just as there are angels above human tribulations. But what can they do for him? They fly, sing and soar, while he draws his dying breath. He feels simultaneously buried by those two infinities, the ocean and the sky, the one is a tomb, the other a shroud. Darkness falls. He has been swimming for hours, he has no strength left. That ship, that distant thing in which there were men, has vanished. He is alone in the tremendous twilight chasm, he sinks, he stiffens, he writhes, he senses beneath him the huge undulations of the invisible, he calls out. Of men there are none. Where is God? He shouts. Someone. Someone. He keeps on shouting. Nothing on the horizon. Nothing in the heavens. He implores the expanse, the waves, the seaweed, the rocks. They are deaf. He beseeches the tempest. The insensate tempest obeys only the infinite. Around him darkness, mist, loneliness, churning and mindless tumult, the endless billowing of untamed waters. Within him horror and weariness. Beneath him the downward drop. Nothing to hold on to. He imagines the corpse's murky fortunes in the unbounded gloom. The bottomless cold paralyses him. His hands clench and close and seize on nothing. Unavailing winds, clouds, waterspouts, breezes, stars. What can he do? The despairing man gives up, he who is weary opts to die, he relinquishes, he surrenders, he lets go, and there he is forevermore, buffeted in the dismal depths of perdition. O implacable march of human societies! The men and souls lost along the way. Ocean in which all who are dropped by the law sink. Dire failure of rescue. O moral death! The sea is the inexorable social darkness into which the penal system casts its damned. The sea is immense wretchedness. The soul caught adrift in these fathomless deeps may become a corpse. Who will resuscitate it? 9. New woes. When the time came to leave the prison hulks, when Jean Valjean heard in his ear those strange words, "You're free," it was an improbable and unbelievable moment. A brilliant ray of light, real light, the light of the living, suddenly penetrated him. But it was not long before this ray dimmed. Jean Valjean had been dazzled by the idea of liberty. He had believed in a new life. He very quickly saw what kind of liberty it was to which a yellow passport is given. And with this realization came much bitterness. He had calculated that his earnings during his time in the prison hulks ought to have amounted to 171 francs. It is fair to add that he had forgotten to include in his calculations the compulsory days of rest on Sundays and public holidays that over 19 years resulted in a reduction of about 24 francs. Be that as it may, his earnings had been reduced by various local levies to the sum of 109 francs 15 sous, which was counted out to him on his release. He did not understand any of this and believed he had been wronged. Let us say the word, robbed. The day after he was freed, he saw some men unloading bales outside an orange flower distillery in Grasse. He offered his services. The job needed to be done quickly. He was accepted. He set to work. He was quick-witted, robust and deft. He gave of his best. The foreman seemed pleased. While he was working, a gendarme came by, noticed him, and asked for his papers. He had to show the yellow passport. Jean Valjean then went back to work. A little earlier he had asked one of the workmen what their daily rate for this job was. The reply was 30 sous. Come evening, as he had to be on his way again the following day, he presented himself to the foreman of the distillery and asked to be paid. Without a word, the foreman gave him 25 sous. He protested. "That's good enough for you," he was told. He insisted. The foreman looked him straight in the eye and said, "You want to end up back in clink?" Again he felt robbed. By reducing his savings, society, the state, had robbed him in a big way. Now it was the turn of the individual to rob him in a small way. Release is not freedom. You are let out of prison, but you continue to serve your sentence. That is what happened to him at Grasse. We have seen what sort of reception he got at Digny. X. The man awakened. So as the cathedral clock struck 2 in the morning, Jean Valjean awoke. What wakened him was that his bed was too comfortable. It was nearly 20 years since he had lain in a bed, and although he had not undressed, it was too novel a sensation not to disturb his sleep. He had slept more than 4 hours. His tiredness had passed. He was not used to taking many hours' rest. He opened his eyes and stared for a moment into the darkness around him, then closed them again to go back to sleep. When it has been a hectic day with many varied sensations, when things are on your mind, you fall asleep, but you do not go back to sleep. Sleep comes more easily than it returns. This is what happened to Jean Valjean. He could not get to sleep again and he fell to thinking. He was at one of those moments when the thoughts in his mind were unclear. There was a kind of indistinct welter in his brain. His old memories and his very recent memories swirled in a jumble and overlapped chaotically, losing their formal identity, becoming disproportionately magnified, then suddenly disappearing altogether, as in disturbed and muddy waters. Many thoughts occurred to him, but there was one that kept coming to the fore and driving out all the others. What that thought was, we shall say at once. He had noticed the 6 sets of silverware and the ladle that Madame Magloire had placed on the table. Those 6 sets of silver preyed on him. They were right there. A few paces away. Just as he was passing through the next room to reach the one where he was now, the old servant had been putting them away in a small cupboard at the head of the bed. He had taken careful note of that cupboard. On the right, as you entered from the dining room. They were solid silver. Antique silverware. With the ladle they would fetch at least 200 francs. Double what he had earned in 19 years. It is true he would have earned more if the authorities hadn't robbed him. He wavered for a whole hour, and there was certainly some element of conflict in his vacillations. 3 o'clock struck. He opened his eyes again, suddenly sat bolt upright, reached out his arm and felt for his knapsack which he had thrown into the corner of the alcove, then swung his legs over and put his feet on the ground. And so, almost without knowing how, he found himself sitting on the side of his bed. He remained for a while brooding in this position, which might have suggested something sinister to anyone seeing him like this in the dark, the only soul awake in that sleeping household. All at once he bent down, took off his shoes and quietly placed them on the mat beside the bed. Then he resumed his pensive attitude and once again sat motionless. Throughout these dreadful ruminations the thoughts we referred to above were in constant ferment in his brain, coming and going and returning again, and in a way oppressing him. And then without knowing why, and with the involuntary obsessiveness of idle fancy, he thought too about a convict named Brevet, whom he had known in the prison hulks and whose trousers had been held up by a single brace of knitted cotton. The checkered pattern of that brace kept coming back into his mind. He remained in this quandary and might have remained so indefinitely until daybreak had the clock not struck, the quarter hour or the half hour. It was as if that stroke said to him, "Get on with it." He stood up, hesitated yet a moment, and listened. All was quiet in the house. Then walking gingerly he went directly to the window, which he could see. It was not a very dark night. There was a full moon with large clouds driven by the wind coursing across it. This created alternating darkness and light outside, eclipses then brightnesses, and inside a kind of half-light. This half-light, sufficient for a person to find his way by, and intermittent on account of the clouds, was like that sort of leaden wanness that comes in through a basement window with passers-by coming and going in front of it. When he reached the window, Jean Valjean examined it. There were no bars on it. It opened onto the garden and was simply fastened with a small latch, according to local custom. He opened it, but as a rush of biting cold air came into the room he immediately shut it again. He observed the garden with that attentive gaze that does not so much look as study. The garden was enclosed by a fairly low white wall, easy to climb. Beyond the wall at the bottom of the garden he could discern regularly spaced out treetops, which indicated that the wall separated the garden from a tree-lined avenue or lane. Having taken this quick glance, he shook himself like a man who has made up his mind, strode to his alcove, grabbed his knapsack, opened it, rummaged in it, pulled out something that he placed on the bed, stuffed his shoes into one of the pockets, closed it all up again, shouldered the knapsack, put on his cap and pulled the peak down over his eyes, felt for his staff, went and placed it in the corner by the window, then returned to the bed, and resolutely seized the object he had laid on it. It looked like a short iron bar sharpened at one end like a spear. It would have been hard to determine in the darkness for what purpose that length of iron could have been designed. Perhaps it was a lever? Perhaps it was a club? In the daytime it would have been recognizable as none other than a miner's candlestick. At that time convicts were sometimes employed in quarrying stone from the high hills around Toulon, and it was not unusual for them to have miners' tools at their disposal. Miners' candlesticks are of solid iron with the lower end tapering to a point by means of which they are jammed into the rock. He took this candlestick in his right hand and, holding his breath and softening his footsteps, made for the door to the adjoining room, the bishop's room, as we know. When he reached this door he found it ajar. The bishop had not closed it. 11. What he does. Jean Valjean listened. Not a sound. He pushed the door. He pushed it gently with his finger, with that furtive and circumspect delicacy of a cat that wants to come in. The door yielded to the pressure with a scarcely perceptible and silent movement, which enlarged the opening a little. He waited a moment, then pushed the door a second time, more boldly. It continued to yield in silence. The opening was now wide enough for him to get through. But there was a little table near the door, at an awkward angle to it, barring the way. Jean Valjean saw the difficulty. It was absolutely imperative for the opening to be made even wider. He steeled himself and pushed the door a third time, more energetically than before. This time a hinge that needed oiling emitted a sudden lengthy screech in the darkness. Jean Valjean quailed. The noise of that hinge rang in his ear with something of the tremendous stridency of the trumpet on the day of judgment. In his fanciful exaggerations of that first instant he almost imagined the hinge had become animate and all at once acquired a dreadful life force, and that it was barking like a dog to alert everyone and waken those who were asleep. He paused, trembling, panic-stricken, and from tiptoe dropped flat on his feet. He heard the arteries in his temples thudding like two sledgehammers and the breath expelled from his chest sounded to him like wind issuing from a cave. He thought it impossible that the horrible din of that grating hinge would not have disturbed the whole household, like an earthquake tremor. The door he had pushed had taken fright and called out. The old man was going to get up, the two old women were going to cry for help, people would come running. Within a quarter of an hour the town would be in uproar and the gendarmerie mobilized. For a moment he thought he was doomed. He stood where he was, petrified, like the statue of salt, not daring to move. Several minutes went by. The door was now wide open. He ventured to peer into the room. Nothing had stirred. He listened. All was still in the house. The noise of the rusty hinge had not wakened anyone. The first danger was past, but there was still a frightful tumult inside him. Yet he did not retreat. Even when he thought he was doomed, he had not retreated. His one concern now was to get it over with quickly. He took a step forward and entered the room. In this room there was perfect calm. Discernible here and there were ill-defined, vague forms that in daylight were papers scattered on a table, open folios, volumes piled on a stool, an armchair heaped with clothing, a kneeler, but at that hour were no more than shadowy corners and pale patches. Jean Valjean advanced cautiously, taking care not to bump into the furniture. He could hear at the far end of the room the sleeping bishop's calm and regular breathing. He came to a sudden halt. He was by the bed. He had reached it sooner than he expected. Nature sometimes marries her dramatic effects and visual displays to our actions with a kind of somber, intelligent appropriateness, as if wanting to make us think. For nearly half an hour a large cloud had covered the sky. At the very moment that Jean Valjean paused at the foot of the bed, that cloud parted as though on purpose and a shaft of moonlight shining through the long window suddenly illuminated the bishop's pale face. He was sleeping peacefully. Because of the cold nights in the Basses Alpes he was in bed almost fully clothed, in a brown woolen garment that covered his arms to the wrists. His head rested on the pillow in the abandon of sleep. His hand on which he wore the pastoral ring, a hand that was the author of so many good deeds and saintly acts, was left dangling over the side of the bed. His whole face was lit up with an indefinable expression of satisfaction, hope and bliss. More than a smile, it was almost a radiance. There was on his brow the mystical reflection of an unseen light. In sleep the souls of the just contemplate a mysterious heaven. A reflection of that heaven fell on the bishop. It was at the same time a luminous transparency, for that heaven was within him. That heaven was his conscience. When the moonbeam superimposed itself, so to speak, on that inward radiance, the sleeping bishop appeared as if in glory. Yet it was a vision that remained soft and veiled in an ineffable half-light. That moon in the sky, that hush upon nature, that undisturbed garden and that great peacefulness in the house, the hour, the moment, the silence, added some solemn and inexpressible quality to this sage's venerable repose, and surrounded with a kind of serene and majestic aureole that white hair and those closed eyes, that face in which all was hope and all was trustfulness, that old man's head in childlike sleep. There was almost something divine about this man in his unconscious awesomeness. Jean Valjean meanwhile was in shadow, standing motionless with his iron candlestick in his hand, terrified of this radiant elder. He had never seen anything like it. This trustfulness appalled him. The moral world has no greater spectacle than this, a troubled and uneasy conscience on the brink of an evil action, contemplating the sleep of a good man. There was in that sleep, in that separateness, with one such as he nearby, an element of the sublime of which he was vaguely but compellingly aware. No one could have said what was going on inside him, not even he himself. To try to conceive of it, we have to imagine that which is most violent in the presence of that which is most gentle. Even on his face nothing could be discerned with certainty. It was a sort of haggard amazement. He saw. That was all. But what was he thinking? It was impossible to tell. What was obvious was that he was emotionally affected and confused. But what was the nature of his emotion? He did not take his eyes off the old man. The only thing clearly evident from his attitude and the expression on his face was a strange indecision. He seemed to be hovering between two abysses, that of perdition and that of salvation. He looked as if he were about to crush that skull or kiss that hand. After a few minutes his left arm rose slowly to his brow and he took off his cap, then just as slowly his arm fell again and Jean Valjean resumed his contemplation with his cap in his left hand, his candlestick in his right, the hair on his feral head bristling. The bishop slept on in profound peacefulness beneath that terrifying gaze. A reflection of the moon picked out faintly above the fireplace the crucifix, which seemed to open its arms to both of them, with a blessing for one, forgiveness for the other. Jean Valjean abruptly replaced his cap on his head, then without looking at the bishop walked rapidly past the bed straight to the cupboard he saw, indistinctly, standing by the head of it. He raised his iron candlestick as though to force the lock. The key was in it. He opened the cupboard. The first thing that met his eyes was the basket of silverware. He took it, and throwing caution to the wind strode across the room not worrying about the noise, reached the door, re-entered the chapel, opened the window, seized his staff, climbed over the ground-floor windowsill, put the silver into his knapsack, threw away the basket, crossed the garden, leapt over the wall like a tiger, and fled. 12. The Bishop at Work. The next day at sunrise Monseigneur Bienvenu was strolling in his garden. Madame Magloire came running up to him in a frenzy. "Monseigneur, Monseigneur," she exclaimed. "Does your Highness know where the silverware basket is?" "Yes," replied the bishop. "Blessed be the Lord Jesus," she said. "I didn't know what had become of it." The bishop had just found the basket in a flower bed. He handed it to Madame Magloire. "Here it is." "Well," she said. "It's empty. What about the silverware?" "Ah," replied the bishop. "So it's the silverware you're worried about?" "I don't know where that is." "Good Lord Almighty! It's been stolen. The man who was here last night has stolen it." In a twinkling, with all that spirited old girl's spryness, Madame Magloire ran to the chapel, entered the alcove and returned to the bishop. The bishop had just bent down and was woefully examining a plant, a Gillen's cochlearia, which the basket had damaged as it fell into the flower bed. He straightened up at Madame Magloire's cry. "Monseigneur, the man's gone. The silver's been stolen." As she uttered this exclamation, her eyes fell on a corner of the garden where there were signs of the wall having been climbed. The coping was damaged. "Look! That's how he got out. He jumped down into Ruelle Cochefilet. Oh, the wicked fellow! He's stolen our silver." The bishop remained silent for a moment, then raised his solemn gaze and said quietly to Madame Magloire, "Now was that silver ours in the first place?" Madame Magloire was left speechless. There was another silence, then the bishop went on, "Madame Magloire, I've been wrongfully keeping that silver for a long time. It belonged to the poor." "And what was that man?" "Obviously one of the poor." "Dear Jesus," said Madame Magloire. "It's not for me, or Mademoiselle. It makes no difference to us. But it's for Monseigneur. What's Monseigneur to eat with now?" The bishop gazed at her with an expression of amazement. "Ah, come now. Haven't we some pewter cutlery?" Madame Magloire shrugged. "Pewter has a smell. Tin cutlery, then." Madame Magloire gave a meaningful grimace. "Tin leaves a taste in your mouth." "Very well," said the bishop, "wooden cutlery." A few moments later he was having breakfast at the very table where Jean Valjean had sat the previous evening. As he breakfasted, Monseigneur Bienvenu remarked cheerfully to his sister, who said nothing, and to Madame Magloire, who muttered to herself, that there is absolutely no need even for a wooden fork or spoon to dip a piece of bread in a cup of milk. Really, the very idea, Madame Magloire was saying as she bustled about, of allowing a man like that into your house. And letting him stay the night with you. It's lucky all he did was steal. Lord! It makes you shudder to think of it. As brother and sister were about to leave the table, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," said the bishop. The door opened. An extraordinary, violent group appeared on the threshold. 3 men were holding a fourth by the scruff of his neck. The 3 men were gendarmes, the other was Jean Valjean. A sergeant of the gendarmerie, who seemed to be in command of the group, stood close to the door. He entered and approached the bishop, giving a military salute. "Monseigneur," he said. At this word Jean Valjean, glum and dejected-looking, lifted his head in amazement. "Monseigneur," he murmured. "So he's not the parish priest?" "Silence," said the gendarme. "This is Monseigneur, the bishop." In the meantime Monseigneur Bienvenu had stepped forward as quickly as his great age allowed. "Ah! There you are," he exclaimed, looking at Jean Valjean. "I'm glad to see you. Now, look here, I gave you those candlesticks as well. They're silver like the rest and you'll certainly be able to get 200 francs for them. Why didn't you take them with your forks and spoons?" Jean Valjean's eyes widened, and he stared at the venerable bishop with an expression no human tongue can describe. "Monseigneur," said the sergeant, "what this man said is true, then. We ran into him. He looked like someone leaving town. We stopped him to see. He had this silver." "And he told you," the bishop broke in with a smile, "that it was given to him by an old buffer of a priest in whose house he'd spent the night? I see the situation. And you brought him back here? There's been a misunderstanding." "You mean, we can let him go?" said the sergeant. "Undoubtedly," replied the bishop. The gendarmes released Jean Valjean, who backed away. "Is it true they're letting me go?" he said in an almost inarticulate voice and as if he were talking in his sleep. "Yes, we're letting you go, didn't you hear?" said one of the gendarmes. "My friend," said the bishop, "before you go, here are your candlesticks. Take them." He went over to the fireplace, took the 2 silver candlesticks, and brought them to Jean Valjean. The 2 women watched him without a word, without making a move, without a glance that might upset the bishop. Jean Valjean trembled in every limb. He took the 2 candlesticks automatically, looking bewildered. "Now," said the bishop, "go in peace. By the way, if ever you come back, my friend, there's no need to pass through the garden. You can always enter and leave by the street door. It's left on the latch day and night." Then turning to the gendarmes he said, "You may go, gentlemen." The gendarmes left. Jean Valjean was like a man about to faint. The bishop went up to him and said quietly, "Don't forget, never forget, you promised to use this money to become an honest man." Jean Valjean, who had no recollection of having made any promise, remained dumbfounded. The bishop had dwelled on these words as he said them. He went on with a kind of solemnity, "Jean Valjean, my brother, you're no longer owned by evil but by good. It's your soul I'm buying. I'm redeeming it from dark thoughts and the spirit of perdition, and I'm giving it to God." 13. Petit Gervais. Jean Valjean left the town as though he were escaping. He set off through the countryside walking as fast as he could, following the roads and paths that appeared in front of him without noticing that he kept retracing his steps. He wandered about like this all morning, without having eaten and without feeling hungry. He was prey to a host of new sensations. He felt a kind of rage, he knew not against whom. He would have been unable to say whether he felt touched or humiliated. He was overcome at times with an unfamiliar susceptibility to emotion, which he fought against, resisting it with the hardening of his heart over the last 20 years. Being in this state tired him. He saw with dismay the disintegration within him of that sort of appalling calm that the injustice of his misfortune had bestowed on him. He wondered what would replace it. At times he truly would have preferred to be in prison with the gendarmes, and for things not to have turned out like this. It would have been less disturbing. Although the season was fairly far advanced, here and there in the hedgerows were still a few late flowers, whose scent as he walked past them brought back childhood memories. It was so long since he was last visited by them that these memories were almost unbearable. Inexpressible thoughts gathered inside him like this, all day long. As the sun set in the evening, casting a long shadow on the ground even from the smallest pebble, Jean Valjean was sitting behind a bush on a vast russet plain that was absolutely deserted. There was nothing on the horizon except the Alps. Not even the spire of a distant village. Jean Valjean was probably some 9 miles from Digny. A path that cut across the plain passed within a few paces of the bush. In the midst of these reflections that would have contributed in no small way to making his raggedness look terrifying to anyone who might have encountered him, he heard a joyful sound. He looked round and saw coming along the path a little Savoyard, about 10 years old, singing, with his hurdy-gurdy at his side and his marmot cage on his back. One of those sweet, blithe little lads who go from place to place, with their knees showing through the holes in their trousers. Singing all the while, the young lad interrupted his progress from time to time to play knuckle bones with a few coins he had in his hand, probably his entire fortune. This small change included 1 40-sou piece. The child drew up beside the bush without noticing Jean Valjean and tossed up his handful of coins, all of which he had until then caught quite deftly on the back of his hand. This time the 40-sou piece escaped him, and went rolling into the undergrowth till it reached Jean Valjean. Jean Valjean put his foot over it. The child meanwhile had been watching where his coin went, and saw this. Unabashed, he walked straight up to the man. It was a totally isolated spot. As far as the eye could see, there was no one either on the plain or on the path. The only sound to be heard were the faint little cries of a flock of migratory birds flying through the sky at an immense height. The child stood with his back to the sun, which threaded his hair with gold, and with a blood-red glow dyed crimson the savage face of Jean Valjean. "Monsieur, my coin," said the little Savoyard with that childish trustfulness that is a blend of ignorance and innocence. "What's your name?" said Jean Valjean. "Petit Gervais, monsieur." "Go away," said Jean Valjean. "Monsieur," said the child, "give me back my coin." Jean Valjean lowered his head and said nothing. The child repeated, "My coin, monsieur." Jean Valjean's eyes remained fixed on the ground. "My coin," cried the child. "My silver coin. My money." Jean Valjean seemed not to hear. The child grasped him by the collar of his shirt and shook him. And at the same time he did his utmost to shift the big hobnailed shoes standing on his treasure. "I want my coin. My 40-sou coin." The child wept. Jean Valjean lifted his head. He was still seated. He was bleary-eyed. He observed the child with a kind of amazement, then he reached for his staff and cried in a terrible voice, "Who is it?" "Me, monsieur," replied the child. "Petit Gervais." "Me. Me. Please give me back my 40 sous. Please move your foot, monsieur." Then, though very small, annoyed, and becoming almost threatening. I say, will you move your foot? Go on, move your foot, will you? Ah! You again, said Jean Valjean. And suddenly rising to his full height with his foot still covering the silver coin, he added, get lost, will you? The terrified child stared at him, then began to tremble from head to foot, and after a few seconds of stupefied paralysis took to his heels, running away as fast as his legs could carry him, not daring to look back or to cry out. However, some way off he was forced to stop for want of breath, and in his distractedness Jean Valjean heard the child sobbing. A few moments later the child had vanished. The sun had set. Darkness gathered round Jean Valjean. He had eaten nothing all day. He was probably feverish. He remained standing, his position unchanged since the child fled. At long and irregular intervals his chest rose with his indrawn breath. His gaze, focused 10 or 12 paces in front of him, seemed to be studying intently the shape of an old blue earthenware shard lying in the grass. All at once he shuddered, suddenly aware of the evening chill. He settled his cap more firmly on his brow, unconsciously pulled his shirt closed and buttoned it up, took a step forward and bent down to pick up his staff. At that moment he caught sight of the 40-sou coin, which his foot had half buried in the ground, glinting among the stones. The effect was seismic. What's that? He said to himself. He fell back 3 paces, then stopped, unable to tear his gaze from that spot his foot had been trampling a moment before, as though the thing gleaming there in the dusk were an eye riveted on him. After a few moments he darted towards the silver coin, seized it, and straightening up again began to gaze into the distance across the plain, looking towards the horizon in every direction, standing there quivering like a frightened wild animal seeking a refuge. He saw nothing. Darkness was falling, the plain was cold and indistinct, great purple mists were rising in the twilight glow. Ah, he said and struck out rapidly in a certain direction, the one taken by the child when he disappeared. After about 30 paces he paused, looked about him and saw nothing. Then he shouted with all his might, Petit Gervais! Petit Gervais! He fell silent and waited. There was no reply. The landscape was bleak and deserted. He was surrounded by unbounded space. There was nothing around him but a shadowy darkness in which his gaze was lost, and a silence in which his voice was lost. An icy north wind blew and gave a sort of lugubrious vitality to things around him. The bushes flailed their skinny little limbs with incredible fury. They looked threatening, as if they were pursuing someone. He set off again, walking, then began to run, and from time to time he stopped and shouted into that solitude in the most rending and most disconsolate voice ever to be heard, Petit Gervais! Petit Gervais! If the child had heard it he would surely have been frightened and have taken good care not to show himself. But the child was no doubt already far away. He met a priest on horseback. He went up to him and said, Monsieur le Curé, have you seen a child go by? No, said the priest. One by the name of Petit Gervais? I've not seen anyone. He drew 2 5-franc pieces from his purse and handed them to the priest. Monsieur le Curé, take this for your poor. Monsieur le Curé, he's a little lad, about 10 years old, with a marmot, I think, and a hurdy-gurdy. One of those wandering Savoyards, you know? I haven't seen him. Petit Gervais? He's not from one of the villages hereabouts? Can you tell me? From what you say, my friend, the child's a little stranger. They pass through. We don't know them. Jean Valjean seized another 2 5-franc coins and thrust them at the priest. For your poor, he said. Then he added wildly, Monsieur l'Abbé, have me arrested. I'm a thief. The priest dug in his spurs and rode off, very scared. Jean Valjean started running again in the direction he had first taken. And so he went on for quite a long way, looking round, calling, shouting, but he met no one. 2 or 3 times he ran across the plain towards something that looked like a person lying down or crouching but turned out to be just low-lying shrubs or rocks. Eventually, at a place where 3 paths met, he came to a halt. The moon had risen. He peered into the distance and called out one last time, "Petit Gervais! Petit Gervais!" His cry died in the mist without even raising an echo. He murmured again, but in a faint and almost inarticulate voice, "Petit Gervais." That was his final effort. His legs suddenly gave way beneath him as though all at once some invisible power had crushed him with the weight of his own bad conscience. He collapsed on a large stone, exhausted, with his hands in his hair and his face in his lap, and he cried, "I'm a wretch." Then his heart burst and he began to weep. It was the first time he had wept in 19 years. When Jean Valjean left the bishop's house he was, as we have seen, in what was to him an entirely different mental universe. He could not understand what was going on inside him. He hardened himself against the old man's angelic deed and gentle words. "You promised to become an honest man. I'm buying your soul. I'm redeeming it from the spirit of iniquity and giving it to the good Lord." This kept coming back to him. This heavenly kindness he countered with pride, the fortress of evil, as it were, within us. He had the indistinct feeling that this priest's forgiveness was the greatest assault and most tremendous attack he had ever experienced. That if he resisted this clemency the hardening of his heart would be definitive. That if he yielded he would be obliged to renounce that hatred with which the deeds of other men had filled his soul over so many years, a hatred he relished. That this time he had to vanquish or be vanquished, and that the battle had been joined, a colossal and decisive battle, between his own wickedness and that man's goodness. Among all these glimmers of understanding he reeled like a drunken man. As he walked on wild-eyed, had he any clear perception of what his experience and dignity might lead to? Did he hear all those mysterious murmurs that caution or badger the spirit at certain moments in life? Did a voice whisper in his ear that what he had just lived through was the key moment of his existence? For him there was no middle ground anymore. After this, if he were not to be the best of men, he would be the worst. To put it another way, he would now have to rise higher than the bishop or fall lower than the convict. If he wished to become good, he would have to be an angel. If he wished to remain wicked, he would have to be a monster. Here again those questions need to be asked that we have already raised elsewhere. Did he amid the confusion of his thoughts have any inkling of all this? Certainly, as we have said, understanding is schooled by adversity. However, it is doubtful that Jean Valjean was capable of unraveling all that we are suggesting. If these ideas occurred to him he glimpsed rather than saw them, and they succeeded only in casting him into a state of unbearable and almost painful perplexity. As too bright a light would have hurt his eyes on emerging from the dark, so the bishop hurt his soul when he came out of that perverse place of darkness called penal servitude. The future life, the potential life, now offered to him filled him with trepidation and anxiety. He did not really know where he was anymore. Like an owl that might suddenly see the sunrise, the convict had been dazzled and, so to speak, blinded by virtue. What was certain, what he was sure of, was that he was no longer the same man. He was completely changed within. It was no longer in his power to act as though the bishop had not spoken to him, had not touched him. In this state of mind he had encountered Petit Gervais and robbed him of his 40 sous. Why? He could certainly not have explained it. Was it a lingering effect and a final exertion, as it were, of the evil thoughts he had brought with him from prison, a residual impulse, the result of what in statics is called momentum? It was that, and it was also perhaps not even so much as that. Let us put it in simple terms, it was not he who stole. It was not the man, it was the beast that out of habit and instinct had stupidly put his foot on that money while the thinking mind was grappling with so many new and unprecedented obsessions. When the thinking mind came to its senses again and saw what the brute had done, Jean Valjean recoiled in anguish and uttered a cry of horror. This was because by stealing money from that child he had done something of which he was no longer capable, a strange phenomenon that was possible only in his present situation. Be that as it may, this last bad deed had a decisive effect on him. It cut through the chaos in his mind and dispersed it, setting the dark impenetrabilities on one side and light on the other, and it acted on his soul in the state it was then as certain chemical agents act on a cloudy solution by precipitating one element and clarifying the other. First of all, even before any self-searching or reflection, in a panic, like someone trying to run away, he did his utmost to find the child to give him back his money. Then when he realized this was futile, impossible, he halted in despair. The moment when he cried out, "I'm a wretch," he had just seen himself for what he was. And already he was so divorced from himself that he felt that he was no more than a ghost. And that standing there before him, in flesh and blood, with that shirt on his back, with his staff in his hand, with the knapsack he was carrying packed with stolen objects, with his face grim and determined and his mind filled with heinous plans, was the ghastly convicted felon Jean Valjean. Overwhelming affliction, we have noted, had made him something of a visionary. This, then, was in the nature of a vision. He actually saw this Jean Valjean, this sinister face, before him. He was almost starting to wonder who the man was, and was horrified by him. His brain was experiencing one of those turbulent and yet dreadfully calm moments when introspection is so profound that it absorbs reality. You no longer see the objects around you, and you see the images in your mind as if they were outside yourself. So he beheld himself, as it were, face to face, and at the same time he saw in mysterious depth beyond this hallucination a kind of light which he initially took for a blazing torch. Looking more closely at this light that appeared to his conscience, he realized it had a human form, and that this torch was the bishop. His conscience considered in turn each of the two men placed before it, the bishop and Jean Valjean. It took no less a person than the former to be the undoing of the latter. By one of those singular effects peculiar to transports of this kind, as his trance-like delirium continued, in his eyes the bishop grew in stature and brilliance while Jean Valjean shrank and faded. There came a point when he was no more than a shadow. All of a sudden he vanished. The bishop alone remained. He filled this wretched man's entire soul with a magnificent radiance. Jean Valjean wept for a long time. He wept burning tears, he sobbed, more defenseless than a woman, more frightened than a child. As he wept his mind was flooded with light, an extraordinary light, a light at once ravishing and terrible. His past life, his first misdeed, his long expiation, his outward brutalization, his inward hardening, his release celebrated with so many plans of vengeance, what had happened to him at the bishop's house, the latest thing he had done, stealing 40 sous from a child, a crime all the more craven and all the more monstrous coming after the bishop's pardon, all this came back to him, he saw it clearly, and with a clarity such as he had never seen before. He beheld his life and it looked horrible, he beheld his soul and it looked dreadful. Yet this life and this soul were bathed in a gentle light. He thought he saw Satan by the light of paradise. How long did he weep like this? What did he do after he had wept? Where did he go? This was never known. One thing only seems to have been established: that same night, the coach driver who did the Grenoble post run in those days and arrived in Digny at about 3 o'clock in the morning, as he came down the street where the bishop lived, saw a man who looked as if he was praying, kneeling on the ground in the darkness at Monseigneur Bienvenu's front door. Book 3 in the year 1817. The year 1817. 1817 is the year that Louis XVIII described, with a royal self-assurance not lacking in pride, as the 22nd of his reign. It is the year when Monsieur Bruguière de Sorsum was famous. All the wigmakers' shops, hoping that the royal bird style of powdered wig would make a comeback, were painted blue with the fleur-de-lis. It was the time when, as churchwarden, Comte Lynch sat in the front pew of Assay. Germain de Presse every Sunday wearing the robes of the French peerage, with his Legion of Honor and his long nose, and that majesty of profile characteristic of a man who has performed a brilliant deed. The brilliant deed performed by Monsieur Lynch was this: having as mayor of Bordeaux, on the 12th of March 1814, surrendered the city a little too promptly to Monsieur le Duc d'Angoulême. Hence his peerage. In 1817 it was the fashion for little boys of between 4 and 6 years of age to be enveloped in huge Morocco leather caps with ear flaps, quite similar to Eskimo headwear. The French army was dressed in white, Austrian style, regiments were called legions, and instead of numbers they bore the names of departments. Napoleon was on St. Helena, and as England refused to provide him with green cloth he was having his old coats turned. In 1817 Pellegrini sang, Mademoiselle Bigottini danced, Potier ruled the stage, Audrey did not yet exist. Madame Sacchi was stepping into the shoes of Furioso. There were still Prussians in France. Monsieur Delalotte was a prominent figure. Legitimacy had recently asserted itself by cutting off the hand, then the head, of Planier, Carbonneau, and Talleyrand. Grand Chamberlain Prince de Talleyrand and Minister of Finance designate Abbé Louis laughed like two soothsayers catching each other's eye. On the 14th of July 1790, both of them had celebrated Mass in the Champ de Mars for the Feast of the Federation, Talleyrand officiating as bishop and Louis serving as deacon. In 1817, in the side avenues of this same Champ de Mars, great wooden pillars, painted blue with traces of gilded eagles and bees on them, were to be seen lying in the rain, rotting in the grass. These were the columns that 2 years earlier had supported the emperor's dais in the Champ de Mai. They were blackened in places, scorched by the campfires of the Austrians bivouacked near the Gros Caillou district of Paris. 2 or 3 of these columns had disappeared in their campfires and warmed the Kaiserlich's big hands. The remarkable thing about the Champ de Mai was that it was held in the month of June in the Champ de Mars. In the year 1817 two things were popular, the 2-quid edition of Voltaire and the charter-engraved snuff-box. The latest sensation in Paris was the murder committed by Daughton, who had thrown his brother's head into the fountain at the Marquet aux Fleurs. The Ministry of Naval Affairs had opened an investigation into the doomed frigate Medusa, which was to cover Chaumareix with shame and Jericho with glory. Colonel Selves went to Egypt, there to become Suleiman Pasha. The Palais de Thermes, in Rue de la Harpe, was used as a cooper's shop. The little wooden cabin that had served Messier, the naval astronomer under Louis XVI, as an observatory could still be seen on the flat roof of the Hôtel de Cluny's octagonal tower. In her boudoir furnished with sky-blue satin stools the Duchesse de Duras read to 3 or 4 friends her unpublished Eureka. The NS were scraped off the Louvre. The Pont d'Austerlitz abdicated and took the name Pont du Jardin du Roi, a twofold riddle, disguising both the Pont d'Austerlitz and the Jardin des Plantes. Bringing to his close reading of Horace a particular interest in heroes who become emperors and clogmakers who become dauphins, Louis XVIII had 2 causes for concern: Napoleon and Mathurin Bruno. The French Academy set as the subject for its prize competition, a happiness to be attained through study. Monsieur Bellart was professionally eloquent. Seen preparing to follow in his footsteps was Advocate General Toby Debrau, destined to be lampooned by Paul-Louis Courier. There was a pseudo-Chateaubriand named Marchangey, anticipating a pseudo-Marchangey named d'Arlincourt. Claire d'Alba and Malek-Adel were literary masterpieces, and Madame Cotton was declared the leading writer of the age. The Institute allowed the academician Napoleon Bonaparte to be struck off its list of members. A royal decree established Angoulême as the site of a naval academy, for with the Duc d'Angoulême being Grand Admiral, obviously the city of Angoulême was entitled as a matter of course to all the distinctions of a seaport, otherwise, the monarchic principle would have been undermined. The question was raised in the Council of Ministers whether the vignettes of acrobatics that adorned Franconi's advertising posters and attracted throngs of street urchins should be tolerated. Monsieur Payer, author of Agnes, a fellow with a square face and a wart on his cheek, directed the Marquise de Sassenet's small private concerts in Rue de la Villette-l'Évêque. All young girls sang L'Ermite de Estiavel, words by Edmond Giraud. Le Nain Jaune became Le Miroir. The Café Lemblin favored the emperor, as opposed to the Café Valois which favored the Bourbons. Already watched from the shadows by Lavelle, the Duc de Berry had just been married to a princess of Sicily. It had been a year since Madame de Staël died. Mademoiselle Mars was booed by members of the Royal Guard. Newspapers of substance were all very lightweight. Their format was small but they had great freedom of expression. Le Constitutional was constitutional. La Minerve called Chateaubriand Chateaubriand. That prompted much laughter among the bourgeoisie at the expense of the great writer. In suborned newspapers, time-serving journalists jeered at those exiled in 1815. David was now devoid of talent, Arnaud of wit, Carnot of integrity, Soult had not won a single battle. It is true that Napoleon had lost his military genius. Everybody knows that letters sent to an exile through the post rarely reach their destination, with the police making it their sacred duty to intercept them. This is nothing new. Descartes complained of it during his banishment. Now, when David in a Belgian newspaper expressed some vexation at not having received letters that had been written to him, this was seen as cause for amusement by the royalist rags, which took the opportunity to mock the exile. Whether one said regicides or voters, enemies or allies, Napoleon or Bonaparte, this could divide two men more than any abyss. All right-minded people agreed that King Louis XVIII, hailed as the immortal author of the Charter, had put an end forever to the era of revolutions. In the open space on the Pont Neuf, the word redivivus asterisk was carved on the pedestal awaiting the statue of Henri IV. At 4 Rue Therese, Monsieur Pete launched his secret conclave dedicated to consolidating the monarchy. In moments of crisis, the leaders of the right would say, "We must write to back it." Messrs. Canuel, O'Mahony and de Chappedelaine were devising, not without the approval of Monsieur, what was later to become the Riverside Conspiracy. The Black Pin had a conspiracy of its own. De la Verderie made contact with Trogoff. Monsieur Decazes, who was something of a liberal, held sway. At 27 Rue Saint-Dominique, Chateaubriand stood at his window every morning in leggings and slippers, his grey hair in a madras head scarf, staring into a mirror and with a complete set of dentist's instruments laid out before him, cleaning his splendid teeth while dictating to his secretary Monsieur Pelorge drafts of the monarchy according to the Charter. The leading critics rated Le Faun above Talma. Monsieur de Felitz signed himself a. Monsieur Hoffmann signed himself Z. Charles Nodier wrote Therese Aubert. Divorce was abolished. The lycées were called colleges. College students, their collars trimmed with a gold fleur-de-lis, came to blows over the King of Rome. The palace's police spies reported to Her Royal Highness Madame the ubiquitously displayed portrait of Monsieur le Duc d'Orleans, in which, very unfortunately, he cut a better figure in his uniform as Colonel General of the Hussars than Monsieur le Duc de Berry in his uniform as Colonel General of the Dragoons. The city of Paris had the Dome of Les Invalides regilded at its own expense. Serious-minded men wondered what Monsieur de Trinquelade would do in this or that event. Monsieur Clausel de Montals was at odds with Monsieur Clausel de Coussergues on a number of points. Monsieur de Salaberry was not pleased. The actor Picard, who was a member of the Academy to which the actor Molière had not been able to gain membership, had Les Deux Philibert staged at the Odeon, on the front of which the Empress Theatre was still clearly legible, although the letters had been stripped off. People took sides for or against Cugnet de Monterlat. Fabier was seditious, Bavoux revolutionary. The bookseller Pelissier published an edition of Voltaire under the title Works by Voltaire of the French Academy. It attracts buyers, said this candid editor. The general opinion was that Monsieur Charles Loyson would be the genius of the century. He was beginning to be the subject of envy, an indication of success. And these lines were written about him: even when Loison flies, you can tell he has feet. Asterisk. As Cardinal Fesch refused to resign, Monsieur de Pins, Archbishop of Annecy, administered the Diocese of Lyon. The dispute between Switzerland and France over the Valley of Daps was sparked by a report by Captain, later General, Dufour. Unrecognized, Saint Simon was working on his sublime dream. At the Academy of Sciences there was a famous Fourier who has been forgotten by posterity, and in some garret or other a little-known Fourier whom future generations will remember. Lord Byron was beginning to make his name. A note to a poem by Millevoye introduced him to France as a certain Lord Baron. David Diage was demonstrating his skill at working in marble. Abbé Caron was singing the praises, to a small gathering of seminarists in Cul-de-sac de Feuillantines, of an unknown priest named Félicite Robert, later to become Lamennais. A thing that emitted smoke and splashed about on the Seine, making a noise like a dog paddling, went to and fro past the windows of the Tuileries, between the Pont Royal and the Pont Louis XV. It was a contraption of not much use, some sort of plaything, the fantasy of an impractical inventor, a chimera, a steamboat. Parisians stared at this piece of futility with indifference. Monsieur de Vaublanc, reformer of the Institute by coup d'état, royal decree and change of guard, and distinguished creator of several academicians, having created them, failed to become one himself. The Faubourg St. and the Pavillon de Marsan wanted Monsieur Delaval for prefect of police because of his loyalty. Dupuytren and Récamier had an argument in the amphitheatre at the School of Medicine and threatened to come to blows over the divinity of Jesus Christ. With one eye on Genesis and the other on nature, Cuvier did his best to please religious reactionaries by reconciling fossils with biblical texts and using mastodons to give credit to Moses. Monsieur François de Neufchâteau, admirable promoter of Parmentier's memory, made countless efforts to have Pomme de Terre pronounced Parmentier, and was utterly unsuccessful. Abbé Grégoire, former bishop, former member of the convention, former senator, in the royalist polemical vocabulary had been downgraded to infamous Grégoire. That word downgraded was denounced as a neologism by Monsieur Royer Collard. Under the third arch of the Pont d'Iéna you could still distinguish by its whiteness the new stone used to fill the hole for explosives that Blücher had made 2 years earlier to blow up the bridge. The law prosecuted a man who at the sight of the Comte d'Artois entering Notre Dame had said out loud, "Oh, for the days when I used to see Bonaparte and Talma going into the Bal Sabrage arm in arm." Seditious talk. 6 months in prison. Traitors were brazen. Men who had defected to the enemy on the eve of battle made no secret of their reward, and went about shamelessly in the light of day with their cynically acquired riches and honors. In the indecency of their paid abjectness, deserters from Ligny and Cottrebras nakedly displayed their devotion to the monarchy, forgetting what is written on the wall in public conveniences in England: "Please adjust your dress before leaving." This, in no particular order, is what confusedly survives of that now forgotten year 1817. History neglects nearly all these details, and cannot do otherwise, it would be overwhelmed by their infinitude. Yet these details, wrongly called trivial, there is no trivial fact in the affairs of man, no trivial leaf in the vegetable world, do serve a purpose. The features of the years are what the face of the century is composed of. It was in this year, 1817, that 4 young Parisians had a great lark. Two foursomes. One of these Parisians came from Toulouse, another from Limoges, the third from Cahors and the fourth from Montauban. But they were students, and to say student is another way of saying Parisian. To study in Paris is to be born in Paris. They were unexceptional young men, everyone has seen their type, for average specimens, neither good nor bad, learned nor ignorant, geniuses nor fools, with the handsome looks of that delightful springtime we call the age of 20. They were 4 ordinary Oscars, for at that time Arthurs did not yet exist. "Burn for him the perfumes of Araby," exclaimed the love song. "Oscar approaches, Oscar, I shall see him." Ossian had left his mark. The fashionable was Scandinavian and Caledonian. The pure English style would not prevail until later, and the first of the Arthurs, Wellington, had only just won the Battle of Waterloo. The names of these particular Oscars were Félix Tholomyès, from Toulouse, Listolier from Cahors, Fameuil from Limoges, and lastly, Blachevelle from Montauban. Naturally, each of them had his mistress. Blachevelle loved Favourite, so named because she had been in England. Listolier adored Dahlia, who had taken as her nom de guerre the name of a flower. Fameuil idolized Zéphine, short for Josephine. Tholomyès had Fantine, known as the blonde because of her beautiful hair, the color of sunlight. Favourite, Dahlia, Zéphine, and Fantine were four lovely young women, sweet-smelling and radiant, still with an air of the seamstress about them, not having entirely forsaken their sewing needles, giddy with their love affairs but still with a lingering serenity of work on their faces, and in their souls that bloom of innocence that survives a woman's first fall. There was one of the four they called the baby because she was the youngest, and one they called the old lady. The old lady was 23. To be quite candid, the first three were more experienced, more reckless, and more pitched into the tumult of life than Fantine the blonde, who was still cherishing her first illusion. Dahlia, Zéphine, and especially Favourite, could not have said the same. There was already more than one episode in their stories, which had only just begun, and the lover whose name was Adolphe in the first chapter turned out to be Alphonse in the second and Gustave in the third. Poverty and love of finery are two disastrous counselors. One scolds and the other flatters, and beautiful young girls of humble origin have both whispering in their ears, one on either side. These ill-protected souls pay heed. That is how they come to be fallen women and to have stones thrown at them. They are oppressed by the splendor of all that is snow-white and unattainable. Alas! What if the Jungfrau were hungry? Dahlia and Zéphine were admirers of Favourite because she had been to England. She was living on her own very early in life. Her father was a churlish old mathematics teacher, full of himself, unmarried, running round town giving private lessons despite his age. As a young man, this teacher had one day seen a chambermaid catch her dress on a fender. He fell in love as a consequence of that chance incident. Favourite was the result. She would run into her father from time to time, who would nod to her. One morning a nunnish-looking old woman came to see her at home and said, "You don't know me, mademoiselle?" "No, I'm your mother." Then the old woman helped herself to food and drink, had a mattress she owned delivered there, and moved in. This peevish and sanctimonious mother never spoke to Favourite, let hours go by without uttering a word, ate enough to feed 4, morning, noon and night, and would go down to chat in the porter's lodge, where she spoke ill of her daughter. What had drawn Dahlia to Listolier, and possibly to others, to idleness, was having excessively pretty pink nails. How could she put nails like that to work? The girl who wants to remain virtuous must have no pity for her hands. As for Zéphine, she had conquered Fameuil by the saucily caressive way she had of saying, "Yes, monsieur." The young men were chums, the young girls were friends. Such loves are always matched by such friendships. It is one thing to be virtuous and another to be philosophical. The proof of this being that, with all due reservations about such irregular relationships, Favourite, Zéphine and Dahlia were philosophical young women and Fantine a virtuous one. Virtuous? Some will say. And what about Tholomyès? Solomon would reply that love constitutes virtue. We will confine ourselves to saying that Fantine's love was a first love, an exclusive love, a true love. She alone of the four was on intimate terms with one man only *. Fantine was one of those creatures born, so to speak, of the common people. She emerged from the most unfathomable depths of social obscurity, bearing on her brow the mark of anonymity and of unknown origins. She was born at Montreuil-sur-Mer. Of what parents? Who can say? She had never been known to have father or mother. She was called Fantine. Why Fantine? She had never been called by any other name. At the time of her birth the directory was still in existence. No family name, since she had no family, and no baptismal name, since the church was gone. She was called whatever took the fancy of whoever it was that first came across her as a very small child, running barefoot in the street. She accepted a name the way she accepted moisture from the clouds on her forehead when it rained. She was called Little Fantine. That is all anyone knew about her. Such was this human being's start in life. At the age of 10, Fantine left town and went into domestic service with some local farmers. At 15 she came to Paris to seek her fortune. Fantine was beautiful, and remained chaste as long as she could. She was a lovely blonde with splendid teeth. She had gold and pearls for her dowry, but her gold was her head of hair and her pearls were in her mouth. She worked to keep herself alive. Then, also to keep herself alive, she loved, for the heart has its own hunger. She loved Tholomyès. A conquest for him, for her the love of her life. The streets of the Latin Quarter, thronged with students and grisettes, saw the beginning of this liaison. In that maze of streets on the Pantheon Hill, the scene of the making and unmaking of so many intrigues, Fantine had long evaded Tholomyès, but in such a way as to keep running into him. There is a way of avoiding someone that is very like seeking that person out. In short, the shepherd won his shepherdess. Blachevelle, Listolier and Fameuil formed a kind of group of which Tholomyès was the leader. He was the joker. Tholomyès was the classic perpetual student. He was rich. He had an income of 4,000 francs. 4,000 francs. A glorious scandal on Montessy Genevieve. Tholomyès was a 30-year-old pleasure seeker, and badly preserved. He was wrinkled and toothless, and he was beginning to show signs of baldness, he himself saying of it unsentimentally, cock of the walk at 30, coot at 40. His digestion was poor, and one of his eyes had started watering. But as his youthfulness burned out, his light-heartedness was ignited. He replaced his teeth with buffooneries, his hair with mirth, his health with irony, and in his weeping eye there was always laughter. He was a wreck, but flourishing. Upping sticks long before its time, his youth beat an orderly retreat with gales of laughter, and no one noticed. He had a play rejected at the vaudeville. He wrote the odd undistinguished poem. Moreover, he was skeptical about everything in a superior way, a great strength in the eyes of the weak. So, being ironic and bald, he was their leader. Is it possible that irony comes from the English word iron? One day Tholomyès took the other three aside, made sure he had their full attention and said, Fantine, Dahlia, Zéphine and Favorite have been asking us for nearly a year to give them a surprise. We've made a solemn promise to do so. They're always talking about it, especially to me. Just as the old women in Naples cry to Saint Januarius, Faccia geluta, fao miracolo. Yellow face, perform your miracle. So our beauties keep saying, Tholomyès, when are you going to deliver your surprise? At the same time our parents keep writing to us. Attacked on both sides. I think the time has come. Let's talk. At this point Tholomyès lowered his voice and mysteriously described something so amusing that a huge enthusiastic guffaw emerged simultaneously from the mouths of all four of them, and Blachevelle cried, That's a great idea. Finding themselves outside a smoke-filled bar, they went inside, and the rest of their confabulations were shrouded in obscurity. The result of this shadowy conspiracy was a brilliant outing that took place the following Sunday, to which the four young men invited the four young women. 3. Haphazard pairings. It is hard nowadays to picture what a country outing for students and grisettes was like 45 years ago. Paris no longer has the same surroundings. The face of what might be called outer Parisian life has completely changed in the last half-century. Where there was once the cuckoo asterisk, there is now the railway carriage. Where there was once the old barge, there is now the steamboat. Today people talk of Fécamp as in the past they spoke of Estacloud. Paris of 1862 is a city with all of France for its outskirts. The four couples conscientiously performed all the country excursion rituals possible at that time. The holiday season was just beginning and it was a warm, bright summer's day. Favorite, the only one of the girls who knew how to write, in the name of all four had written the following to Tholomyès the day before: an early start is a good start. That is why they rose at 5 o'clock in the morning. Then they took the passenger barge to Estacloud, looked at the dry fountain and cried, "It must look splendid when there's water." They breakfasted at the Tête Noire, before casting had yet been there. They treated themselves to a game of ring-throwing among the rows of trees by the large pond, went up the lantern of Diogenes, played roulette for macaroons on the Pont de Sèvres, picked flowers at Puteau's, bought reed pipes at Neuilly, ate apple turnovers wherever they went, were perfectly happy. The young girls chirruped and chattered like fugitive songbirds. It was bliss. Now and again they gave the young men little slaps. Morning of life's ecstasy. Delightful years. Dragonfly's wings all a-quiver. Oh, no matter who you may be, don't you remember? Have you walked through the bushes, holding aside the branches for the pretty face following behind you? Have you slid, on a slope wet with rain, laughing, with a woman you love catching you by the hand and crying, "Oh, my brand new ankle boots. Just look at the state of them." Let us say at once, this good-humored party was spared the vexatious joy of a shower, although Favorite, sounding authoritative and maternal, had said as they set out, "The slugs are out on the paths, a sign of rain, my dears." All four were exceedingly pretty. Monsieur le Chevalier de la Beauce, famous at that time as a good old classic poet who had his Eleanor, was strolling under the chestnut trees of Estacloud that day when he saw them pass by at about 10 o'clock in the morning and exclaimed, "There's one too many," thinking of the Graces. Favorite, Blacheville's girl, the 23-year-old, the old lady, ran ahead beneath the great green boughs, jumping ditches, deliriously leaping over bushes, and presided over this merrymaking with the spiritedness of a young fawn. Zéphine and Dahlia, whose beauty happened to be such that they set each other off to advantage and complimented each other, were never apart, more out of flirtatious instinct than friendship, and clinging to each other, they struck English poses. The first keepsakes had just started to appear. Melancholy was the incoming fashion for women as, later, Byronism was for men, and hairstyles for the tender sex were beginning to have a weeping look about them. Zéphine and Dahlia had their hair dressed in ringlets. Listelier and Fameuil, engaged in a discussion about their professors, explained to Fantine the difference between Monsieur Delvincourt and Monsieur Blondeau. Blachevelle looked as if he had been created for the sole purpose of carrying on his arm, that Sunday, Favorite's tourneau shawl, patterned at one end only. Tholomyès followed behind, dominating the group. He was very cheerful, but you could sense the controlling force in him. There was dictatorship in his jollity. His principal ornament was a pair of nankeen bell-bottomed trousers with footstraps of braided copper. He had in his hand a strong cane walking stick that had cost 200 francs and, since he denied himself nothing, a strange thing called a cigar in his mouth. Holding nothing sacred, he smoked. "That Tholomyès is amazing," said the others, in awe. "What trousers! What energy!" As for Fantine, she was the essence of joy. Her splendid teeth had evidently been provided by God for a purpose, laughter. She preferred to carry in her hand her little straw hat with its long white ribbons, rather than wear it on her head. Her thick blonde hair, inclined to fan out and easily falling loose, and which she had to keep pinning up again, seemed made for Galatea's flight under the willows. Her rosy lips babbled with delight. The voluptuously turned-up corners of her mouth, as in the ancient masks of irrigony, seemed to encourage the bold. But above this exuberance in the lower part of her face, her long shadowy eyelashes were discreetly cast down, like a call to order. There was something ineffably charming and resplendent about her entire outfit. She wore a dress of mauve barège *, little reddish-brown shoes cross-laced over her fine, white lacy stockings, and that Marseille invention, a type of muslin spencer whose name, canezou, a corruption of the words quinze aid is pronounced omna. Canabir evokes sunny weather, a hot climate, and the south. The other three, less bashful as we have already said, were simply bare-fleshed in low-cut dresses, which in summer, beneath flower-covered hats, looks very charming and flirtatious. But beside their provocative attire, blonde Fantine's canezou, with its transparencies, its suggestiveness and its modesty, at once concealing and revealing, seemed an alluring contrivance of decency, and the famous court of love, presided over by the Vicomtesse de Sète with her sea-green eyes, might have awarded the prize for flirtatiousness to this canezou, competing for modesty. The simplest is sometimes the canniest. It can happen. Stunning to look at, with a delicate profile, eyes of deep blue, fleshy eyelids, small arched feet, beautifully turned wrists and ankles, a white complexion showing here and there the azure-tinted branching of the veins, fresh young cheeks, the sturdy neck of Aeginetan Junos, strong and supple in the nape, shoulders that might have been modeled by Cousteau, with a voluptuous dimple in the middle visible through the muslin, gaiety tempered with dreaminess, sculptural and exquisite, such was Fantine. And discernible beneath these trappings and ribbons was a statue, and within this statue a soul. Fantine was beautiful without really being aware of it. Those rare visionaries, mysterious high priests of the beautiful who silently compare everything with perfection, would have glimpsed in this young working girl, through the transparency of her Parisian grace, the sacred euphony of antiquity. This child of obscurity was an aristocrat. She was beautiful in both aspects, style and rhythm. Style is the form the ideal takes, and rhythm its movement. We have said that Fantine was joyfulness. Fantine was also demureness. To any observer who might have studied her closely, what emanated from her through all that giddiness of youth, of the season and of her love affair, was an invincible expression of reserve and modesty. She remained a little astonished. This chaste astonishment is the subtle difference that distinguishes Psyche from Venus. Fantine had the long, slender white fingers of the Vestal Virgin who stirs the ashes of the sacred fire with a golden pin. Although she would have refused Tholomyès nothing, as we shall see only too clearly, her face in repose was supremely virginal. A grave and almost austere dignity suddenly overcame her at certain times, and there was nothing more singular and disturbing than to see her gaiety so quickly subside and introversion succeed her exuberance, without any transition. This abrupt seriousness, sometimes of a pronounced severity, resembled the disdain of a goddess. Her brow, nose and chin presented that balance of line, quite distinct from balance of proportion, from which the harmony of the face derives. In that very telling space that separates the base of the nose from the upper lip, she had a slight and charming hollow, the mysterious sign of chastity that made Barbarossa fall in love with a Diana found in the excavations at Iconium. Love may very well be a transgression. Fantine was the innocence that survives transgression. 4. Tholomyès is so happy, he sings a Spanish song. That whole day was dawn, from morning till night. All nature seemed to be on holiday and filled with gladness. The flower beds of St. Cloud perfumed the air. The breeze on the Seine softly stirred the leaves. Branches waved in the wind. Bees plundered the jasmine. A whole artistic colony of butterflies frolicked among the yarrow, clover, and wild oats. In the King of France's majestic park there were vagabonds aplenty, the birds. The four joyous couples reveled in the sunshine, amid these fields, flowers, trees. And in this shared paradise, talking, singing, running, dancing, chasing butterflies, gathering bindweed, getting their pink lacy stockings wet in the tall grass, radiant, flighty, meaning no harm, every girl received a little randomly the kisses of every man, with the exception of Fantine. Remote in her abstracted, shy, dreamy resistance, she was in love. "You always have that look about you," said Favorite. "Such is true joy." This gallivanting of happy couples has a deep affinity with life and with nature, and elicits from everything fondness and light. Once upon a time there was a fairy who created the fields and forests specially for those in love. Hence the eternal truancy of lovers, who are forever escaping to the countryside and will go on doing so as long as lovers and countryside continue to exist. Hence the popularity of springtime among thinkers. The nobleman and the lowly paid worker, duke and upstart, courtiers and townsfolk, as they used to say in the old days, all are vassals of this fairy. People laugh, they seek each other out, and there is in the air a sublime brilliance. What a difference being in love makes! Notaries' clerks are gods. And the little shrieks, the chasing through the grass, the chance to put an arm around a waist, those sweet nothings that are music to the ear, the adoration declared in the way a single syllable is uttered, those cherries plucked from one mouth to another, all this becomes part of the coruscating heavenly radiance. Beautiful young women are sweetly lavish of themselves. They think this will never end. Philosophers, poets, painters, observe these raptures and do not know what to make of them, so bedazzled are they. "The departure for Cythera," cries Watteau. Lancret, painter of the lower classes, observes his commoners going off into the blue. Diderot opens his arms to all these dalliances, and D'Urfé introduces Druids among them. After breakfast the four couples went to what was then called the King's Square to see a plant recently arrived from India, whose name escapes us at present, which at that time was drawing the whole of Paris to a stay-cloud. It was a bizarre yet attractive long-stemmed shrub with countless branches of thread-like slenderness, tangled and leafless, and covered with a million tiny white rosettes, which made the shrub look like a head of hair spangled with flowers. There was always an admiring crowd around it. After viewing the shrub, Tholomyès exclaimed, "Donkey rides on me." And having agreed a price with the owner of the donkeys, they rode back by way of Vannes and Issy. At Issy an incident occurred. By chance the park, confiscated land at that time owned by the army supplier Bourgon, happened to be wide open. They went through the gates, visited the model of an anchorite in his grotto, tried the mysterious distorting effects of the famous chamber of mirrors, a lewd trap worthy of some millionaire satyr or Turcaret metamorphosed into Priapus. Vigorously they set in motion the big net swing attached to the two chestnut trees extolled by Abbé de Bernis. And while swinging the girls in it, one after the other, which amid general laughter created all the billowing skirts Groys might have wished to see, Tholomyès from Toulouse, who had a touch of the Spaniard about him, Toulouse being related to Tolosa, sang to a melancholy tune the old Galician song probably inspired by some lovely maiden flying through the air on a rope hung between two trees. Soy de Badajoz. Amor mi lama, toda mi alma. En mi ojos. Porque encinas, a tus piernas. Fantine alone refused to go on the swing. "I don't like people putting on airs like that," Favorite muttered tartly. Their donkeys gave way to a fresh delight, they crossed the Seine in a boat, and from Passy arrived at the Étoile Gate on foot. Let us not forget they had been up since 5 o'clock that morning, but, bah! There's no such thing as tiredness on Sundays, as Favorite would say, on Sundays tiredness has the day off. At about 3 o'clock the four gleefully terrified couples were rattling down on the coaster ride, a curious structure which then stood on the Beaujon Heights and whose serpentine loops could be seen outlined above the trees on the Champs-Élysées. From time to time Favorite cried out, "What about the surprise? I want the surprise." "Patience," replied Tholomyès. At Bombarda's. When they had exhausted the delights of the coaster ride, their thoughts turned to eating. And the radiant party of 8, somewhat tired at last, fetched up at Bombarda's Tavern, a subsidiary establishment set up on the Champs-Élysées by Bombarda, the owner of the famous restaurant whose sign then hung in the Rue de Rivoli, near the Passage de l'Orme. A large but ugly room with an alcove containing a bed at the back of it. Given how crowded the tavern was on a Sunday, they had no choice but to accept this accommodation. 2 windows affording a view of the embankment and the river through the elm trees, a magnificent August sunbeam glancing across the windows. 2 tables, on one, a triumphant pile of posies mingled with ladies' and gents' hats, at the other, the 4 couples seated round a festive clutter of dishes, plates, glasses and bottles, jugs of beer along with flasks of wine. Not much orderliness on the table, some disorderliness underneath it. The noise they made under the table, drumming their feet, a terrible din. It was unbearable, says Molière. This was where the pastoral idyll that began at 5 o'clock in the morning had got to by 4:30 in the afternoon. The sun was setting, appetites had been satisfied. Thronging and full of sunshine, the Champs-Élysées were all light and dust, 2 things that constitute Elysian glory. Those whinnying marbles, the Marley horses reared up in a golden cloud. There was a to-ing and fro-ing of carriages. A detachment of magnificent lifeguards, led by a bugler, descended Avenue de Neuilly. The white flag, faintly pink in the sunset, fluttered above the dome of the Tuileries. Place de la Concorde, which had become once more Place Louis XV, was teeming with happy pedestrians. Many wore the silver fleur-de-lis on the moire ribbon that in 1817 had not yet entirely disappeared from buttonholes. Here and there, among applauding passers-by who gathered around them, little girls danced in a ring to a then well-known Bourbon rhyme destined to spell the end of the 100 Days, which had as its refrain, "Give us back our paire de gants *, give us back our paire." Scattered groups of suburban folk, dressed in their Sunday best, sometimes even wearing the fleur-de-lis like city dwellers, played the ring game and went round on the wooden carousel horses in the spacious Kermarigny. Others drank. A few, printers' apprentices, wore paper caps. They could be heard laughing. Everything was radiant. It was a time of undeniable peace and the utmost royalist security. It was the period when a special private report from Prefect of Police Angles to the King about the suburbs of Paris concluded with these lines. "All things considered, sire, there is nothing to be feared from these people. They are as easygoing and indolent as cats. The populace is restless in the provinces, not in Paris. All these men are small fry. It would take 2 of them, one standing on the other, sire, to match one of your grenadiers. There is nothing to be feared from the capital's populace. It is remarkable that the average height of this population has fallen in the last 50 years. And the people of Paris's suburbs are smaller than before the revolution. They are not dangerous. In short, they are harmless riffraff. Police prefects do not believe a cat can possibly turn into a lion. Yet it can, and that is the miracle of the Paris populace. Moreover, the cat so despised by Count Angles was held in esteem by the republics of antiquity. It embodied freedom, in their eyes, and as though to serve as a pendant to the wingless Minerva of Piraeus, there stood on the public square in Corinth the bronze colossus of a cat. The naive police of the Restoration took too favorable a view of the people of Paris. They are not such harmless riffraff as is thought. The Parisian is to the Frenchman what the Athenian was to the Greek. No one sleeps more soundly than he, no one is more downright frivolous and lazy, no one more apparently forgetful. Yet in this he is not to be trusted. He is prone to indolence of every sort, but when there is glory at stake he is a wonder, capable of all kinds of fury. Give him a pike, he will deliver the 10th of August. Give him a gun, you will have Austerlitz. He is Napoleon's mainstay and Danton's power base. Is his country at stake? He enlists. Is liberty at stake? He rips up the cobblestones. Beware! His hair bristles with epic rage, his shirt hangs about him like the chlamys. Watch out! He will make caudine forks of any Rue Grenada. If the hour strikes, this working-class Parisian will grow in stature. This little man will rise up and his gaze will be terrible and his breath will become a hurricane, and from that poor puny chest will issue wind enough to reshape the contours of the Alps. It is thanks to the working-class Parisian that the revolution, taken to the army, conquers Europe. He sings. That is his pleasure. Give him a song to match his nature, and you will see. As long as he has only the Carmagnole to sing, all he does is overthrow Louis XVI. Have him sing the Marseillaise, and he will free the world. With this note written in the margin of Angles's report, we return to our four couples. The meal, as we said, was drawing to a close. 6. Chapter in which lovers adore. Table talk, lovers' talk, both are equally elusive. Lovers' talk is castle building, table talk is pipe dreaming. Famert and Dahlia were humming, Tholomyès drinking, Zéphine laughing, Fantine smiling. Listolier was blowing a wooden trumpet he had bought at Estée-Claude. Favourite gazed tenderly at Blachevelle and said, "Blachevelle, I adore you." This prompted Blachevelle to ask, "What would you do, Favourite, if I stopped loving you?" "What would I do?" cried Favourite. "Oh, don't say that even as a joke. If you stopped loving me, I'd come after you, I'd scratch and claw you, I'd throw water over you, I'd have you arrested." Blachevelle smiled with the voluptuous self-conceit of a man whose vanity is flattered. Favourite went on, "Yes, I'd send the police after you. Oh, I'd make no end of a fuss. You scoundrel!" Blachevelle threw himself back in his chair in ecstasy and proudly closed his eyes. As she ate, Dahlia said quietly to Favourite amid the uproar, "So you really worship your Blachevelle, do you?" "I detest him," replied Favourite in a similar undertone, picking up her fork again. "He's stingy. It's the lad who lives opposite me I love. He's very well-mannered, that young man, you know the one? You can see he's got the makings of an actor. I love actors. As soon as he comes home, his mother says, 'Oh Lord!' That's the end of my peace and quiet. Now he's going to start shouting. My dear boy, you drive me crazy. Because he goes right up to the top of the house, climbs up to some rat-ridden attic, some dark poky corner, and then sings and recites, don't ask me what, and you can hear him all the way downstairs. He earns 20 sous a day writing pettifogging documents for some lawyer. He's the son of a former choirmaster at St. Jacques du Haut-Pas. Oh, he's a real gentleman. He adores me so much that one day when he saw me making pancake batter he said to me, 'Mamselle, make your gloves into fritters and I'll eat them.' Only an artist would say something like that. Oh, he's such a gentleman. I'm falling madly in love with that boy. All the same, I tell Blachevelle I adore him. What a liar I am. Eh? What a liar." Favourite paused, then went on, "You see, Dahlia, I feel miserable. It's done nothing but rain all summer, the wind's always blowing, it gets on my nerves, Blachevelle's very tight-fisted, there are hardly any peas in the market, you don't know what to eat. I'm down in the dumps, as the English say, butter's so expensive, and look, here we are eating in a room with a bed in it. It's disgusting. It makes me fed up with life." 7. Tholomyès' wisdom. In the meantime, a few of them sang while the others engaged in rowdy conversation, all speaking at once. In the end it was just noise. Tholomyès intervened. "Let's not speak too quickly or without reflecting," he exclaimed. "Let's think first, if we want to be brilliant. Too much spontaneity simply empties the mind. Spilled beer gathers no froth. Slow down, gentlemen. Let's bring some dignity to the banquet. Let's eat thoughtfully, feast slowly. Let's not be in any hurry. Consider the springtime. If it arrives too soon it's blasted, that's to say, frostbitten. Overeagerness spells the ruin of peach and apricot trees. Overeagerness kills the graciousness and pleasure of a good dinner party. No overeagerness, gentlemen. Grimaud de la Reynière agrees with Talleyrand on that. A murmur of rebellion rumbled within the group. Leave us alone, Tholomyès, said Blachevelle. Down with the tyrant, said Fromeur.
Bombarda, bombance bamboche. Asterisco cried listolier. Assundas assande fameuil declared.
We're sober, added Listolier. Tholomyès, remarked Blachevelle, observe my comb. You're the Marquis of that estate, retorted Tholomyès. This feeble play on words, the Marquis de Montcalm was a renowned royalist, had the same effect as a stone thrown into a pond. All the frogs fell silent. Friends, cried Tholomyès in the voice of a man reasserting his authority. Pull yourselves together. This unexpected pun shouldn't be greeted with too much amazement. Not everything that comes out of the blue is necessarily worthy of admiration and respect. Puns are the droppings of the mind on the wing. The joke lands wherever it falls, and after excreting a joke the mind soars. A white splodge splattered on a rock does not prevent the condor from scaling the heights. Far be it from me to belittle the pun. I have a due respect for its merits, nothing more. The most noble, the most sublime, the most delightful of humankind, and perhaps other than humankind, have played on words. Jesus Christ made a pun about St. Peter, Moses about Isaac, Aeschylus about Polynices, Cleopatra about Octavian. And note that Cleopatra's pun preceded the Battle of Actium, and without it no one would remember the city of Toryne, a name that sounds like a Greek word meaning ladle. That said, I go back to my exhortation. I repeat, brothers, no overeagerness, no hurly-burly, no excess, even in witticisms, jollifications, high spirits, or quips. Listen to me, I have Amphiero's prudence and Caesar's baldness. There must be a limit, even to rebuses. Est modus in rebus. There must be a limit, even to meals. You're fond of apple turnovers, ladies. Don't overindulge your fondness. Even in the matter of turnovers, good sense and artfulness are required. Gluttony punishes the glutton, gula punit gulax. The good Lord has given indigestion the task of teaching our stomachs a lesson. And remember this, every one of our passions, even love, has a stomach that mustn't be overfed. In all things the word finest must be written in good time. We must keep ourselves in check, and when it becomes a matter of urgency draw the bolt on our appetite, lock up our cravings and put ourselves behind bars. The wise man is he who knows how to put himself under arrest at any given moment. Trust me a little. Just because I've studied a bit of law, so my exam results say, and because I know the difference between a mooted case and a sub judice case, and because I've defended a thesis in Latin on the way torture was administered in Rome during the period when Munatius Demens was the parricide's magistrate who investigated murder, and because, it would seem, I'm going to qualify as a doctor, it doesn't necessarily follow that I'm an idiot. I advise you to observe moderation in your desires. As sure as my name is Felix Tholomyès, what I say is right. Happy the man who, when the time comes, shows a hero's resolve and abdicates like Sulla or Origen. Favorite listened with close attention. Felix, she said, what a pretty word. I love that name. It's Latin. It means the same as prosper. Tholomyès went on. Carites asterisk, gentlemen, caballeros, my friends. Do you wish to feel no itch, to spare yourself the nuptial bed and defy love? Nothing simpler. Here's the recipe: lemonade, strenuous exercise, hard labor. Tire yourself out, haul boulders, don't sleep, stay awake, sate yourself with gassy drinks and lotus tea, savor emulsions of poppy seed and agnus castus, with the added spice of a strict diet, starve yourself, and combine this with cold baths, girdles of herbs, the application of a lead plaque, lotions made with Goulard's extract and poultices made with vinegar and water.
I'd rather have a woman, said Listolier. Beware of women. Tholomyès responded.
Woe to the man who surrenders himself to the fickle heart of a woman.
A woman is scheming and perfidious. She hates the serpent out of professional jealousy. The serpent is the shop across the way.
Tholomyès, cried Blachevelle.
You're drunk. Of course I am, said Tholomyès.
Be cheerful then, said Blachevelle.
Agreed, replied Tholomyès.
And refilling his glass, he rose to his feet.
Glory be to wine. Nunc te, bacche, canum, forgive me, ladies, that's Spanish.
And the proof, señoras, is this, such being the people, such is the cask. The arroba of Castile contains 16 liters, the Cantaro of Alicante, 12, the Almute of the Canaries, 25, the Quarton of the Balearic Isles, 26, Czar Peter's barrel, 30. Long live that great Czar and long live his barrel, which was greater still. Ladies, a word of friendly advice, take the man sitting on the wrong side of you for your lover, if you so please. It's in the nature of love to err. Romance isn't meant to make life a brutalizing misery for itself, like an English housemaid with calluses on her knees from scrubbing floors. Sweet romance isn't meant for that, it gladly roves. It has been said that to err is human, I say, to err is to be amorous. Ladies, I adore you all. Oh Zéphine, oh Josephine, with your more than unconventional prettiness you'd be attractive if you weren't crumpled. You look like a pretty face that someone has sat on by mistake. As for favorite, oh nymphs and muses. Blachevelle was stepping over the gutter in Rue Garenboisseau one day when he saw a beautiful girl in smooth white stockings, showing off her legs. This prelude was to his liking, and Blachevelle fell in love. The girl he loved was Favorite. Oh Favorite, you have Ionian lips. There was a Greek painter called Euphorion, nicknamed the Painter of Lips. That Greek alone would have been worthy to paint your mouth. Listen, before you there was no creature worthy of that name. You were made to win the apple, like Venus, or to eat it, like Eve. Beauty begins with you. I've just mentioned Eve. It was you that created her. You deserve the patent for the invention of the beautiful woman. Oh Favorite, I'll now stop addressing you in familiar terms because I'm switching from poetry to prose. You spoke of my name a little while ago. I was touched. But whoever we may be, let us distrust names. They can be misleading. My name's Felix, but I'm not happy. Words are liars. Let's not blindly accept the suggestions they give us. It would be a mistake to write to Liège for corks and to Pau for leather gloves. Miss Dahlia, in your place I'd call myself Rosa. A flower should smell sweet and a woman should have some wit. I say nothing of Fantine. She's a stargazer, a dreamy, pensive, sensitive soul. She's a phantom in the form of a nymph, with the modesty of a nun, astray in the life of the Parisian grisette but taking refuge in her illusions, singing and praying and gazing into the blue without really knowing what she's seeing or what she's doing, and who, with eyes turned heavenwards, wanders about in a garden where there are more birds than actually exist. Oh Fantine, let me tell you this, I, Tholomyès, am an illusion. But she doesn't even hear me, this fair maid of fancy. Besides, everything about her is freshness, softness, youth, sweet morning light. Oh Fantine, a girl who deserves to be called Marguerite or Pearl *, you're a woman of the most lustrous beauty. Ladies, a second piece of advice, do not marry. Marriage is a form of grafting. It can take well or badly. Avoid that risk. But why bother telling you this? I'm wasting my breath. Girls are incurable when it comes to marriage. And whatever we sensible chaps may say won't prevent the waistcoat makers and shoe stitchers from dreaming of husbands with diamonds galore. Well, that's as may be, but remember this, my dears, you eat too much sugar. You have but one fault, O women, and that's nibbling sugar. O rodent sex, your pretty little white teeth adore sugar. Now, listen carefully, sugar is a salt. All salts cause dehydration. Sugar is the most dehydrating of all salts. It draws the blood fluids out of the veins. Hence, coagulation, then solidification of the blood. Hence, tubercles in the lungs. Hence, death. That's why diabetes is little short of consumption. So don't crunch sugar and you'll live. I now turn to the men. Gentlemen, make conquests. Steal your darlings from each other without remorse. Change partners. There are no friends in matters of love. Wherever there's a pretty woman, there's open hostility. No quarter given, all out war. A pretty woman is a casus belli. A pretty woman is flagrant provocation. All the invasions of history have been brought about by petticoats. Woman is man's entitlement. Romulus carried off the Sabines, William carried off the Saxons' womenfolk, Caesar carried off the Romans. The man who isn't loved hovers like a vulture over other men's mistresses. And as for myself, to all those poor unfortunates who are widowers, I give you Bonaparte's sublime address to the army of Italy: soldiers, you have nothing, the enemy has it all. Tholomyès paused. Catch your breath, Tholomyès, said Blachevelle. At that point Blachevelle, accompanied by Listolier and Fameuil, launched into one of those art student songs, sung to a plaintive tune, composed of the first words that spring to mind, extravagantly rhymed, or not at all, as devoid of meaning as the swaying of a tree or the sound of the wind, words born out of pipe smoke, and dispersing with it as it clears. This is the verse with which the group responded to Tholomyès' tirade. The simple Simons paid a fee to an intermediary. For Sire Clermont-Tonnerre. To be made abbot on St. John's Day. But abbot he could never be. For no anointed monk was he, so their intermediary resentfully returned their fee. This was no way to dampen Tholomyès' exuberances. He drained his glass, refilled it, and resumed. Down with wisdom. Forget everything I said. Let's be neither prudish nor prudent, nor pompous asses. I propose a toast to merriment. Let's be merry. Let's complete our law studies with food and folly. Indigestion and digest. Let Justinian be lord of misrule and revelry be his mistress. Joy in the lower depths. Live, O creation. The world is a great diamond. I'm happy. The birds are amazing. What jollity everywhere! The nightingale is an Elevia who sings gratis. Summer, I salute you. O Luxembourg! O Georgics of Rue Madame and all Lits de l'Observatoire! O romantic soldier boys! O all those lovely nursemaids who have nothing better to think of while minding children than having children of their own! The pampas of America would attract me, had I not the arcades around the Odeon. My soul soars over virgin forests and savannas. Everything is beautiful. Flies are buzzing in the sunbeams. The sun has with a sneeze produced the hummingbird. Kiss me, Fantine. He got the wrong girl, and kissed favorite. 8. Death of a horse. The food's better at Eden than at Bombarda, exclaimed Zéphine. I prefer Bombarda to Eden, declared Blachevelle. It's more luxurious. More oriental. Look at the room downstairs. There are mirrors on the walls. I prefer ices on my plate, said favorite. Blachevelle was insistent. Look at the knives. Bombardas have silver handles, the ones at Eden are bone. Well, silver's more valuable than bone. Except for those who have a silver chin, observed Thalamise. At that moment he was looking at the dome of Les Invalides, visible from Bombarda's windows. There was a pause. Thalamise, exclaimed Fameuil, Listolier and I were having a discussion just now. A discussion's good, replied Thalamise, a quarrel's better. We were having a philosophical argument. Well, which do you prefer, Descartes or Spinoza? Desaugiers, said Thalamise. Having delivered this verdict, he drank and went on, I consent to live. It's not all over yet for this earth, since we can still rave. For this I give thanks to the immortal gods. We lie but we laugh. We affirm but we doubt. The unexpected springs from the syllogism. That's wonderful. There are still human beings on earth capable of gleefully opening and closing the jack-in-the-box of paradox. What you're thoughtlessly consuming, ladies, is Madeira wine, I'll have you know, from the Corral das Freiras vineyard, which is 1,800 feet above sea level. Consider what you're drinking. 1,800 feet. And Monsieur Bombarda, the magnificent proprietor of this restaurant, gives you those 1,800 for 4 francs and 50 centimes. Fameuil again broke in. Thalamise, your opinions inspire confidence. Who's your favorite author? B.R. Quinn? No, Shu. And Thalamise went on. All honor to Bombarda. If he could procure me an oriental dancing girl he would be the equal of Munophis of Elephanta, and of Thygelion of Cheironia if he could bring me a Greek courtesan. For, oh mesdames, there were Bombardas in Greece and Egypt. Apuleius tells us so. Alas! It's always the same, there's nothing new. Nothing we haven't already seen in the Creator's creation. Nil sub sol novum, says Solomon, amor omnibus idem, says Virgil. And Caraben joins Caraben on the river boat to Asticloud, just as Aspasia joined Pericles with the fleet at Samos. One last word. Do you know who Aspasia was, ladies? Although she lived at a time when women did not yet have a soul, she was a moving spirit. A spirit of a rosy and crimson hue, fierier than fire, fresher than the dawn. Aspasia was a creature in whom the two extremes of womanhood met, a harlot goddess. Socrates combined with Manon Lescaut. Aspasia was created in case Prometheus needed a whore. Now in full flight, Thalamise would have found it difficult to stop had not a horse dropped dead on the embankment at that very moment. Shocked, cart and speaker were pulled up short. It was a mare from the Beaussy region, old and thin and fit for the knacker's yard, pulling a very heavy cart. Just in front of Bombardas the defeated, worn-out beast refused to go any further. The incident attracted a crowd. Cursing and indignant, the carter hardly had time to utter with appropriate energy the fateful words damn you, backed up with a ruthless lash of the whip, then the nag collapsed, never to rise again. At the outcry from the passers-by, Thalamise's cheerful audience looked round, and he took the opportunity to end his homily with this doleful verse. It belonged to a world where coaches and carriages share the same fate. And being a nag, it lived as nags do. But the space of a damn you, asterisk. Poor horse, sighed Fantine. And Dahlia exclaimed, there goes Fantine feeling sorry for horses now. How can anyone be so stupid? Folding her arms and tossing her head, Favorite at that moment gave Thalamise a determined look and said, now then, what about this surprise? Well, may you ask? The moment has arrived, replied Thalamise. Gentlemen, it's now time to surprise these ladies. Ladies, give us a moment. It begins with a kiss, said Blachevelle. On the forehead, added Thalamise. Each solemnly planted a kiss on his mistress's forehead.
Then, placing a finger to their lips, all four headed for the door, one after the other. Favorite clapped her hands as they left. "This is already good fun," she said. "Don't be gone too long," murmured Fantine. "We'll be waiting for you." 9. A merry end to mirth. Left by themselves, the young girls, two at each window, rested their elbows on the windowsills, chatting, leaning out and talking from one casement to the other. They saw the young men emerge arm in arm from the Bombarda tavern. Their lovers turned round, waved to them, laughing, and disappeared into the dusty Sunday throng that invades the Champs-Élysées every week. "Don't be gone long," cried Fantine. "What are they going to bring us?" said Zéphine. "Something pretty, for sure," said Dahlia. "Something gold for me," said Favorite. They were soon distracted by the activity on the riverside, which they could discern through the branches of the tall trees and which kept them very entertained. It was the time of day when the mail coaches and stage coaches set off. Nearly all the mail coaches en route for the south and west passed along the Champs-Élysées. Most of them followed the embankment and went through the Passy gate. Every minute some huge carriage, painted yellow and black, heavily loaded, noisily harnessed, its shape distorted with trunks, tarpaulins and cases, filled with passengers who immediately disappeared from sight, came hurtling through the crowd in apparent fury, pulverizing the roadway, turning all the cobbles into flintstones, sending sparks flying, for all the world like a blacksmith's forge, with dust for smoke. This commotion delighted the young women. Favorite exclaimed, "What a din! It sounds like a pile of chains flying off." Now one of these vehicles, which was not very clearly visible through the thick foliage of the elm trees, happened to stop for a moment, then set off again at a gallop. This surprised Fantine. "That's odd," she said. "I thought the stagecoach never stopped." Favorite shrugged. "She's amazing, this Fantine. A curiosity worth coming to see in her own right. She marvels at the simplest things. Suppose I'm a traveler. I say to the stagecoach, 'I'm going on ahead. You can pick me up on the embankment as you come by.' The stagecoach comes by, sees me, stops and picks me up. It happens every day. You know nothing of life, my dear." A certain amount of time went by in this way. All at once Favorite seemed to wake up. "Well now," said she, "what about that surprise?" "Yes, you're right," said Dahlia, "where's the famous surprise?" "They're taking a very long time," said Fantine. As Fantine concluded this wistful remark, the waiter who had served their meal came in. He held in his hand something that looked like a letter. "What's that?" asked Favorite. The waiter replied, "It's a note those gentlemen left for you ladies. Why didn't you bring it straight away?" "Because," said the waiter, "the gentleman told me not to deliver it to you ladies before an hour had gone by." Favorite snatched the piece of paper from the waiter's hand. It was indeed a letter. "Strange," she said. "There's no address. But look what's written on it, this is the surprise." She hurriedly unsealed the letter, opened it and read. She could read. "Oh loving mistresses. We would have you know that we have parents. Parents are not something you are very familiar with. In the civil code for respectable children, they are called fathers and mothers. Now, these parents are complaining, these old folk are appealing to us, these good men and women are calling us prodigal sons, they want us to come home, and are offering to kill calves for us. Being dutiful, we are obeying them. By the time you read this, 5 spirited horses will be taking us back to our papas and mamas. We are decamping, as Bossuet puts it, we are leaving. We have left. We are fleeing in the arms of Lafitte and on the wings of Caillard. The Toulouse stagecoach wrests us from the abyss,
and the abyss is you, oh our beautiful darlings. We are returning to order, to duty, to society, at a brisk pace, at the speed of 8 miles an hour. It is important for the country that like everyone else we should be prefects, family men, rural police officers and state councilors. Respect us. We are sacrificing ourselves. Lament us briefly and replace us rapidly. If this letter distresses you, tear it to pieces. Farewell. For nearly 2 years we have made you happy. Do not hold it against us. Signed, Blachevelle. Fameux. Listolier. Felix Tholomyès. P.S. The meal is paid for. The 4 young women looked at each other. Favorite was the first to break the silence. Well, anyway, she exclaimed, it's a good joke. It's very funny, said Zéphine. It must have been Blachevelle who thought of it, said Favorite. I love him for it. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. That's life. No, said Dahlia, it's one of Tholomyès' ideas. It's just like him. In that case, retorted Favorite, down with Blachevelle and long live Tholomyès. Long live Tholomyès, cried Dahlia and Zéphine. And they burst out laughing. Fantine laughed with them. An hour later, back in her room, she wept. He was, as we said, her first love. She had given herself to this Tholomyès as to a husband. And the poor girl had a child. Book 4. Entrusting sometimes means giving away. One mother meets another. There was at Montfermeil near Paris during the first quarter of this century an inn of sorts, which no longer exists. This place was run by people called Thénardier, husband and wife. It was located in Ruelle du Boulanger. Above the door was a board nailed flat against the wall. On this board was painted something that looked like a man carrying on his back another man who wore the big gilt epaulets of a general, with large silver stars on them. Red splotches represented blood. The rest of the picture was all smoke and probably depicted a battle. Underneath were written these words, "The Sergeant of Waterloo." Nothing is more commonplace than a wagon or cart at the door of an inn. Nevertheless, the vehicle, or to be more accurate the segment of a vehicle, that one evening in the spring of 1818, blocked the street in front of the Sergeant of Waterloo by its massive presence would surely have attracted the attention of any painter who happened to be passing that way. It was the front section of one of those trailers commonly used in woodland regions, and which served to transport timber beams and tree trunks. This front section consisted of a massive swiveling iron axle, fitted with a heavy shaft, supported on 2 huge wheels. The whole thing was bulky, imposing and misshapen. It looked like the mounting of a gigantic cannon. Ruts had left on the wheels, rims, hub, axle and shaft a layer of mud, a hideous jaundiced coating quite similar to that which is apt to be used for the embellishment of our cathedrals. The wood was hidden under the mud and the iron under the rust. Draped under the axle was a huge chain worthy of a fettered Goliath. This chain conjured up not the wooden beams it was meant to haul but the mastodons and mammoths it might have harnessed. There was something suggestive of the forced labor camp about it, but a forced labor camp on a Herculean and superhuman scale. It looked like the loosed chain of some monster. Homer would have tethered Polyphemus with it, and Shakespeare, Caliban. Why was that trailer front section standing there in the street? First, to block the street. Then, also, to rust away completely. There is a host of institutions in the old social order that are to be found similarly left in the way, out in the open, and which have no other reason for being there. The center of the chain hung quite close to the ground beneath the axle, and on that particular evening, sitting coupled in the curve of it, as on the rope of a swing, were 2 little girls exquisitely entwined, one about 2½ years old, the other 18 months, the younger in the arms of the elder.
A cleverly knotted neckerchief prevented them from falling off. A mother had seen this dreadful chain and said, "Now, there's something for my children to play on." The two children, charmingly dressed moreover, and with some care, were radiant. They looked like two roses on a scrap heap. Their eyes were glorious, their fresh cheeks glowing with happiness. One had chestnut hair, the other, brown. Their innocent faces were two pictures of wonder and delight. Scents wafting from a nearby flowering shrub seemed to passers-by to emanate from them. The 18-month-old displayed her sweet bare little tummy with that chaste immodesty of infancy. Above and around these two delicate creatures, basking in happiness and infused with light, the gigantic trailer section, black with rust, almost fearsome, a tangled snarl of curves and sharp angles, looked like the rounded entrance to a cave. A few paces away, squatting on the doorstep of the inn, the mother, not in fact a very prepossessing woman though an affecting sight at that moment, was swinging the two children by means of a long rope, watching over them for fear of any accident with that animal-like and sublime expression typical of motherhood. With every movement back and forth the hideous lynx emitted a strident noise that sounded like a screech of anger. The little girls were ecstatic. The setting sun commingled with this joy, and there was nothing to match the charm of this capriccio of chance that had made a cherubim swing of a titan's chain. As she swung her two little ones, the mother hummed in a discordant voice a then well-known ballad, "A warrior so bold and a virgin so bright." Her song and the contemplation of her daughters prevented her from hearing and seeing what was going on in the street. In the meantime, someone had approached her as she began the first couplet of the ballad, and suddenly she heard a voice saying very close to her ear, "You have two lovely children there, madam." Alonzo the Brave was the name of the knight, the maid's was the fair Imogen, responded the mother, continuing with her ballad. Then she looked round. A woman stood before her a few steps away. This woman too had a child, which she carried in her arms. She was also carrying quite a big traveling bag that looked very heavy. This woman's child was one of the most divine creatures anyone might hope to see. It was a little girl aged 2 or 3. She could have vied with the other two youngsters in the prettiness of her clothing. She wore a frilled cap of fine linen, with ribbons on her sleeve top and Valenciennes lace on her bonnet. Her rucked-up skirt revealed her firm, white, chubby thigh. She was wonderfully pink and healthy. You felt like biting into the lovely little darling's apple cheeks. Nothing could be said about her eyes except that they must be very big, and they had magnificent eyelashes. She was asleep. She was sleeping that totally trustful sleep of children of that age. Mother's arms are created out of tenderness, children sleep deeply in them. As for the mother, she was a poor and sorry sight. She was dressed like a seamstress reverting to peasant again. She was young. Was she beautiful? Maybe, but the way she was dressed it was hard to tell. Her hair looked very thick but was austerely hidden under an ugly, thick-woven, close-fitting coif tied under the chin, with one blonde lock escaping. Laughter shows off beautiful teeth if you have them, but she did not laugh. Her eyes looked as if they had not been dry for a very long time. She was pale. She seemed very weary and a little unwell. She gazed at her daughter sleeping in her arms with that distinctive look of a mother who has nursed her child. A large blue handkerchief, such as war veterans use for blowing their noses, folded into a fichu, unflatteringly concealed her figure. She had withered hands all covered with freckles, a forefinger hardened and roughened by the needle, a cloak of coarse brown woolen stuff, a calico gown and heavy shoes. It was Fantine. It was Fantine. Not easily recognizable. Nevertheless, on close examination she still retained her beauty. A dejected line that looked like the beginnings of irony creased her right cheek. As for her clothes, that ethereal outfit of muslin and ribbons, seemingly fashioned of mirth, frivolity and music, all tinkling bells and the scent of lilac,
had vanished like those beautiful glittering frosts mistaken for diamonds in the sunshine. They melt away and leave the branch completely black. 10 months had elapsed since the great lark. What had happened in those 10 months? We can guess. After abandonment came hardship. Fantine had immediately lost contact with Favorite, Zéphine and Dahlia. The bond, once broken on the men's side, unraveled between the women. They would have been greatly astonished a fortnight later had anyone said they were friends. There was no reason to be any more. Fantine was left on her own. With the father of her child gone, alas! Such partings are irrevocable. She found herself totally isolated, minus the habit of work and plus the taste for pleasure. Led by her relationship with Tholomyès to disdain the modest trade she knew, she had neglected any openings. They were now closed to her. Nothing to fall back on. Fantine could hardly read and could not write. She had been taught as a child only to sign her name. She got a public letter writer to write to Tholomyès, a first letter, then a second, then a third. Tholomyès had not replied to any of them. One day Fantine heard some gossiping women say, while looking at her daughter, "Does anyone take these children seriously? Everyone shrugs their shoulders at such children." Then she thought of Tholomyès, who shrugged off his child and did not take this innocent creature seriously. And her feelings darkened towards that man. But what was she to do? She was at a loss to know who to turn to now. She had done wrong, but she was by nature, let us remember, fundamentally modest and virtuous. She vaguely sensed she was on the brink of falling into destitution and sliding towards the very worst. Courage was needed. Courage she had, and she steeled herself. It occurred to her to return to her hometown of Montreuil-sur-Mer. There might be someone there who knew her and would give her work. Yes, but she would have to conceal her wrongdoing. And in a confused way she foresaw the need for a separation even more painful than the first. It wrung her heart, but she made her decision. Fantine, as we shall see, had the fierce bravery of life itself. Valiantly, she had already given up all finery, dressing herself in calico, and had put all her silks, all her trimmings, ribbons and lace, on her daughter, her sole remaining vanity, and a saintly one at that. She sold everything she had, which yielded 200 francs. Having paid off her modest debts, she had only about 80 francs remaining. At the age of 22, on a beautiful spring morning, she left Paris carrying her child on her back. Anyone seeing the two of them pass by would have felt pity for them. This woman had no one else in the world but her child, and the child no one else in the world but this woman. Fantine had nursed her child. This strained her chest and she was coughing a little. We shall have no further occasion to speak of Monsieur Félix Tholomyès. All we wish to say is that 20 years later, under King Louis Philippe, he was a well-established provincial lawyer, wealthy and influential, a sound voter and a very severe magistrate, still a man of pleasure. Having taken a ride now and then, at roughly 1 or 2 sous per mile, with what was then known as the Petites Voitures coach company serving the outlying areas of Paris, to give herself a rest, Fantine found herself towards the middle of the day at Montfermeil, in Ruelle du Boulanger. As she passed the Thénardier and the 2 little girls delighting in their monster swing had, as it were, dazzled her, and she stopped in front of that vision of joy. There are such things as spells. These 2 little girls acted as a spell on this mother. She observed them, overcome with emotion. Paradise is heralded by the presence of angels. She thought she could see above this in the mysterious here of Providence. These 2 little ones were so obviously happy. She gazed at them, she marveled at them, with such feeling that as their mother drew breath between 2 lines of her song she could not help saying to her those few words you have just read, "You have 2 lovely children there, madam." The most ferocious of creatures is disarmed by the petting of its young. The mother looked up and thanked her, and invited the wayfarer to sit on the bench by the door. she herself being on the doorstep. The two women chatted together. "My name's Madame Thénardier," said the mother of the two little girls. "We're the keepers of this inn." Then, continuing with the same ballad, she sang in an undertone, "Tomorrow I go to fight in a far distant land." This Madame Thénardier was a brawny and angular sandy-haired woman, the archetypal soldier's wife in all her charmlessness. And, bizarrely, with an introspective air that she owed to her penchant for romances. She was simpering yet mannish. Old-fashioned love stories that have rubbed off on the imaginations of canteen cooks have that effect. She was still young, barely 30. Being very tall and built like a walking colossus such as you might expect to find in a fairground, this woman, who was squatting down, had she stood upright might perhaps have scared the traveler from the outset, undermined her trustfulness and forestalled what we have to relate. Someone sitting instead of standing, destinies hang on this. The traveler told her story with some slight alteration. That she was a seamstress. That her husband was dead. That there was no work for her in Paris and she was going to look for some elsewhere, back home where she came from. That she had left Paris that morning on foot. That, as she was carrying her child and felt tired, when the Villa Momble coach had come by, she had taken it. That from Villa Momble to Montfermeil she had walked. That her little one had walked a bit of the way but not much, being so young. And that she had to pick her up and carry her, and the precious darling had fallen asleep. Whereupon she gave her daughter a fervent kiss that woke her. The child opened her eyes, big blue eyes like her mother's, and looked at, what? Nothing. Everything. With that serious and sometimes stern expression of young children, which is a mystery of their luminous innocence in the face of our twilight virtues. It is as if they feel like angels and know us to be men. Then the child began to laugh, and although her mother held her she slipped to the ground with the untamable energy of a young creature that wants to run free. All of a sudden she caught sight of the other two on their swing, came to a standstill and stuck out her tongue, a sign of awe. Madame Thénardier released her daughters, helped them down from the swing, and said, "You three play together." At that age children are quick to socialize and after a minute the little Thénardiers were playing with the newcomer, digging holes in the ground together with great delight. This newcomer was very cheerful. You can tell a mother's goodness from the cheerfulness of her toddler. She had found a stick that served her as a spade and she was energetically digging a hole big enough for a fly. What the gravedigger does becomes amusing when done by a child. The two women went on chatting. "What's your little one's name?" "Cosette." For Cosette, read Euphrasie. The child's name was Euphrasie. But with that endearing and charming instinct that mothers and the populace have, by which Josepha is turned into Pepita and Françoise into Celeste, Euphrasie became Cosette to her mother. This is the kind of derivation that confuses and confounds all the learning of etymologists. We know of one grandmother who managed to turn Theodore into Non. How old is she? She's going on 3. The same as my eldest. In the meantime the three little girls were clustered in an attitude of deep anxiety and rapture. Something had happened. A big worm had emerged from the ground. And they were scared and entranced. With their radiant foreheads touching, it was as if their 3 heads were surrounded by a single halo. "Children make friends in no time," exclaimed Madame Thénardier. "Seeing them together like that, you'd swear they were 3 sisters." This remark was the spur the other mother had probably been waiting for. She seized the Thénardier woman's hand, looked at her intently, and said, "Will you look after my child for me?" The Thénardier woman gave one of those starts of surprise that are neither assent nor refusal. Cosette's mother went on, "You see, I can't take my daughter with me. Working won't allow it. You can't get a job with a child. They're so ridiculous in that part of the world. It was the good Lord that guided me to your inn. When I saw your little ones looking so pretty and so clean and so happy, my heart turned over. I said to myself, here's a good mother. For sure, they'll be like 3 sisters. And then it won't be long before I return. Will you look after my child for me? We'd have to see, replied the Thénardier woman. I'd pay 6 francs a month. At this point a man's voice called out from inside the inn, not for less than 7 francs. And 6 months paid in advance. 6 sevens, 42, said the Thénardier woman. I'll pay it, said the mother. And 15 francs extra for initial expenses, the man's voice added. 57 francs total, said Madame Thénardier. And throughout these calculations she hummed vaguely, tomorrow I go to fight in a far distant land. I'll pay it, said the mother. I have 80 francs. I'll have enough left over to get home. If I walk, I'll earn some money there, and as soon as I have a little I'll come back to fetch my little angel. The man's voice spoke again, the child has clothes? That's my husband, said the Thénardier woman. Certainly she has clothes, poor precious darling. Of course I realized it was your husband. And lovely clothes too. A real extravagance. A dozen of everything. And silk gowns like a lady. They're all here in my bag. You'll give those to us, said the man's voice. I should think so too, said the mother. It would be a very odd thing indeed if I were to leave my daughter without a stitch. The master's face appeared. That's fine, he said. The deal was concluded. The mother spent the night at the inn, handed over the money and left her child, refastened her traveling bag, now lightened with the child's things taken out, and set out the following morning, intending to return soon. Such departures are easily arranged, but they are harrowing. A neighbor of the Thénardiers met the mother as she was walking away, and came back saying, I've just seen a woman crying in the street, it was heartrending. When Cosette's mother had gone the man said to the woman, That'll pay off my debt for 110 francs that falls due tomorrow. I was 50 francs short. You know, I'd have had the bailiff on to me with a warrant. That was a clever mousetrap you laid there with your babes. Without realizing it, said the woman. 2. First sketch of 2 shady characters. It was a very poor mouse that had been caught, but the cat is happy even with a scraggy mouse. Who were these Thénardiers? Let us say a few words about them right now. We will complete the sketch later. These individuals belong to that bastard class between the so-called middle class and the so-called lower class, which is made up of crass people who have come up in the world and clever people who have gone down, and combines some of the faults of the latter with nearly all the vices of the former without having the generous impulse of the working man or the law-abiding decency of the solid citizen. They were of that stunted nature that easily turns monstrous if some dark passion is by chance kindled in them. There was in the woman the essence of a bully and in the man the makings of a scoundrel. Both were most highly susceptible to the sort of hideous progress that occurs in the development of evil. There are souls like lobsters, continually retreating into the shadows, retrogressing rather than advancing through life, using experience to add to their monstrosity, becoming ever more wicked and ever more imbued with an intensifying foulness. This man and this woman were such souls. Thénardier in particular gave the physiognomist pause. You have only to look at some men to distrust them. You sense a shoddiness in their lives, at both ends. Behind them is a restlessness, taken forward with menace. They have something of the unknown in them. You can no more answer for what they have done than for what they will do. The darkness they have in their eyes betrays them. You have only to hear them say one word, or see them make one gesture, to glimpse sinister secrets in their past and sinister mysteries in their future. If he was to be believed, this fellow Thénardier had been a soldier, a sergeant, he said. He had probably taken part in the campaign of 1815, and had even acquitted himself quite bravely, it would seem. We shall see later what the truth of this was. His ensign was an allusion to one of his feats of arms. He had painted it himself, for he knew how to do a little of everything, badly. It was the age when the classic period novel, that having once been. Cleely was now a mere Lodoiska, still high-minded but increasingly vulgar, reduced from Mademoiselle de Scudery to Madame Barthélemy Haddot, and from Madame de Lafayette to Madame Bournon-Malarme, inflamed the lovesick souls of Paris's doorkeepers and even wreaked a little havoc in the suburbs. Madame Thénardier was just intelligent enough to read books of this kind. They were her staple diet. She steeped in them what brain she possessed. This had given her, when she was very young and even a little later, a kind of pensiveness in the company of her husband, a rascal of a certain knowingness, a literate ruffian but no grammarian, at once coarse and shrewd, but as regards sentiment a reader of Pigault Lebrun, and as for anything to do with sex, as his own turn of phrase would have it, an absolute thoroughgoing lout. His wife was 12 or 15 years younger than he was. Later, when her romantically cascading hair began to turn grey, when out of Pamela emerged Magira, the Thénardier woman was just a nasty fat woman with a taste for silly novels. Now, nonsense cannot be read with impunity. The result was that her elder daughter's name was Éponine. As for the younger, the poor little thing was very nearly named Gulnare. She owed it to who knows what happy distraction afforded by one of Ducré-Duménil's novels only to be called Azelma. By the way, the fact is that not everything about that curious era we are alluding to here, which might be called one of first-name anarchy, is absurd and superficial. Alongside this romantic element we have just referred to there is the social factor. It is not uncommon nowadays for the young cowherd to be called Arthur, Alfred or Alphonse, and for the Vicomte, if there are any Vicomtes left, to be called Thomas, Pierre or Jacques. This displacement whereby the distinguished name is given to the common man and the rustic name to the aristocrat is nothing other than the stirrings of egalitarianism. The irresistible penetration of the new spirit is in this as in everything else. Behind this apparent discrepancy there is something great and profound, the French Revolution. 3. The Lark. Just being wicked is not enough to prosper. Business was bad at the inn. Thanks to the traveler's 57 francs, Thénardier managed to avoid a protest for non-payment and to honor what he had put his signature to. The following month they were again in need of money. The woman took Cosette's clothes to Paris and pawned them for 60 francs. Once that sum was spent, the Thénardiers came to regard the little girl as no more than a child they had taken in out of charity, and treated her accordingly. As she no longer had any clothes of her own they dressed her in the little Thénardier girl's cast-off petticoats and chemises, that is to say, in rags. They fed her on everyone's scraps, a little better than the dog, a little worse than the cat. In fact the cat and the dog were her habitual dining companions. Cosette ate with them under the table, from a wooden bowl like theirs. Her mother, who had settled in Montreuil-sur-Mer, as we shall see, wrote a letter every month, or to be more accurate had someone else write, asking for news of her child. The Thénardiers invariably replied, "Cosette is thriving." At the end of the first 6 months the mother sent 7 francs for the 7th month, and continued sending her payments quite punctually month by month. Before the year was over Thénardier said, "A fine favor she's doing us. How does she expect us to manage on her 7 francs? And he wrote demanding 12 francs. Led by them to believe that her child was happy and doing well, the mother submitted to the demand and sent the 12 francs. Certain natures are incapable of loving on the one hand without hating on the other. Madame Thénardier loved her 2 daughters passionately, which meant she hated the outsider. It is sad to think that a mother's love can have ugly aspects to it. No matter how little space Cosette took up in her home, she felt it was space taken from her own children and that this little girl reduced the air her daughters breathed. This woman, like many women of her kind, had a certain quantity of endearments and a certain quantity of blows and harsh words to dispense each day. For all that they were idolized, her daughters would have undoubtedly got the lot if she had not had Cosette there. But the outsider did them the service of diverting the blows on to herself. For her daughters, she had only endearments. Cosette could not make a single move that did not bring down on her a hailstorm of violent and undeserved punishments. Sweet defenseless creature, to whom this world and God must have been a complete mystery, incessantly punished, scolded, ill-used and beaten, seeing beside her two little creatures just like her who lived within the glow of a kindly light. Madame Thénardier was cruel to Cosette. Éponine and Azelma were cruel. Children at that age are simply copies of their mother. They come in a smaller size, that is all. A year went by, then another. It was said in the village, those Thénardiers are good people. They're not rich and yet they're bringing up a poor abandoned child they were left with. It was thought Cosette had been forgotten by her mother. Meanwhile, having learned by who knows what obscure channels that the child was probably illegitimate and that the mother could not acknowledge her as her own, Thénardier demanded 15 francs a month, saying the creature was growing up and eating, and threatening to turn her out. "She'd better not give me any trouble," he shouted. "I'll send her brat back to her and her little secrets will blow up in her face. I must have more." The mother paid the 15 francs. As the child grew, year by year, so did her wretchedness. As long as Cosette was very small, she was the two other children's scapegoat. As soon as she got a little bigger, that is to say, before she was even 5, she became the household servant. 5 years old, the reader will say, that is incredible. Alas! It is true. Social suffering begins at all ages. Have we not recently seen the trial of a certain Dumoulin by name, an orphan turned bandit, who from the age of 5, official documents state, being all alone in the world, worked for his living and stole? Cosette was made to run errands, sweep the rooms, the courtyard and the street, wash the dishes, even to carry heavy loads. The Thénardiers considered themselves all the more entitled to behave in this way since the mother, who was still at Montreuil-sur-Mer, began to fall behind with her payments. She was some months in arrears. If this mother had returned to Montfermeil at the end of those 3 years, she would not have recognized her child. So pretty and fresh when she first came to that house, Cosette was now thin and pale. She had an indefinably anxious look. Sly, said the Thénardiers. Injustice had made her resentful and misery had made her ugly. All that was left of her prettiness were those lovely eyes that were pitiful to behold because, huge as they were, the sadness that was visible in them appeared so much the greater. It was a heartbreaking thing to see in winter, this poor child, not yet 6 years old, shivering in her tattered old rags of coarse cloth, sweeping the street before daylight with an enormous broom in her tiny red hands and a teardrop in those big eyes. Locally, they called her Alouette Star. The common people, who like figurative images, had chosen to give this name to this tiny creature, no bigger than a bird, trembling, frightened and shivering, the first one awake every morning, in the house and in the village, always out on the street or in the fields before daybreak. Only, poor Alouette never sang. Book 5 The Descent. Story of an advance in the manufacture of black glass jewelry. What had become of that mother in the meantime, who according to the people of Montfermeil appeared to have abandoned her child? Where was she? What was she doing? After leaving her little Cosette with the Thénardiers, she had continued on her way and arrived at Montreuil-sur-Mer. This, remember, was in 1818. Fantine had left her provincial home some 10 years earlier. Montreuil-sur-Mer had changed. While Fantine's fortunes were slowly declining, her native town had prospered. About 2 years previously there had been one of those industrial developments that have a great impact on small places. This detail is significant and one we think worthwhile expanding on, we would almost say, emphasizing. From time immemorial, Montreuil-sur-Mer's specialized industry had been the imitation of English jet jewelry and of the black glass jewelry of Germany. This industry had always languished because of the high price of the raw materials, which affected the workers' pay. When Fantine returned to Montreuil-sur-Mer, an amazing transformation had taken place in this production of blackware. Towards the end of 1815 a man, a stranger, had come and set up business in the town, and had the idea of substituting shellac for resin in the manufacturing process and, for bracelets in particular, using metal clasp links that were simply pinched together instead of soldered. This very small change had been a revolution. This very small change had in fact dramatically reduced the cost of the raw materials, which made it possible firstly for the labor costs to rise to the benefit of the local community, secondly to improve the workmanship, an advantage for the consumer, and thirdly to sell more cheaply while at the same time trebling profits, by which the manufacturer gained. So 3 positive results from one idea. In less than 3 years the inventor of this process had become rich, which is good, and made everyone around him rich, which is better. He came from outside the department. Nothing at all was known about his background, very little about his early career. The story was that he had come to the town with very little money, a few hundred francs at most. It was from this limited capital, used to implement an ingenious idea and systematically and thoughtfully husband, that he had built up his fortune and the fortunes of the whole community. When he first arrived in Montreuil-sur-Mer, the clothes he wore, his bearing and his language were no more than those of a laborer. Apparently on the very day he made his obscure entry into the small town of Montreuil-sur-Mer, at nightfall one December evening, with his knapsack on his back and a hawthorn staff in his hand, a serious fire had just broken out in the town hall. This man had rushed into the blaze and at the risk of his own life saved 2 children, who turned out to belong to the captain of the gendarmerie. As a result, no one had thought to ask him for his passport. Since then his name had come to be common knowledge. He was called Père Madeleine. 2. Madeleine. He was a man of about 50 who looked as if he had something on his mind, and was kind-hearted. That was all that could be said about him. Thanks to the rapid development of the industry he had so admirably restructured, Montreuil-sur-Mer became an important center of commerce. Spain, which buys a great deal of black jet, placed huge orders there every year. Montreuil-sur-Mer almost rivaled London and Berlin in this trade. Père Madeleine's profits were such that by the second year he was able to build a large factory in which there were 2 huge workrooms, one for men and the other for women. Anyone who was hungry could go there and be sure of finding work and being fed. Père Madeleine expected willingness of the men, respectability of the women, and honesty of everybody. He had divided the workrooms to keep the 2 sexes apart and so that the girls and the women might remain virtuous. On this point he was adamant. It was the only thing about which he was in any way intolerant. He was all the more justified in this strictness because, Montreuil-sur-Mer being a garrison town, opportunities for depravity were rife. In any event, his coming had been a boon and his presence was a godsend. Before Père Madeleine's arrival the whole place was languishing. Now everything there was sustained by the wholesomeness of the working life. A strong circulation is entirely beneficial and reaches everywhere. Unemployment and poverty were unknown. There was no pocket so obscure that it had not a little money in it, no home so poor that it had not a little gladness in it. Père Madeleine would employ anyone. He insisted on one thing only: be an honest man. Be an honest woman. As we have said, out of this activity of which he was the prime mover and linchpin, Père Madeleine made his fortune. But rather curiously, in a simple man of business, this was not apparently his chief concern. He seemed to give a great deal of thought to others and little to himself.
In 1820 he was known to have a sum of 630,000 francs to his name invested with Laffitte. But before setting aside these 630,000 francs he had spent more than $1 million on the town and its poor. The hospital was ill-funded. He financed 10 beds there. Montreuil-sur-Mer is divided into the upper town and the lower town. The lower town, where he lived, had but one school, a miserable hovel that was falling into ruin. He built two, one for the girls, the other for the boys. Out of his own pocket he paid the two schoolteachers an additional allowance, doubling their meager official salary, and one day he said to someone who wondered at this, "The state's two most important servants are the woman at whose breast the child is nurtured and the schoolmaster." He created at his own expense a nursery, something almost unknown in France at that time, and a welfare fund for old and infirm workers. His factory being a central point, a new neighborhood with a great many poor families rapidly sprang up around it. He set up a free pharmacy here. In the early days, watching him start out, charitable souls said, "He's a self-seeker who wants to become rich." When they saw him enriching the community before he enriched himself, the same charitable souls said, "He's an ambitious fellow." This seemed all the more probable as the man was religious, and even to some extent religiously observant, something very favorably looked on at that time. He regularly attended low mass every Sunday. Before long the local deputy, who suspected rivals everywhere, began to fret about this religion. The deputy, who had been a member of the legislative corps under the Empire, shared the religious views of an Oratorian father known by the name of Fouché, Duc d'Otranto, whose creature and friend he had been. Behind closed doors he quietly made fun of God. But when he saw the wealthy manufacturer Madeleine going to low mass at 7 o'clock, he detected in him a likely candidate and resolved to outdo him. He took a Jesuit confessor and attended high mass and vespers. At that time ambition was literally a steeplechase. The poor as well as the good Lord profited by his dread, for the honorable deputy also funded 2 beds in the hospital, which made a total of 12. Nevertheless, in 1819 the rumor went around town one morning that as a result of representations made by the prefect, and in consideration of his services to the town, Père Madeleine was to be appointed mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer by the king. Those who had declared the newcomer to be an ambitious fellow seized with delight on this opportunity that everybody longs for to exclaim, "There! What did we tell you?" The whole of Montreuil-sur-Mer was in ferment. The rumor was well founded. Several days later the appointment appeared in Le Moniteur. The next day Père Madeleine declined the appointment. In this same year of 1819 the products of the new process invented by Madeleine featured in the industrial exhibition. On the recommendation of the jury the king named the inventor a Knight of the Legion of Honor. Fresh rumblings in the small town. Well then. It was the cross he wanted. Père Madeleine refused the cross. No doubt about it, the man was an enigma. The charitable souls defended themselves by saying, after all, he's some sort of adventurer. We have seen that the community owed him a great deal, the poor owed him everything. He was so useful, it was inevitable that he should eventually be honored, and he was so kind-hearted it was inevitable that he should eventually be loved. His workers in particular adored him, and he bore this adoration with a sort of melancholy gravity. When his wealth was established, society people greeted him, and in town he was called Monsieur Madeleine. His workers and the children continued to call him Père Madeleine, and this was the thing best able to make him smile. As his stock rose, he was showered with invitations. Society clamored for him. The prim little drawing rooms of Montreuil-sur-Mer, at first closed of course to the artisan, were opened wide to the millionaire. Countless overtures were made to him. He declined them all. This time, again, the charitable souls were quite unabashed. He's an ignorant man of little education. God knows what his background is. He wouldn't know how to behave in society. There's no proof at all that he can read. When he was seen making money, they said, he's a tradesman. When he was seen distributing his money, they said, he's an ambitious fellow. When he was seen rejecting honors, they said, he's an adventurer. When he was seen rejecting society, they said, he's a crass ignoramus. In 1820, 5 years after his arrival in Montreuil-sur-Mer, the services he had rendered to the community were so outstanding, the will of the entire region so unanimous, that the king again appointed him mayor of the town. Again he declined. But the prefect would not accept his refusal. All the dignitaries came to entreat him, the people in the street implored him. So intense was their insistence that in the end he accepted. It was noted that what seemed especially to make up his mind was the almost angry rebuke of an old woman, one of the common people, who called out to him crossly from her doorstep, "A good mayor can be useful. Why shrink from doing good?" This was the third phase of his ascent. Père Madeleine had become Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur Madeleine became Monsieur le Maire. 3. Sums deposited with Laffitte. Nevertheless, he remained as unassuming as he was on the first day. He had gray hair, a serious gaze, the weathered complexion of a laborer, the pensive face of a philosopher. He usually wore a broad-brimmed hat and a long frock coat of coarse cloth buttoned to the chin. He fulfilled his duties as mayor, but aside from that he lived a solitary life. He spoke to few people. He would sidestep social pleasantries, pay his respects in passing and quickly slip away, smile by way of apology for not chatting, give by way of apology for not smiling. Women said of him, "What a kindly old bear." His pleasure was to go walking in the countryside. He always took his meals alone, with a book open in front of him that he would be reading. He had a small but well-selected library. He loved books. Books are cold and dependable friends. With wealth came leisure, which he seemed increasingly to take advantage of to cultivate his mind. It was observed that since he had been in Montreuil-sur-Mer his language had year by year grown more refined, more carefully chosen, gentler. He liked to carry a shotgun with him on his walks, but he rarely made use of it. Whenever he happened to do so, his shooting was fearsomely accurate. He never killed a harmless animal. He never shot a small bird. Although he was not a young man anymore, stories were told of his remarkable strength. He would lend a hand to anyone in need of it, lift a horse, push a wheel stuck in the mud, or stop a runaway bull by the horns. His pockets were always full of money when he went out, and empty when he came home. Whenever he passed through a village, ragged urchins ran gleefully after him and surrounded him like a swarm of gnats. People thought they could tell he must have once lived a country life, since he knew all sorts of useful secrets, which he passed on to the peasants. He taught them how to destroy corn moth by spraying the granary and dousing cracks in the floorboards with a solution of common salt, and how to ward off weevils by hanging flowering orviot everywhere, on the walls and in the rafters, in the barns and inside the houses. He had recipes for ridding a field of yellow vetchling, corncockle, vetch, cowwheat, meadow foxtail, all the parasitic weeds that choke the wheat crop. He would protect a rabbit hutch against rats just by the smell of a small guinea pig he put inside it. One day he saw some local country folk very busy pulling up nettles. He looked at their pile of uprooted and already dried out plants and said, "That's all dead. Yet it would be a good thing if you knew how to make use of it. When the nettle's young, the leaf makes an excellent vegetable. When it ages, it has filaments and fibers like hemp and flax. Cloth made from nettles is as good as linen cloth. Chopped up, nettles are good for poultry. Pounded, they're good for horned livestock. The seed of the nettle mixed with fodder gives a shine to animals' coats. The root mixed with salt produces a beautiful yellow color. Also, it makes an excellent hay that can be harvested twice. And what does the nettle need? A little soil, no tending, no cultivation.
Only, the seeds fall as they ripen and they're difficult to harvest. That's all. With even the minimum of care, the nettle would be useful. Neglected, it becomes a nuisance. So we kill it. How like the nettle are so many men. He added after a pause, my friends, remember this, there are no such things as bad plants or bad men. There are only bad farmers. Children also loved him because he could make delightful little toys out of straw and coconuts. Whenever he saw the church door draped in black, he would go in. He sought out funerals as others seek out christenings. Widowhood and the grief of others attracted him because of his great kindness. He would mingle with friends in mourning, families dressed in black, priests murmuring round a coffin. He seemed to take readily as subject for his thoughts those funeral chantings filled with the vision of another world. With his eyes turned heavenward, with a kind of yearning towards all the mysteries of infinity, he listened to those sad voices singing at the edge of death's dark abyss. He performed a host of good deeds in the same way that others do bad, by stealth. He would slip into houses surreptitiously in the evening, and furtively climb the stairs. Some poor devil coming home to his attic would find that during his absence his door had been opened, sometimes even forced. The poor man would cry out, "Some burglar has got in." He would go inside and the first thing he would see was a gold coin left lying on a piece of furniture. The burglar who had got in was Père Madeleine. He was affable and sad. The common people said, "There's a rich man who doesn't give himself airs. There's a fortunate man who doesn't look happy." Some people held the view that he was a mysterious character and said that no one ever went into his bedroom, which was a veritable anchorite cell, furnished with winged hourglasses and ornamented with skulls and crossbones. There was so much talk of this that some sly, sophisticated young women of Montreuil-sur-Mer came to him one day and asked, "Monsieur le Maire, do show us your room. It's said to be a grotto." He smiled, and showed them into his grotto there and then. They got there just deserts for their curiosity. It was a very ordinary room with rather ugly mahogany furniture like all furniture of that kind, and papered with inexpensive wallpaper. They could see nothing remarkable about it except two candlesticks of an old-fashioned design that stood on the mantelpiece and appeared to be of silver, from the way they were treasured. A thoroughly small-town witticism. It continued to be said, regardless, that no one was ever let into this room and that it was a hermit's cave, a mysterious retreat, a cubby-hole, a tomb. It was also whispered that he had immense sums deposited with Laffitte on the specific condition that the money was always immediately available to him, which meant, it was added, that Monsieur Madeleine could turn up at Laffitte's one morning, and in 10 minutes sign a receipt and carry off his 2 or 3 million. In reality, these 2 or 3 million, as we have said, amounted to no more than 630 or 40,000 francs. 4. Monsieur Madeleine in mourning. At the beginning of 1821 the newspapers announced the death of Monsieur Myriel, Bishop of Digny, better known as Monseigneur Bienvenu, who had passed away in the odor of sanctity at the age of 82. To add here a detail that the papers omitted, when the Bishop of Digny died he had for many years been blind, and contentedly blind, having his sister with him. Incidentally, let us say that on this earth where nothing is perfect, to be blind and to be loved is in fact one of the most strangely exquisite forms of happiness. To have continually at your side a wife, a daughter, a sister, a delightful human being who is there because you need her and because she cannot do without you, to know you are indispensable to a person who is necessary to you, to be able constantly to measure her affection by how much of her presence she grants you and to say to yourself, since she devotes all of her time to me, I must have all of her love, to see the mind though you cannot see the face, to be able to count on the loyalty of one person when the world is eclipsed, to perceive in the rustle of a gown the fluttering of wings, to hear her to ing and fro ing, going out, coming home, talking, singing, and to think that you are at the center of these footsteps, of this talking and singing, to demonstrate at every moment your own magnetic power, to feel all the more powerful the more infirm you are, to become in the darkness and by means of the darkness the star round which this angel gravitates, few joys equal this. The supreme happiness of life is the conviction that you are loved, loved for yourself, better still, loved despite yourself. This conviction the blind man has. In his plight, to be assisted is to be cherished. Does he lack anything? No. There is no loss of light in having love. And what love? A love that is all goodness. There is no blindness where there is certainty. Soul gropes for soul, and finds it. And the soul found and tested is a woman. A hand supports you, it is hers. Lips brush your forehead, they are her lips. You hear someone breathing right beside you, it is she. To have all of her, from her devotion to her pity, never to be left alone, to have that sweet frailty helping you, to lean on that sturdy reed, to touch Providence with your hands and to be able to take it in your arms. God made tangible, what rapture! The heart, that obscure celestial flower, comes into mysterious bloom. You would not exchange this darkness for any brightness. The angel soul is there, ever there. If she goes away, it is only to return again. She vanishes like a dream and reappears as reality. You feel a warmth approaching, here she is. Your serenity, cheerfulness, and bliss are abounding, you are a radiance in the dark. And so much care and consideration. Little things that count enormously in that void. The most ineffable tones of the female voice devoted to soothing you and making up for the vanished universe. You are spiritually cherished. You see nothing, but you feel adored. It is a dark paradise. It was from this paradise that Monseigneur Bienvenu had passed on to the next. The announcement of his death was reported by Montreuil-sur-Mer's local newspaper. The following day Monsieur Madeleine appeared dressed entirely in black with a mourning band on his hat. These mourning clothes were noticed in town and set tongues wagging. It seemed to throw a light on Monsieur Madeleine's origins. The conclusion was drawn that he had some relationship with the venerable bishop. "He's wearing mourning for the Bishop of Digny," was the word in the drawing rooms. This greatly enhanced Monsieur Madeleine's standing and immediately gained him a certain respect among Montreuil-sur-Mer's nobility. The local miniature Faubourg Saint-Germain decided to end their exclusion of Monsieur Madeleine, assumed to be related to a bishop. Monsieur Madeleine was alerted to the advancement he had obtained by more bows of respect from the older women and more smiles from the younger ones. One evening, curious by right of seniority, a doyen of that small, grand world ventured to ask him, "Monsieur le Maire is doubtless a cousin of the late Bishop of Digny?" "No, madam," he said. "But you're wearing mourning for him," the dowager persisted. He replied, "That's because in my youth I was a servant in his family." It was also noted that every time a young Savoyard, roaming around the area looking for chimneys to sweep, came into town, Monsieur le Maire would send for him, ask him his name and give him money. Though little. Savoyards told each other about this and a great many of them came by. Vague glimmerings on the horizon. Little by little over the course of time, all opposition to him fell away. By virtue of a sort of law to which those who better themselves are always subject, there had at first been slanders and calumnies against Monsieur Madeleine, then there were just malicious comments, then just rude remarks, then that was the end of it. Respect for him was total, unanimous, and cordial, and there came a time around 1821 when the words Monsieur le Maire were uttered at Montreuil-sur-Mer with almost the same expression as the words Monseigneur l'Évêque had been uttered at Digny in 1815. People came from 25 miles around to consult Monsieur Madeleine. He ended disagreements, prevented lawsuits, reconciled enemies. Everyone recognized his authority as judge. It was as if he were animated by the book of natural law. It was like a contagion of respect that over 6 or 7 years was passed on from one to another and infected the whole area. One man alone in the town and its surroundings totally escaped this contagion, and no matter what Père Madeleine did, he remained resistant, as if some sort of incorruptible and imperturbable instinct kept him alert and uneasy. It would seem to be the case that there exists in certain men a real animal instinct, like all instincts pure and true to itself, one that creates antipathies and sympathies, that inevitably separates one type of person from another, that does not waver, is never perplexed, never silenced and never failing, an instinct clear in its obscurity, infallible, compelling, intractable to all counsel of the intellect and all powers of reasoning against it, an instinct that, however destinies may be shaped, secretly warns the dogman of the presence of the catman and the foxman of the presence of the lionman. Often when Monsieur Madeleine went by in the street, peaceable, loving, with the blessings of everyone around him, a tall man dressed in an iron-gray frock coat, armed with a stout walking stick and wearing his hat pulled down, would swing round behind him and follow him with his eyes until he was out of sight, folding his arms, slowly shaking his head and pursing his upper and lower lips towards his nose, a sort of meaningful grimace that might be translated as "Now who on earth is that man? I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before. Anyhow, I'm not in the least taken in by him." This person whose gravity was almost menacing was one of those men who even when only fleetingly glimpsed arrest the viewer's attention. His name was Javert, and he was with the police. At Montreuil-sur-Mer he had the invidious but useful job of inspector. He had not witnessed Madeleine's career from the outset. Javert owed the position he held to the protection of Monsieur Chiboulet, secretary to the Minister of State Comte Angles, then prefect of police in Paris. When Javert arrived at Montreuil-sur-Mer the great manufacturer's fortune was already made, and Père Madeleine had become Monsieur Madeleine. Certain police officers have a distinctive physiognomy, one in which an air of baseness is combined with an air of authority. Javert had this physiognomy without the baseness. It is our firm belief that if souls were visible to the eye we should clearly see that strange thing whereby every single member of the human species corresponds to some species of the animal world. And we would easily be able to recognize the truth barely apprehended by the philosopher, which is that, from the oyster to the eagle, from the pig to the tiger, all animals are to be found in mankind, and each one of them is to be found in some man. Sometimes even several at a time. Animals are nothing other than the physical representation of our virtues and vices, wandering about before our eyes, the visible specters of our souls. God lets us see them so as to make us think. However, since animals are mere shadows, God has made them capable only of being trained, not educated. What good would it serve? By contrast, our souls being realities and having a purpose of their own, God has given them intelligence, that is to say the capability to be educated. A good social education can always elicit from any soul whatsoever the usefulness it contains. This of course is said from the limited viewpoint of visible earthly life, without prejudice to the profound question of the prior and ulterior personality of living beings other than man. The visible self in no way authorizes the philosopher to deny the hidden self. With this reservation, let us continue. Now, if the reader will grant for a moment that there is in every man one of the animal species in creation, it will be easy for us to say which of them resided in police officer Javert. The peasants of Asturias are convinced that in every she-wolf's litter there is one dog, which is killed by the mother because otherwise as it grew up it would eat the rest of her young. Give this son of a wolf dog a human face, and you have Javert. Javert was born in prison of a fortune-teller whose husband was a convicted felon. As he grew up, he believed he was on the outside of society and had no hope of ever being let in. He observed that society unforgivingly kept out two classes of men, those who attack it and those who guard it. He had the choice between these two classes only. At the same time he was conscious of some underlying inflexibility, steadiness and probity within him, compounded by an inexpressible hatred for that gypsy race to which he belonged. He joined the police. He made his mark. By the age of 40 he was an inspector. As a young man, he worked with the chain gangs in the South. Before going any further, let us be clear about the term human face that we have just applied to Javert. Javert's human face consisted of a flat nose with two deep nostrils and enormous whiskers growing up his cheeks towards them. The first time you saw those two forests and those two cavernous holes, you felt unnerved. When Javert laughed, which was rare and dreadful, his thin lips parted and revealed not only his teeth but his gums, and a ferocious, flattened crease formed round his nose as on the muzzle of a wild beast. Javert in serious mood was a mastiff. When he laughed he was a tiger. Besides which, a low brow, a full jaw, his hair concealing his forehead and falling over his eyebrows, between his eyes a permanent central furrow like a blaze of anger, an impenetrable gaze, a tight-lipped and fearsome mouth, a fierce air of command. This man was made up of two very simple sentiments, and within reason very good ones, which he rendered almost bad by taking them to extremes: respect for authority and hatred of rebellion. And in his eyes theft, murder, any crime, was simply a form of rebellion. He looked on any state official, from the prime minister to the rural policeman, with a deep-seated blind faith. On anyone who had once crossed the legal threshold of wrongdoing he heaped scorn, loathing, and disgust. He was uncompromising, and he allowed of no exceptions. On the one hand, he said, the state official is incapable of making a mistake. The magistrate is never wrong. On the other, he said, these people are lost beyond redemption. Nothing good can come of them. He fully shared the view held by those extremists who attribute to human law some extraordinary power of creating or, if you will, of recognizing outcasts, and who place a Styx at the bottom of society. A melancholy dreamer, he was stoical, serious, austere, and like fanatics, humble and haughty. He was gimlet-eyed, his gaze cold and piercing. His whole life was contained in these two words: watchfulness, vigilance. He had introduced a straight line into what is most tortuous in the world. Conscientious in his usefulness, he made a religion of his duties, and he was a spy as other men are priests. Woe betide the man who fell into his hands. He would have arrested his father for escaping from prison and denounced his mother for contravening the terms of her release from jail. And he would have done so with that kind of inward satisfaction conferred by virtuousness. To accompany this, a life of privation, isolation, abnegation, chastity, never a moment's recreation. This was implacable duty, an understanding of the police like the Spartans' understanding of Sparta, pitiless surveillance, ferocious honesty, a sleuth of marble-like coldness, Brutus in Vidic. Javert's entire person was an expression of the man who spies and keeps out of sight. Joseph de Maistre mystical school of thought, which at that time was spicing up with high-flown cosmogony what were called the ultra newspapers, would surely have said that Javert was a symbol. You could not see his forehead, which disappeared under his hat. You could not see his eyes that lurked beneath his eyebrows. You could not see his chin that sank into his cravat. You could not see his hands that vanished up his sleeves. You could not see his cane that he carried under his coat. But when the occasion arose, suddenly emerging from all this shadow as from an ambush, you could see a narrow angular forehead, a baleful glance, a threatening chin, huge hands, and a monstrous truncheon. Even though he hated books, in his moments of leisure, which were few and far between, he read, with the result that he was not completely uneducated. This was made evident in a certain pomposity in his manner of speaking. As we have said, he had no vices. When he was pleased with himself, he allowed himself a pinch of snuff. This was his link with humanity. It will not be hard to understand that Javert was the terror of that whole class referred to in the annual report of the Ministry of Justice under the heading, Vagrants. At the mention of Javert's name they would make themselves scarce. An appearance by Javert himself would petrify them. Such was this formidable man. Javert was like an eye constantly fixed on Monsieur Madeleine. An eye full of suspicion and conjecture. Monsieur Madeleine eventually noticed, but it appeared that this was of no interest to him. He did not even question Javert. He neither sought him out nor avoided him. And he bore that intrusive and almost oppressive gaze without appearing to pay any attention to it. He treated Javert the same way he treated everybody, with unassuming kindness. From a few words Javert let drop, it was clear that with that curiosity bred in the bone, in which instinct plays as great a part as willpower, he had secretly investigated all previous traces Père Madeleine might have left elsewhere. He seemed to know, and sometimes he said cryptically, that someone had made certain inquiries in a certain place about a certain family that had disappeared. Talking to himself, he once happened to remark, "I think I've got him." Then he remained preoccupied for 3 days without uttering a word. It seemed the lead he thought he had come to nothing. In any case, and this is the necessary corrective to any oversimplification that certain words might have implied, there can be nothing truly infallible about any human being, and it is precisely in the nature of instinct that it can become confused, thrown off the scent and led astray. Otherwise, instinct would be superior to intelligence and beasts would turn out to have a better understanding than man. Javert was evidently somewhat disconcerted by Monsieur Madeleine's complete naturalness and calm. One day, however, his strange manner seemed to make an impression on Monsieur Madeleine. This was the occasion. 6. Père Fauchelevent. One morning Monsieur Madeleine was walking along an unpaved side street in Montreuil-sur-Mer. He heard a noise and saw a group of people some way off. He approached them. An old man called Père Fauchelevent had just fallen under his cart when his horse had pitched to the ground. This Fauchelevent was one of the few enemies Monsieur Madeleine still had at that time. When Madeleine first came to the town, Fauchelevent, a former copyist, of peasant stock and almost literate, had a business that was beginning to go badly. Fauchelevent had seen this ordinary laborer grow rich, while he, a skilled tradesman, was being ruined. This had filled him with jealousy, and he had done all he could on every occasion to discredit Madeleine. Then came bankruptcy, and the old man, left with nothing but a horse and cart, with no family and no children, had turned carter to earn a living. The horse had 2 broken haunches and could not get up again. The old man was trapped between the wheels. So calamitous was the collapse of the vehicle that the whole weight of it was resting on his chest. The cart was quite heavily laden. Père Fauchelevent was wheezing pitifully. People had tried to pull him out, but to no avail. One reckless move, one clumsy intervention, one inadvertent jolt might finish him off. It was impossible to free him other than by lifting the cart off him. Javert, who had turned up just as the accident occurred, sent for a jack. Monsieur Madeleine arrived. People stood aside respectfully. "Help!" cried old Fauchelevent. "What kindly lad will save this old man?" Monsieur Madeleine turned to those gathered round. "Has anyone got a jack?" "Someone's gone to fetch one," replied a peasant. "How long will that take?" "They've gone to the nearest place where there's a farrier, which is Flashot, but all the same it'll take a good quarter of an hour." "A quarter of an hour!" exclaimed Madeleine. It had rained the day before, the ground was wet. With every moment the cart was settling deeper into the ground and compressing the old carter's chest more and more. It was obvious that within 5 minutes his ribs would be broken. "We can't wait a quarter of an hour," said Madeleine to the peasants, who were staring at him. "We'll have to. But it'll be too late by then. Can't you see the cart is sinking? It can't be helped." "Listen," said Madeleine, "there's still room enough under the cart to allow a man to crawl under it and lift it on his back, for just half a minute, and the poor man can be pulled out. Is there anyone here who has the strength and the courage? For 5 gold louis." No one in the group moved. 10 louis, said Madeleine. Those present lowered their eyes. One of them muttered, "A man would need to be devilish strong. And then he runs the risk of getting crushed."
"Come on," said Madeline. 20 Louis. The same silence. "It's not willingness they lack," said a voice.
Monsieur Madeleine turned round and recognized Javert, whom he had not noticed on his arrival.
Javert went on, "It's strength. It would take an extraordinary man to do such a thing as lift a cart like that on his back."
Then, staring intently at Monsieur Madeleine, he went on, dwelling on every word he uttered, "Monsieur Madeleine, I've never known but one man capable of doing what you ask."
Madeleine flinched.
Javert added with an air of indifference but without taking his eyes off Madeleine, "He was a convict."
"Ah," said Madeleine. "Serving a penal sentence at Toulon." Madeleine turned pale.
Meanwhile, the cart continued to sink slowly.
Père Fauchelevent wheezed and shrieked, "I can't breathe. It's breaking my ribs. A jack. Something. Ah." Madeleine looked round. "Is there no one, then, who wants to earn 20 louis and save the life of this poor old man?" None of those present stirred. Javert spoke again. "I've never known more than one man who could substitute for a jack. It was that convict." "Ah! It's crushing me," cried the old man.
Madeleine looked up, met Javert's hawk eye still fixed on him, gazed at the motionless peasants and smiled sadly. Then without a word he fell on his knees, and before the crowd had time even to utter a cry he was underneath the cart. There was a dreadful moment of expectation and silence. They saw Madeleine, almost flat on his stomach under that tremendous weight, make two vain efforts to draw his elbows closer to his knees. They shouted to him, "Père Madeleine, come out from under there." Old Fauchelevent himself said to him, "Monsieur Madeleine, get out. Don't you see, it can't be helped, I'm going to die. Just leave me. You're going to get crushed as well." Madeleine did not reply. The spectators gasped. The wheels had continued to sink, and already it had become almost impossible for Madeleine to get out from under the vehicle. Suddenly the enormous mass was seen to quiver, the cart rose slowly, the wheels half emerged from the ruts. They heard a choked voice crying, "Quick! Help!" It was Madeleine, who had just made one last effort. They rushed forward. The self-sacrifice of a single man had given strength and courage to all. The cart was lifted by 20 men. Old Fauchelevent was saved. Madeleine stood up. He was pale though dripping with sweat. His clothes were torn and covered with mud. Everyone was tearful. The old man kissed his knees and called him the good Lord. He himself had on his face an indescribable expression of blissful and heavenly suffering, and he fixed his calm gaze on Javert, who was still staring at him. 7. Fauchelevent becomes a gardener in Paris. Fauchelevent had dislocated his kneecap in falling. Père Madeleine had him conveyed to an infirmary that he had established for his workers in the factory building itself, and which was staffed by 2 sisters of charity. The next morning the old man found a 1,000-franc banknote on his bedside table with this note in Père Madeleine's handwriting, "For the purchase of your horse and cart." The cart was a wreck and the horse was dead. Fauchelevent recovered, but his knee remained stiff. On the recommendation of the Sisters of Charity and of his parish priest, Monsieur Madeleine got the old boy a position as gardener at a convent in Rue Saint Antoine in Paris. Some time afterwards, Monsieur Madeleine was appointed mayor. The first time Javert saw Monsieur Madeleine wearing the sash that gave him full authority over the town, he felt a shudder of the kind a watchdog might feel on smelling a wolf in his master's clothes. From then on he avoided him as much as he could. When his duties made it absolutely necessary and he had no alternative but to be with Monsieur le Maire, he addressed him with profound respect. Besides the visible signs we have mentioned of this prosperity created at Montreuil-sur-Mer by Père Madeleine, there was another indicator nonetheless significant for not being visible. Always a sure sign, this. When the population is hard-pressed, when there is a shortage of work, when business is disastrous, the taxpayer, being short of money, is reluctant to pay taxes, delays as much as possible and then exceeds the respite granted, and the state spends a great deal of money on the costs of enforcement and collection. When there is plenty of work, when the country is happy and wealthy, taxes are paid willingly at little cost to the state. It may be said this is one infallible gauge of public wealth and poverty, the cost of collecting taxes. In 7 years the cost of collecting taxes had dropped by 75% in the arrondissement of Montreuil-sur-Mer, which led to this arrondissement being frequently cited above all others by Monsieur de Villèle, then Minister of Finance. These were the local circumstances when Fantine returned. No one remembered her. Fortunately, the door of Monsieur Madeleine's factory was like a friendly face. She applied there and was taken on in the women's workshop. The work being entirely new to Fantine, she could not be very adept at it. So she made very little money for her day's work, but still it was enough. The problem was solved. She was earning her living. 8. Madame Victurnien spends 35 francs for the sake of morality. When Fantine saw that she was making her living, she enjoyed a moment of happiness. To live honestly by the work she did, what a blessing! She truly regained a liking for work. She bought a looking-glass and took pleasure in seeing in it her youth, her beautiful hair, her fine teeth. She forgot many things. She thought only of Cosette and the possibilities of the future, and was almost happy. She rented a small room and furnished it on credit against her future earnings, a vestige of her improvident ways. Not being able to say she was married, she had been very careful, as we have already indicated, not to talk about her little girl. In these early days, as we have seen, she paid the Thénardiers promptly. As all she could do was sign her name, she was obliged to write to them using a public letter writer. She wrote often. This was noticed. There started to be mutterings in the women's workroom that Fantine wrote letters and that she put on airs and graces. There is nothing like those for whom it is none of their business, for spying on other people's actions. Why is it that gentleman only ever comes at dusk? Why does Monsieur So-and-so never hang his key on the hook on Thursdays? Why does he always go down the back streets? Why does Madame always get out of her cab before she reaches the house? Why does she send out for a pad of writing paper when she has a whole writing case full of it? Etc., etc. There are people who, to find out the answer to these mysteries, which in any case are absolutely no concern of theirs, spend more money, waste more time, take more trouble than it would take to do 10 good deeds. And all this for nothing, just for the pleasure of it, with no other reward for their curiosity except curiosity. They will follow this man or that woman for days on end, keeping watch for hours on street corners, in gateways, at night, in the cold and rain. They will grease the palms of errand boys, get cab drivers and lackeys drunk, bribe a chambermaid, offer inducements to a doorkeeper. Why? For no reason. Sheer desperation to see, to know, and to find out. Sheer compulsion to gossip. And often, to the great joy of those who have uncovered all, with nothing to be gained by it, out of sheer instinct, these secrets once found out and these mysteries made public, these enigmas exposed to the light of day lead to catastrophes, duels, bankruptcies, ruined families, devastated lives. A sorry state of affairs. Certain individuals are malicious solely because of their need to talk. Their conversation, drawing-room chatter, boudoir gossip, is like those chimneys that burn wood fast. They need a great deal of fuel, and their fuel is their fellow human being. So Fantine was watched. Besides which, more than one woman was jealous of her golden hair and her white teeth. It was noted that in the workroom, among the others, she often turned aside to wipe away a tear. These were the moments when she was thinking of her child, perhaps also of the man she had loved. Severing unhappy ties with the past is a painful and arduous process. It was noted that she wrote at least twice a month, always to the same address, and that she paid for the postage. A way was found to obtain the address, Monsieur Thénardier, innkeeper, at Montfermeil. The public letter writer, an old fellow who could not fill his stomach with red wine without emptying his bag of secrets, was encouraged to blab in the tavern. In short, it came to be known that Fantine had a child. She must have been some kind of prostitute. There was one old busybody who made the trip to Montfermeil, talked to the Thénardiers, and said on her return, "For my 35 francs I've got to the bottom of it. I've seen the child." The busybody who did this was a gorgon named Madame Victurnien, guardian and doorkeeper of everyone's virtue. Madame Victurnien was 56 and her mask of ugliness was overlaid with the mask of old age. Quavering voice, crotchety mind. Hard to believe, this old woman had once been young. In her youth, when 93 was in full spate, she married a monk who fled the cloister wearing the revolutionary's red cap, switching from the Bernardines to the Jacobins. She was unfeeling, unpleasant, unapproachable, peevish, prickly, almost poisonous, and now widowed, still harboring the memory of the monk who had thoroughly subdued her and bent her to his will. She was a nettle that you could see had been crushed by the cassock. With the Restoration she became devout, and so zealously that the priests forgave her monk. She had a small property that she made a great fuss about bequeathing to a religious community. She was very highly regarded at the episcopal palace of Arras. So this Madame Victurnien went to Montfermeil and returned saying, "I've seen the child." All this took time. Fantine had been at the factory for over a year when one morning the workshop supervisor gave her 50 francs on behalf of Monsieur le Maire, telling her she no longer had a job at the workshop and urging her on behalf of Monsieur le Maire to leave town. It was the very same month that the Thénardiers, having asked for 12 francs instead of 6, had just demanded 15 francs instead of 12. Fantine was devastated. She could not leave town. She owed money for her rent and her furniture. 50 francs was not enough to pay off this debt. She stammered out a few pleading words. The supervisor made clear to her she must leave the workshop immediately. Besides, Fantine was not an especially good worker. Overcome with shame even more than despair, she left the workshop and returned to her room. So her offense was now known to all. She felt she had not the strength left to say another word. She was advised to go and see Monsieur le Maire. She did not dare. Monsieur le Maire gave her 50 francs because he was kind and sacked her because he was just. She submitted to that judgment. 9. Success for Madame Victurnien. So the monk's widow was good for something. But Monsieur Madeleine knew nothing of all this. It was one of those combinations of circumstances that life is full of. As a rule, Monsieur Madeleine almost never went into the women's workshop. He had placed in charge of this workshop an elderly spinster provided by the parish priest, and he had full confidence in this supervisor, a truly respectable person, firm, fair-minded, full of the charity that consists in donating but not so much of the charity that consists in understanding and forgiving. Monsieur Madeleine left everything to her. The best of men are often obliged to delegate their authority. It was invested with this full power and in the conviction she was doing the right thing that the supervisor tried, judged, condemned and executed Fantine. As for the 50 francs, she donated them out of a fund Monsieur Madeleine had entrusted to her for the benefit and assistance of the working women, and for which she did not have to account. Fantine sought work locally as a servant. She went from house to house. No one would have her. She could not leave town. The second-hand dealer to whom she was in debt for her furniture, such as it was, said to her, "If you leave, I'll have you arrested as a thief." The landlord to whom she owed rent said to her, "You're young and pretty, you can pay." She divided the 50 francs between the landlord and the furniture dealer, returned to the latter 3/4 of his goods, kept only the bare minimum, and found herself with no work, with no place in society, left with only her bed, and still owing about 50 francs. She began to make plain shirts for the soldiers of the garrison and earned 12 sous a day. Her daughter cost her 10. It was at this point that she began to fall behind with her payments to the Thénardiers. However, an old woman who lighted her candle for her when she came home at night taught her the art of living in poverty. Beyond living on little, there is living on nothing. They are 2 rooms. The first is dark, the second is pitch black. Fantine learned how to go without any fire at all in winter, how to give up a bird that eats 1/4 of a sou's worth of millet every 2 days, how to make a coverlet of your underskirt and an underskirt of your coverlet, how to save your candle by taking your meals by the light from the window opposite. We do not know how much some poor creatures who have grown old in honest destitution can get out of one so. It eventually becomes a talent. Fantine acquired this sublime talent, and again took heart a little. At this period she said to a neighbor, "Pooh! I tell myself, with only 5 hours sleep and working all the rest of the time at my sewing, I'll always be able to earn just about enough to live on. And anyway, when you're sad you eat less. Oh well, some hardship, some worries, a little bread on the one hand and heartache on the other, all that will keep me going." In this predicament it would have been a peculiar joy to have her little girl with her. She thought of fetching her. But what? Make her share this hardship. And besides, she owed money to the Thénardiers. How was she to settle her debt? And the journey? How was she to pay for that? The old woman who had given her what might be called lessons in a life of poverty was a saintly spinster called Marguerite, a woman of true devoutness, poor, and charitable towards the poor and even towards the rich, able to write just well enough to sign her name Marguerite, and believing in God, which is true knowledge. There are many of these saints here below. Someday they will have their place on high. This life has a tomorrow. At first Fantine felt so ashamed, she dared not go out. When she was in the street, she sensed that people turned round behind her and pointed. Everyone stared at her and no one greeted her. The cold, bitter scorn of passers-by penetrated her, body and soul, like a north wind. In small towns an unmarried mother might as well be exposed naked to everyone's taunts and prying. At least in Paris no one knows you, and this obscurity clothes you. Oh! How she must have yearned to come to Paris! Impossible! She had to get used to disrepute just as she had to get used to penury. Gradually she resigned herself to it. After 2 or 3 months she shook off her shame and began to go about as though nothing bothered her. "It's all the same to me," she would say. She came and went with head held high and a bitter smile, and felt she was becoming brazen. From her window Madame Victurnien sometimes saw her passing, observed the plight of that creature who thanks to her had been put in her rightful place, and congratulated herself. The wicked have a cruel happiness. Fantine was exhausted by overwork, and the little dry cough she had, worsened. She sometimes said to her neighbor Marguerite, "Just feel how hot my hands are." Still, when in the morning with an old broken comb she combed her beautiful hair, like cascades of floss silk, she took a moment's pleasure in her appearance. X. The consequences of her success. Fantine had been sacked towards the end of winter. Then it was summer, but winter came again. Short days, less work. Winter, no warmth, no light, no middle of the day, evening following on morning, fog, twilight, the window gray, the light so bad you cannot see. The sky is a basement window, the whole day a cellar.
The sun looks like a pauper. What a dreadful time of year. Winter turns to stone both the rain from heaven and the heart of man. Her creditors harried her. Fantine earned too little. Her debts had grown. Not getting their money, the Thénardiers were constantly writing her letters whose contents upset her terribly, and the cost of their delivery was ruining her. One day they wrote saying that her little Cosette was going stark naked in that cold weather, that she needed a woolen skirt, and the least her mother could do was to send 10 francs for it. She received the letter and crumpled it in her hands all day long. That evening she went into a barber's shop at the corner of the street and pulled out her hairpin. Her lovely golden hair fell to below her waist. "What beautiful hair!" exclaimed the barber. "How much will you give me for it?" she said. 10 francs. Cut it off. She bought a knitted skirt and sent it to the Thénardiers. This skirt infuriated the Thénardiers. It was the money they wanted. They gave the skirt to Éponine. Poor Alouette continued to shiver. Fantine thought, "My child's not cold now. I've clothed her with my hair." She wore little round caps that concealed her shorn head, and she still looked pretty in them. A sinister process was at work in Fantine's heart. When she saw she could no longer dress her hair, she began to feel hatred for everything around her. She had long shared everyone's reverence for Père Madeleine. Yet by telling herself over and over again that it was he who had sacked her, that he was the cause of her unhappiness, she came to hate him too, him especially. If she passed by the factory at times when the workers were at the gate, she put on a show of laughing and singing. An old woman working there, who once saw her laughing and singing like that, said, "There's a girl who'll come to a bad end." She took a lover, just anybody, a man she did not love, out of bravado, with rage in her heart. He was a scoundrel, some sort of beggar musician, a lazy tramp, who beat her and left her as she had taken him, in disgust. She adored her child. The further she fell and the darker everything around her became, the more brightly shone that sweet little angel deep in her soul. She said, "When I'm rich, I'll have my Cosette with me." And she laughed. She could not get rid of her cough and she had sweats down her back. One day she received from the Thénardiers a letter that read as follows: "Cosette is ill with a local sickness. A miliary fever, they call it. She needs expensive drugs. This is ruining us and we cannot pay out any more. If you do not send us 40 francs before the week is out, the little one will die." She burst out laughing and said to her old neighbor, "Oh, very funny. 40 francs. Is that all? That's 2 Napoleons. Where do they expect me to find them? Are they stupid, these peasants?" Yet she went out onto the staircase and reread the letter by a skylight. Then she carried on down the stairs and went out, running and skipping, still laughing. Somebody who met her said, "What have you got to be so cheerful about?" She replied, "There are some people in the country who have just written me a very silly letter. They want 40 francs from me. That's peasants for you." As she crossed the square she saw a number of people gathered round a bazaar-shaped carriage with a man dressed in red standing on top of it, holding forth. He was a traveling mountebank dentist who was offering the public full sets of dentures, opiates, powders and elixirs. Fantine mingled with the crowd and began to laugh like everyone else at this harangue, which included slang for the riff-raff and scientific jargon for respectable folk. The tooth-puller saw this pretty girl laughing and suddenly cried out, The girl they're laughing, you have pretty teeth. If you want to sell me your 2 gnashes I'll give you a gold Napoleon for each of them." "What are my gnashes?" asked Fantine. "Your gnashes," replied the dental professor, "are your front teeth, the 2 top ones." "How horrible!" exclaimed Fantine. 2 Napoleons, mumbled a toothless old crone standing there. "Well, there's a lucky girl." Fantine fled and blocked her ears so as not to hear the hoarse voice of the man shouting after her, "Think about it, pretty girl. 2 Napoleons can come in handy. If you fancy it, come to the Tillac d'Argenton this evening, you'll find me there." Fantine returned home. She was furious and recounted the incident to her good neighbor Marguerite. "Can you imagine? My God, what a dreadful man! How can such people be allowed to go about the place? Pull out my 2 front teeth. Why, I'd look horrible. Hair grows again, but teeth. Ah! The man's a monster. I'd rather throw myself head first into the street from the 5th floor. He told me he'd be at the Tillac d'Argent this evening." "And what did he offer?" asked Marguerite. 2 Napoleons. That's 40 francs. "Yes," said Fantine, "that's 40 francs. She remained pensive and took up her sewing. After a quarter of an hour she left her sewing and went out onto the staircase to reread the Thénardiers' letter. Coming back into the room she said to Marguerite, who was working with her, "What is this miliary fever? Do you know?" "Yes," replied the old maid, "it's a sickness." "So it calls for a lot of drugs?" "Oh, an awful lot of drugs." "How do you get it?" "It is a sickness that just comes over you." "So it attacks children?" "Especially children." "Do people die of it?" "Very easily," said Marguerite. Fantine went out onto the staircase again to reread her letter. That evening she came downstairs and was seen heading in the direction of Rue de Paris, where the inns are. The next morning when Marguerite went into Fantine's room before daylight, for they always worked together and so lit just one candle between the two of them, she found Fantine sitting on her bed, looking pale, cold as ice. She had not laid her head on the pillow. Her bonnet had dropped into her lap. Her candle had been burning all night and was almost entirely consumed. Marguerite stopped in the doorway, paralyzed by this enormous disarray, and cried, "Lord! The candle's burned right down. Something's happened." Then she looked at Fantine, who turned her shorn head towards her. Fantine had aged 10 years since the day before. "Dear Jesus," said Marguerite. "What's wrong with you, Fantine?" "Nothing's wrong," replied Fantine. "Quite the contrary. My child won't die of that awful sickness for want of help. I'm pleased." So saying, she showed the old maid 2 Napoleons glinting on the table. "Good Lord," cried Marguerite. "Why, that's a fortune. Where did you get those gold louis?" "Got them, I did," replied Fantine. At the same time she smiled. The candle lit her face. It was a bloody smile. Red-tinged saliva stained the corners of her mouth and there was a black hole between her lips. The 2 teeth had been pulled out. She sent the 40 francs to Montfermeil. It was actually a ruse on the part of the Thénardiers to get money out of her. Cosette was not ill. Fantine threw her mirror out of the window. She had long since left her small cell on the 2nd floor for a garret with a latch door under the roof, one of those attic spaces with the ceiling sloping down to the floor that you keep banging your head against. The poor can no more reach the end of their room than the end of their life without having to stoop lower and lower. Her bed was gone. All she had left was a rag she called her coverlet, a mattress on the floor and a broken-down chair. Now standing withered in a corner, forgotten, was a little rosebush she had. In the other corner was a butter cooler to hold water, which froze in winter, rings of ice leaving long-lasting marks indicating the different water levels. She had lost her shame, she now lost her vanity. Sign of ultimate despair. She went out wearing dirty bonnets. Whether for want of time or out of indifference,
she no longer mended her clothes. As the heels wore out, she pulled her stockings down into her shoes. This was evident from the vertical wrinkles. She patched her bodice, which was old and worn, with scraps of calico that tore at the slightest movement. The people she owed money to made scenes and gave her no peace. She found them in the street, she found them again on her staircase. She spent nights weeping and thinking. Her eyes were very bright, and she felt a constant pain in her shoulder, near the top of her left shoulder blade. She coughed a great deal. She hated Père Madeleine intensely, but did not complain. She sewed 17 hours a day. But a prison labor contractor, who made the prisoners work for less, brought prices down all of a sudden, which reduced the daily earnings of ordinary working women to 9 sous. 17 hours of toil and 9 sous a day. Her creditors were more pitiless than ever. The second-hand dealer, who had taken back nearly all his furniture, kept on at her, "When will you pay me, you hussy?" Asterisk in God's name, what did they want of her? She felt hunted, and something of the wild beast developed in her. About the same time Thénardier wrote to her saying that, really, he had been far too good about waiting and he must have 100 francs immediately. Otherwise, he would turn little Cosette, just convalescing from her serious illness, out of the house, into the cold and onto the street, and she'd have to look after herself as best she could. And that she would die, if that's what her mother wanted. 100 francs, thought Fantine. But where's there a job that will pay 100 sous a day? Well, she said, let's get on with it and sell the rest. The poor girl became registered as a common prostitute. 11. Christus nos liberavit. What is this story of Fantine about? It is about society buying a slave. From whom? From wretchedness. From hunger, cold, isolation, neglect, destitution. A hard bargain. A soul for a morsel of bread. Society accepts what wretchedness offers. The sacred law of Jesus Christ governs our civilization but does not yet pervade it. It is said that slavery has disappeared from European civilization. This is false. It still exists, but only women suffer this oppression now, and its name is prostitution. It oppresses women, that is to say feminine charm, weakness, beauty, motherhood. This is not one of the least of man's reasons to be ashamed. At the point we have now reached in this painful tragedy, there is nothing left of the Fantine she once was. Sinking into the mire, she has hardened into stone. Anyone who touches her feels cold. She passes by, enduring you, ignoring you. She is the stern figure of disgrace. Life and the social order have said all they have to say to her. Everything that will happen to her has happened. She has been through everything, borne everything, sustained everything, suffered everything, lost everything, mourned everything. She is resigned with a resignation that resembles indifference as death resembles sleep. There is nothing more she shrinks from, nothing more she fears. Let the whole rain cloud come down on her and the entire ocean sweep over her. What does she care? She is a saturated sponge. This at least is what she believes, but it is a mistake to imagine that fate has no more in store and that there is a limit to everything. Alas! What are all these lives, driven on in such confusion? Where are they going? Why are they like this? He who knows this sees the full extent of the darkness. There is none but He. His name is God. 12. Monsieur Bois's idleness. There is in all small towns, and there was in Montreuil-sur-Mer in particular, a class of young men who nibble on an income of 1,500 francs much as others like them gobble up 200,000 francs a year in Paris. These are creatures of the great neuter species, geldings, parasites, non-entities, who have a little land, a little foolishness and a little wit, who would be boors in a salon and think themselves gentlemen in the tavern. Who say, my fields, my peasants, my woods. Who boo actresses at the theater to prove they are men of taste, and quarrel with officers of the garrison to prove they are men of war. Who hunt, smoke, yawn, drink, smell of tobacco, play billiards, stare at the travelers that arrive by stagecoach, live at the cafe, dine at the inn, have a dog that eats the bones under the table and a mistress who puts the dishes on the table. Who count every sou, take fashion to extremes, admire tragedy, despise women, wear out their old boots, copy London from Paris and Paris from Pont-à-Mousson, become gaga old men, never work, serve no purpose and do no great harm. Monsieur Félix Tholomyès, had he remained in the country and never seen Paris, would have been one of these men. If they were richer you would say, they are dandies. If they were poorer you would say, they are good-for-nothings. They are simply idlers. Among these idlers are the boring, the bored, the daydreamers and a few wags. In those days a dandy consisted of a big collar, a big cravat, a watch with watch charms attached to it, 3 waistcoats of different colors worn one on top of the other with the red and the blue underneath, a short-waisted olive swallowtail coat with a double row of close-set silver buttons running up to the shoulder, trousers of a lighter shade of olive decorated on the 2 seams with rows of piping, the number of rows varying but always uneven, ranging between 1 and 11, a limit that was never exceeded. Add to this, ankle boots with little metal heel plates, a narrow-brimmed top hat, hair worn in a quiff, an enormous cane, and conversation spiced with Potier's puns. On top of all that, spurs and a mustache. At that time a mustache signified respectability, and spurs, one who got about on foot. The provincial dandy wore the longest of spurs and the bushiest of mustaches. It was the period when the republics of South America were fighting against the King of Spain, Bolivar against Murillo. Narrow-brimmed hats were royalist and called Murillos. Liberals wore hats with wide brims, called Bolivars. Now, 8 or 10 months after what has been recounted in the preceding pages, sometime about the beginning of January 1823, on an evening when snow had fallen, one of these dandies, one of these idlers, a right-minded fellow, for he wore a Murillo, as well as being warmly wrapped in one of those big cloaks that in cold weather completed the fashionable outfit, was having fun tormenting a creature who was loitering in front of the window of the officer's cafe in a dance dress, with her neck and shoulders bare and with flowers on her head. This dandy was smoking, for that was very much the fashion. Each time this woman passed in front of him he directed at her, along with a puff from his cigar, some insult he considered witty and amusing, such as, "How ugly you are! Spare me the sight of you! You've no teeth," etc., etc. This gentleman's name was Monsieur Bois. The woman, a sorry-looking dolled-up spectre, walking back and forth in the snow, did not respond, did not even glance at him, and in silence, with somber regularity, carried on regardless with her perambulations which every 5 minutes brought her back to this taunting, like the soldier condemned to a flogging who keeps regaining consciousness. Making so little impression on her no doubt piqued the idler, and taking advantage of a moment when her back was turned he crept up behind her and, stifling his laughter, bent down, picked up a handful of snow from the pavement, and suddenly thrust it down her back between her bare shoulders. The trollop howled, turned, leapt like a panther and hurled herself at the man, sinking her fingernails into his face with the most dreadful oaths that could possibly spill out of the barack room into the gutter. These foul words, disgorged in a voice thickened by alcohol, issued hideously from a mouth in which, sure enough, the 2 front teeth were missing. It was Fantine. At the rumpus this created, the officers flocked out of the café, passers-by gathered, and a big circle, laughing, hooting and clapping, formed round this frenzied whirl consisting of 2 creatures that it was difficult to recognize as a man and a woman, the man trying to defend himself, his hat on the ground, the woman kicking and punching, bareheaded, screaming, toothless and shorn, livid with anger, horrible. Suddenly a tall man burst through the crowd, grabbed the woman by her muddied satin bodice and said to her, "Follow me." The woman looked up. Her furious voice suddenly died away. Her eyes were dull, from livid she turned ashen, and she trembled, terror-stricken. She had recognized Javert. The dandy took advantage of this turn of events to make his escape. 13. Resolving some questions of municipal policing. Javert moved the bystanders aside, broke up the circle and strode off towards the police station, which is on the far side of the square, dragging the poor wretch after him. With no will of her own, she offered no resistance. Neither he nor she said a word. Beside themselves with joy, the crowd of spectators followed after them, jeering. Utter wretchedness prompting obscenities. On arriving at the police station, a low-ceilinged room heated by a stove with an armed guard and a barred glazed door opening onto the street, Javert opened the door, entered with Fantine, and shut the door behind him to the great disappointment of the curious onlookers, who stood on tiptoe and craned their necks in front of the dingy window of the station house, trying to see. Curiosity is a form of gluttony. To see is to devour. Inside, Fantine went and collapsed in a corner, still and silent, cowering there like a frightened dog. The sergeant of the guard brought a lighted candle to the table. Javert sat down, drew a sheet of official paper from his pocket, and began to write. Under our laws, women of this social category are placed entirely in the hands of the police. The latter do with them what they please, punish them as they see fit, and confiscate at will those two sad things the women call their trade and their freedom. Javert was impassive. His solemn face betrayed no emotion. Yet he was seriously and deeply preoccupied. It was one of those moments when he was exercising his formidable discretionary powers, with no one to answer to but with all the scruples of an exacting conscience. At that moment, he felt, the policeman's stool he sat on was a judge's bench. He was sitting in judgment. He was sitting in judgment, and he was passing sentence. He summoned up every conceivable thought he might have about the great thing he was doing. The more he considered this woman's deed, the more outraged he felt. It was evident he had just witnessed a crime being committed. He had just seen society, represented by an enfranchised property owner, insulted and attacked out there in the street by a creature totally beyond the pale. A prostitute had assaulted a respectable citizen. He, Javert, had seen this. He wrote in silence. When he had finished, he signed the paper, folded it, and said to the sergeant of the guard as he handed it to him, "Take 3 men and conduct this whore to the cells." Then turning to Fantine, "You've got 6 months." The poor creature gave a start. 6 months? 6 months in prison, she cried. 6 months earning 7 sous a day. But what will become of Cosette? My daughter! My daughter! But I still owe the Thénardiers more than 100 francs, do you know that, Monsieur l'Inspecteur? She dragged herself across the floor that was wet from the muddy boots of all those men, without getting to her feet, with her hands joined, taking great strides on her knees. Monsieur Javert, she said, I beg you for mercy. I assure you I'm not to blame. If you'd seen how it started, you'd have seen that. I swear by the good Lord I'm not to blame. It was that gentleman, someone I don't know, who put snow down my back. Do people have the right to put snow down our backs when we're just walking past quietly doing no one any harm? It gave me a turn. I'm not very well, you see. And he'd already been having a go at me for a while. You're ugly. You've no teeth. I know full well I haven't got my teeth anymore. I didn't do anything. I thought, he's a gentleman having his fun. I behaved myself, I didn't speak to him. It was at that moment he put the snow down my back. Monsieur Javert, my dear Monsieur l'Inspecteur. Isn't there someone who might have seen it and could tell you this is the absolute truth? Perhaps I was wrong to get angry. You know, in that first instant you're not in control of yourself. You overreact. And then having something cold put down your back just when you are not expecting it. I was wrong to ruin the gentleman's hat. Why did he go away? I'd beg his forgiveness. Oh, God! I wouldn't mind at all begging his forgiveness. Spare me today, for this once, Monsieur Javert. Listen, this is something you don't know. In prison you can only earn 7 sous a day. It's not the government's fault, but you earn 7 sous and, can you imagine, I have to pay 100 francs or my little girl will be sent back to me? Oh, my God! I can't have her with me. It's so sordid, what I do. Oh, my Cosette, my little angel of the dear blessed Virgin, what will become of her, poor darling? I'll tell you, it's the Thénardiers, they're innkeepers, peasants, there's no reasoning with them. They must be paid. Don't put me in prison. You see, it would mean a little girl being abandoned on the high road to fend for herself, in the depths of winter. That's the thing you must have pity on, my dear Monsieur Javert. If she were older she'd earn her living, but they can't at that age. I'm not a wicked woman at heart. It's not indolence and greed that have made me like this. I drink spirits out of misery. I don't like it, but it's deadening. In happier times you'd only have had to look in my closets to see I wasn't a wanton hussy. I had decent underclothes, lots of decent underclothes. Have pity on me, Monsieur Javert. She went on like this, utterly dashed, shaken with sobs, blinded with tears, her shoulders and neck bare, wringing her hands, coughing with a short dry cough and mumbling quietly in a voice of anguish. Great grief is a terrible divine illumination that transfigures the wretched. At that point, Fantine had become beautiful again. At certain moments she paused and tenderly kissed the hem of the policeman's coat. She would have softened a heart of granite, but the heart of a man without feeling cannot be softened. Right, said Javert. I've listened to you. Have you nothing more to say? Now get moving. You've got your 6 months. The Eternal Father himself wouldn't be able to do anything about it. At those solemn words, the Eternal Father himself wouldn't be able to do anything about it. She understood that her fate had been decided. She collapsed in a heap, murmuring, "Mercy." Javert turned his back on her. The soldiers grabbed her by the arms. A few moments earlier a man had entered, unobserved. He shut the door, leaned his back against it, and listened to Fantine's despairing entreaties. Just as the soldiers laid hands on the poor wretch, who would not get up, he took a step forward, emerged from the shadows and said, "1 moment, please." Javert looked up and recognized Monsieur Madeleine. He removed his hat, and bowing with a kind of aggrieved awkwardness, he said, "Excuse me, Monsieur le Maire." Those words, Monsieur le Maire, had a curious effect on Fantine. She stood up all at once like a spectre rising from the earth, thrust aside the soldiers with both arms, walked straight up to Monsieur Madeleine before anyone could prevent her, and staring at him wildly she cried, "Ah! So you're Monsieur le Maire." Then she burst out laughing and spat in his face. Monsieur Madeleine wiped his face and said, "Inspector Javert, set this woman free." Javert felt he was about to go mad. At that moment he underwent in rapid succession and almost all at once the most violent emotions he had ever experienced in his life. To see a common prostitute spit in the face of a mayor, this was something so monstrous that in his most dreadful imaginings he would have regarded it as sacrilege to believe it were possible. On the other hand, obscurely, at the back of his mind, he made a hideous comparison between what this woman was and what this mayor might be, and then he had an inkling of something very simple about this extraordinary attack that appalled him. But when he saw this mayor, this magistrate, calmly wipe his face and say, "Set this woman free," he was stunned, thoughts and words failed him equally. His capacity for astonishment was exceeded. He remained speechless. These words had an impact on Fantine no less strange. She raised her bare arm and clung to the damper of the stove like a person reeling. Meanwhile, she looked all around her and began to speak in a low voice as though talking to herself. "Set free. I'm to be let go. I'm not to be put in prison for 6 months. Who said that? It's impossible anyone could have said that. I misheard. It can't have been this monster of a mayor. Was it you, my dear Monsieur Javert, who said I was to be set free? Oh, listen, I'll tell you, and you'll let me go. This monster, this old villain of a mayor, he's the one responsible for everything. Just imagine, Monsieur Javert, he sacked me. Because of a bunch of shrews gossiping in the workroom. Isn't that a dreadful thing to do? To sack a poor girl who's doing her job honestly. Then I couldn't earn enough, and that's when everything went wrong. For a start, there's one thing these gentlemen of the police certainly ought to do to make things better, that's to stop prison contractors cheating poor people. Listen, I'll explain it to you. You're earning 12 sous making shirts, it drops to 9 sous, you can't make a living anymore. Then you have to do the best you can. I had my little Cosette, I was forced to become a bad woman. You can see now, it's that wretched mayor who did all the harm. Afterwards I stamped on that gentleman's hat in front of the officer's cafe. But with that snow he completely spoiled my dress. Women like me have only one silk dress for the evenings. You see, truly, Monsieur Javert, I've never deliberately done anything wrong, and I see women everywhere, far more wicked than I am, who are much better off. Oh, Monsieur Javert, it was you that gave orders I was to be set free, wasn't it? Make inquiries, speak to my landlord, I'm up to date with my rent now, people will tell you, I pay my way. Oh God! I'm sorry, without minding what I was doing I've moved the damper on the stove, and now it's smoking. Monsieur Madeleine listened to her intently. While she was speaking he fumbled in his waistcoat, drew out his purse and opened it. It was empty. He put it back in his pocket. He said to Fantine, "How much did you say you owed?" Fantine, who had been looking at no one else but Javert, turned to him. "I wasn't speaking to you." Then addressing the soldiers, "Now, you there, did you see how I spat in his face? Ah! You villainous old mayor, you're here to frighten me, but I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of Monsieur Javert. I'm afraid of my dear Monsieur Javert." As she said this she turned back to the inspector. "You see, at the same time, Monsieur l'Inspecteur, you have to be fair." "I realize that you are fair, Monsieur l'Inspecteur. Indeed, it's quite simple, a man putting snow down a woman's back for fun, that made the officers laugh, they have to amuse themselves somehow, and that's what women like me are here for, of course. And then you come along, you've no choice but to restore order, you take away the woman who's to blame, but on reflection, seeing as you're kind-hearted, you say I'm to be set free. It's for the sake of the little one, because, spending 6 months in prison, that would mean I couldn't support my child. Only, don't do it again, you hussy." "Oh! I won't do it again, Monsieur Javert. Whatever anyone does to me now, I won't react in any way. But you see, today I yelled because it hurt, I wasn't at all expecting that snow from the gentleman, and besides, as I told you, I'm not well, I cough, I have what feels like a lump in my stomach, which hurts, and the doctor tells me, take care of yourself. Here, feel, give me your hand, don't be afraid, it's here." She was no longer weeping, her voice was caressing. She placed Javert's huge hand on her delicate white chest and gazed at him, smiling. Briskly, she tidied the disarray of her clothes, smoothed down the folds of her skirt that in dragging herself along had ridden almost up to her knee, and walked towards the door, saying to the soldiers in a subdued voice and with a friendly nod, "Monsieur l'Inspecteur said I was to be released, lads, I'll be on my way." She laid her hand on the door latch. One more step and she was in the street. Up to that moment Javert had stood stock still, staring at the ground, out of place in the midst of this scene like some statue left in the way, waiting to be put somewhere. The sound of the latch roused him. He raised his head with an expression of supreme authority, an expression that is always the more frightening the lower the level at which power is invested, ferocious in the wild beast, atrocious in the man of no account.
"Sergeant," he cried. "Can't you see that Minx is walking out of here? Who told you to let her go?" "I did," said Madeline.
At the sound of Javert's voice, Fantine trembled and let go of the latch like a thief dropping the stolen article. At the sound of Madeline's voice she turned round, and from that moment on, without her uttering a word, without her so much as daring to breathe freely, her eyes traveled back and forth, from Madeline to Javert and from Javert to Madeline, depending on which of them was speaking. It was obvious that Javert must have been thrown out of kilter, as they say, to allow himself to address the sergeant the way he did after the mayor's request that Fantine should be set free.
Could he have forgotten Monsieur le Maire's presence? Had he in the end convinced himself it was impossible that any authority could have given such an order, and that surely Monsieur le Maire must have said one thing instead of another without meaning to? Or in view of the outrages he had witnessed over the past 2 hours, did he tell himself it was necessary to act with the utmost resolve, that the humble must assume greatness, the sleuth must turn himself into a judge, the police agent must become the agent of justice, and that in this exceptional extremity he, Javert, was the personification of law, order, morality, government, the whole of society? In any case, when Monsieur Madeleine uttered the words we have just heard, "I did," Police Inspector Javert, pale, cold, with blue lips and a look of despair, his whole body quivering almost imperceptibly, was seen to turn to the mayor and, what was incredible, say to him with downcast eyes but in a firm voice, "Monsieur le Maire, that cannot be." "Why not?" said Monsieur Madeleine. "This wretch has insulted a gentleman."
"Inspector Javert," replied the mayor in a calm and conciliatory tone, "listen. You're an honest man, and I've no objection to explaining myself to you. This is the truth of the matter. I was passing through the square as you were taking this woman away. There were still some stragglers. I made inquiries. I got the whole story. The gentleman was to blame, and by rights it was he who should have been arrested by the police."
Javert retorted, "This wretch has just insulted Monsieur le Maire."
"That's my concern," said Monsieur Madeleine.
"The insult to me is mine, you know. I can do what I like about it."
"I beg Monsieur le Maire's pardon."
"The insult is not to him but to the rule of law."
"Inspector Javert," replied Monsieur Madeleine, "the highest law is conscience."
"I heard this woman. I know what I'm doing. And I don't understand what I'm seeing, Monsieur le Maire." "Then be satisfied with obeying." "I'm obeying my duty."
"My duty demands that this woman serve 6 months in prison." Monsieur Madeleine replied quietly, "Listen carefully to what I say.
She will not serve a single day."
At this peremptory statement Javert dared to gaze intently at the mayor and to say, but in a still profoundly respectful tone of voice, "I deeply regret opposing Monsieur le Maire. This is the first time in my life, but he will be so good as to allow me to point out that I am acting within the scope of my authority. Since Monsieur le Maire so wishes, I restrict myself to the incident involving the gentleman.
I was there.
This woman hurled herself at Monsieur Bois, who is the enfranchised owner of that handsome 3-story freestone house with a balcony that stands on the corner of the parade. After all, there are some undeniable facts in this world. In any case, Monsieur le Maire, this is a matter of policing the streets, which is my concern, and I am detaining this woman Fantine." Then Monsieur Madeleine folded his arms and said in a stern voice that no one in the town had heard up till now, "The matter to which you refer is a municipal police matter, of which according to the terms of Articles 9, 15, and 66 of the Criminal Procedures Code I am the judge. I order this woman to be set free." Javert was determined to make one last effort. "But Monsieur le Maire, I would remind you, Monsieur, of Article 81 of the law passed on the 13th of December 1799, regarding arbitrary detention."
"Monsieur le Maire, allow."
"Not another word."
"But—" "Go," said Monsieur Madeleine.
Javert took the blow like a Russian soldier, upright, facing it and full in the chest. He gave the deepest of bows to Monsieur le Maire and left. Fantine moved away from the door and stared in amazement as he passed in front of her. However, she too was thrown into a strange confusion. She had just seen herself in some way fought over by two opposing powers. Before her very eyes she had seen the battle between two men holding in their hands her freedom, her life, her soul, her child. One of these men was dragging her towards darkness, the other leading her back to the light. In this conflict, seen magnified by terror, these two men appeared to her as two giants. One spoke like her demon, the other like her good angel. The angel had conquered the demon, and what made her shudder from head to foot was that this angel, this liberator, was precisely the man she abhorred, that same mayor she had so long regarded as the author of all her woes, that Madeleine. And at the very moment when she had just insulted him in a hideous manner, he saved her. Had she, then, been mistaken? Must she, then, have a complete change of heart? She did not know. She trembled. She listened in bewilderment, she watched in dismay, and at every word that Monsieur Madeleine said she felt the dissolution and dispersal inside her of the frightful shades of hatred, and the birth in her heart of something beyond expression, an indefinable warmth that was joy, trust, love. When Javert had gone, Monsieur Madeleine turned to her and said in a deliberate voice, having difficulty speaking, like a serious-minded person who does not want to give way to tears, "I heard you, I knew nothing of what you said. I believe it's true, and I feel that it's true. I didn't even know you'd left my factory. Why didn't you come to me? But listen, I'll pay your debts, I'll send for your child, or you shall go to her. You shall live here, in Paris, wherever you like. I'll take care of you and your child. If you want, you shan't work again. I'll give you all the money you need. In regaining your happiness you'll regain respectability. And listen, let me tell you right now, if everything is as you say, and I don't doubt it, you've never ceased to be virtuous and holy in the sight of God. Oh, poor woman!" This was more than Fantine could bear. To have Cosette. To leave behind this life of degradation. To live free, rich, happy, and respectable. With Cosette. To see the sudden unfolding in the midst of her misery of all this paradise come true. She stared as though stupefied at this man who was talking to her, and she could only give vent to 2 or 3 sobs. Oh! 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 Her legs buckled. She knelt before Monsieur Madeleine, and before he could prevent her he felt her take his hand and press her lips to it. Then she fainted. Book 6 Javert. An initial rest. Monsieur Madeleine had Fantine taken to the infirmary he had in his own factory. He entrusted her to the care of the sisters, who put her to bed. She had developed a burning fever. She spent part of the night delirious and talking out loud. However, she eventually fell asleep. Towards noon the next day Fantine woke up, heard someone breathing very close to her bed, drew aside the curtain and saw Monsieur Madeleine standing there, looking at something above her head. His gaze was full of pity and anguish, and imploring. She followed it and saw that it was directed at a crucifix hanging on the wall. Monsieur Madeleine was now transfigured in Fantine's eyes. To her, he appeared enveloped in light. He was absorbed in some kind of prayer. She observed him for a long time without daring to interrupt. At last she said timidly, "What are you doing here?" Monsieur Madeleine had been standing there for an hour. He was waiting for Fantine to wake up. He took her hand, felt her pulse and replied, "How are you feeling?" "Fine," she replied, "I slept, I think I'm better." "It's probably nothing." He went on, responding to the question she had originally put to him as though he had only just heard it. "I was praying to the martyr up above." And mentally he added, "for this martyred woman here below." Monsieur Madeleine had spent the night and that morning making inquiries.
He was now fully informed. Fantine's story was known to him in all its heartbreaking detail. He continued, "Poor mother, you've suffered a great deal. Oh, don't be sorry, now you have a dowry, the dowry of the chosen. Such is the way that men create angels. It's not their fault. They don't know how to go about it any differently. You see, the hell that is behind you now is the first form of heaven. You had to start there." He sighed deeply. But she smiled on him with that sublime smile with 2 teeth missing. That same night Javert wrote a letter. The next morning he took it himself to Montreuil-sur-Mer's post office. It was to go to Paris and was addressed to Monsieur Chiboulet, secretary to the prefect of police. As word had spread about the incident at the police station, the postmistress and a few other people who saw the letter before it went off, and who recognized Javert's handwriting from the address, thought it was his resignation he was sending in. Monsieur Madeleine lost no time in writing to the Thénardiers. Fantine owed them 120 francs. He sent them 300 francs, telling them to pay themselves out of that sum and to bring the child immediately to Montreuil-sur-Mer, where her sick mother was anxious to see her. Thénardier was dazzled by this. "I'll be damned," he said to his wife. "We're not giving up that child. This little songbird's going to turn into a milch cow. I can imagine what's happened. Some fool's taken a fancy to the mother." He sent back a very neatly drawn-up account for 500 francs. In this account were 2 indisputable bills amounting to over 300 francs, one from a doctor, the other from a pharmacist, who had attended and treated Éponine and Azelma through 2 long illnesses. Cosette, as we have already said, had not been ill. It was a matter of the mere substitution of names. At the bottom of the account Thénardier wrote, "Received on account, 300 francs. Monsieur Madeleine immediately sent another 300 francs and wrote, "Hurry. Bring Cosette." "By heaven," said Thénardier. "We're not giving up that child." In the meantime, Fantine was getting no better. She was still in the infirmary. The sisters had at first only reluctantly accepted and nursed that woman. Those who have seen the bas-reliefs at Reims will recall the protruding lower lips of the wise virgins at the sight of the foolish virgins. That ancient scorn of the Vestal virgins for the ** is one of the most deep-rooted instincts of feminine self-regard. The sisters felt it with the added intensity of religion. But within a few days Fantine had disarmed them. She said all kinds of meek and humble things, and the mother in her softened their hearts. One day the sisters heard her say in her feverishness, "I've been a sinner, but when I have my child beside me it will mean that God has forgiven me. While I was leading a bad life I wouldn't have wanted to have my Cosette with me. I wouldn't have been able to bear her sad staring eyes. Yet it was for her sake I was leading a bad life, and that's why God forgives me. I shall feel the good Lord's blessing when Cosette is here. I shall look on her, it will do me good to see that innocent creature. She knows nothing at all. You see, sisters, she's an angel. At that age they've not yet lost their wings." Monsieur Madeleine went to see her twice a day and she asked him every time, "Will I be seeing my Cosette soon?" He answered, "Tomorrow, perhaps. I'm expecting her to arrive at any moment." And the mother's pale face grew radiant. "Oh," she said. "How happy I'm going to be." As we have mentioned, she was getting no better. On the contrary, her condition seemed to worsen week by week. That handful of snow between the shoulder blades on her bare skin had caused a sudden suppression of perspiration, as a result of which the illness for which she had been sickening for many years finally declared itself with a vengeance. At that time, people were beginning to follow Laennec's admirable lead in the study and treatment of chest ailments. The doctor sounded Fantine's chest and shook his head. Monsieur Madeleine said to the doctor, "Well?" Does she not have a child she wants to see? Said the doctor. Yes. Well, lose no time in getting the child here. Monsieur Madeleine shuddered. Fantine asked, what did the doctor say? Monsieur Madeleine forced a smile. He said to get your child to come very quickly. And that will restore your health. Oh, she responded. He's right. But what do those Thénardiers mean by keeping my Cosette from me? Oh. She's coming. At last I see happiness almost within reach. Thénardier, however, was not giving up that child, and gave countless bogus excuses. Cosette was not quite well enough to travel in winter. And then there were some small pressing debts outstanding for which he was gathering together the bills from local creditors, etc. I'll send someone to fetch Cosette, said Père Madeleine. If necessary, I'll go myself. He wrote the following letter at Fantine's dictation and got her to sign it. Monsieur Thénardier. You are to hand Cosette over to this person. You will be paid whatever small amounts are owing. Yours respectfully, Fantine. In the meantime a serious incident occurred. Though we shape to the best of our ability the mysterious block of which our life is made, the black vein of destiny is ever reappearing. 2. How Jean may become champ. Monsieur Madeleine was in his office one morning, dealing in advance, should he decide to make the journey to Montfermeil, with some urgent municipal business, when he was informed that Police Inspector Javert wished to speak to him. At the mention of this name Monsieur Madeleine could not help forming a disagreeable impression. Javert had avoided him more than ever since the unexpected turn of events at the police station, and Monsieur Madeleine had not seen him since. Send him in, he said. Javert entered. Monsieur Madeleine remained seated by the fire, pen in hand, his eyes on a file he was leafing through and annotating, which contained reports of offenses against highway regulations. He did not bother to acknowledge Javert. He could not help thinking of poor Fantine, and it suited him to be frosty. Javert bowed respectfully to Monsieur le Maire, who had his back turned to him. Monsieur le Maire did not look at him and went on annotating his file. Javert took 2 or 3 steps into the study, and stood there without breaking the silence. A physiognomist who might have been familiar with Javert's character, and who might have been studying for a long time this savage in the service of civilization, this bizarre combination of the Roman, the Spartan, the monk and the corporal, this spy who was incapable of a lie, this untarnished sleuth, a physiognomist who might have known of his secret and long-standing aversion to Monsieur Madeleine, his conflict with the mayor on the subject of Fantine, and who might have observed Javert at that moment, would have said to himself, "What has happened?" It was obvious to anyone acquainted with that scrupulous, clear, genuine, upright, austere, fierce conscience that Javert had been through some great inner cataclysm. Javert had nothing in his soul that would not also have shown on his face. He was, in the way of violent people, given to abrupt changes of feeling. His physiognomy had never been more peculiar or more unexpected. On entering he bowed to Monsieur Madeleine with no resentment, anger, or mistrust in his gaze. He halted a few paces behind the mayor's armchair, and there he stood, in an almost chastened attitude, with the cold, naive boorishness of a man who has never been agreeable and has always been patient. Until it should please Monsieur le Maire to turn round, he waited in total silence, in total immobility, in genuine humility and tranquil resignation, calm, serious, with hat in hand, eyes downcast, and an expression that was something between that of a soldier in the presence of his officer and a criminal in the presence of his judge. All the sentiments and all the memories that it might have been supposed he harbored had disappeared. There was nothing now but a mournful sadness on that face as impenetrable and simple as granite. His whole person emanated abjection and determination, and some suggestion of brave defeat. At last Monsieur le Maire laid down his pen and half turned round. "Well, what is it?"
What have you to say, Javert? Javert remained silent for a moment as though collecting his thoughts, then spoke up with a sort of sad solemnity that did not, however, preclude simplicity. What I have to say, Monsieur le Maire, is that an unpardonable offense has been committed. What offense? A subordinate police officer has in the gravest manner shown lack of respect towards a magistrate. I've come to inform you of this fact as it is my duty to do so. Who is this police officer? Asked Monsieur Madeleine. It is I, said Javert. You? I. And which magistrate would have reason to complain of the officer? You, Monsieur le Maire. Monsieur Madeleine straightened up in his armchair. Looking stern, his eyes still lowered, Javert went on, Monsieur le Maire, I've come to ask if you would be so good as to start proceedings to have me dismissed from the police. In his astonishment, Monsieur Madeleine opened his mouth. Javert interrupted him. You'll say I could have handed in my resignation, but that's not adequate. Resigning is honorable. I've done wrong, I should be punished. I must be sacked. And after a pause he added, Monsieur le Maire, you were unjustly hard on me the other day. Be justly hard today. But why? Exclaimed Monsieur Madeleine. What is this gibberish? What's the meaning of it? What offense have you committed against me? What have you done to me? In what way have you wronged me? You accuse yourself, you want to be replaced. Sacked, said Javert. Sacked, then. That's all very well. I don't understand. You will, Monsieur le Maire. Javert gave the deepest of sighs and resumed, still coldly and sadly. Monsieur le Maire, 6 weeks ago, after that row about that woman, I was furious and I denounced you. Denounced me? To police headquarters in Paris. Monsieur Madeleine, who was not much more frequently given to laughter than Javert, began to laugh. As a mayor who had encroached on police authority? As an ex-convict. The mayor paled. Javert, who had not looked up, went on. I believed it. I had my suspicions for a long time. Don't ask me why. Absurdities. A resemblance, some inquiries made at Faverolles on your behalf, your physical strength, the incident with old Fauchelevent, your shooting skills, your leg being a little lame, I don't know, all sorts of ridiculous things. But the fact is I took you for a certain Jean Valjean. A certain, what did you say the name was? Jean Valjean. He was a convict I saw 20 years ago when I was assistant warder of the chain gangs at Toulon. After his release this Jean Valjean apparently robbed a bishop, then committed armed robbery on a public highway against a young Savoyard. He's been lying low for the past 8 years, no one knows how, and he was a wanted man. I had a notion. Anyway, that's what I did. It was anger that decided me, I denounced you to police headquarters. Monsieur Madeleine, who had picked up the file again a few moments earlier, spoke with an air of perfect indifference. And what was their response? That I was mad. Well, they were right. It's a good thing you admit it. I'm bound to, since the real Jean Valjean has been found. The sheet of paper Monsieur Madeleine was holding slipped from his hand. He looked up, stared intently at Javert, and said in an indescribable tone of voice, Ah. Javert continued. It's like this, Monsieur le Maire. It seems there was in these parts, over towards Ailly-le-Haut-Clocker, some old fellow who went by the name of Père Champmathieu. A pitiful wretch. No one took any notice of him. People like that, who knows how they keep themselves alive? Recently, last autumn, Père Champmathieu was arrested for the theft of some cider apples from, well, never mind that. There was a theft, a wall scaled, branches of a tree broken. My champ Matthew was arrested. He still had the apple branch in his hand. The rascal gets put inside. So far, what we're dealing with is not much more than a minor offense. But now Providence intervenes. The jail being in a poor state of repair, the examining magistrate considers it appropriate to have Champ Matthew transferred to Arras, where the department's central prison is. In this prison at Arras there's an ex-convict named Brevet. Why he's being held there I don't know, and because of his good behavior he has been put in charge of the dormitory. Monsieur le Maire, Champ Matthew no sooner turns up than Brevet exclaims, "Hey! I know that man. He's a faggot asterisk. Look at me, man. You're Jean Valjean." Jean Valjean? Who's Jean Valjean? Champ Matthew pretends to be surprised. "Don't play the Syndra," says Brevet. "You're Jean Valjean. You were in the prison hulks at Toulon. 20 years ago it was. We were there together." Champ Matthew denies it. Of course he does. Further inquiries are made. The case is thoroughly investigated. These are the findings. Some 30 years ago this Champ Matthew was a tree pruner in various localities. Faverolles among others. Then all trace of him is lost. A long time afterwards he's seen again in the Auvergne, then in Paris where he is said to have been a cartwright and to have had a daughter who was a laundress. But there's no proof of that. Now, before serving time with the chain gang for aggravated theft, what was Jean Valjean? A pruner of trees. Where? At Faverolles. Another fact. This Valjean's Christian name was Jean and his mother's maiden name was Matthew. What could be more reasonable than to imagine that when he left prison he took his mother's name in order to conceal his identity and called himself Jean Matthew? He goes to the Auvergne. The local pronunciation turns Jean into Chan, he's called Chan Matthew. Our man offers no objection and there he is, transformed into Champ Matthew. You follow me, don't you? Inquiries are made at Faverolles. Jean Valjean's family's no longer there. It's not known where they've gone. You know, in that class of society, families are often disappearing like that. Look for them, and you find there's nothing left of them. People like that, if they're not dirt, they're dust. And then, seeing as it's 30 years since this whole story began, there's no one at Faverolles anymore who knew Jean Valjean. Inquiries are made at Toulon. Apart from Brevet, there are only 2 convicts remaining who've seen Jean Valjean. They're Cochepaille and Chenildieu, serving life sentences. They're hauled out of the prison hulks and brought to Arras. They're brought face to face with the so-called Champ Matthew. They don't hesitate. For them, just as for Brevet, he's Jean Valjean. The same age, he's 54, same height, same manner, in short the same man, it's him. It was precisely at this point that I sent my denunciation to Paris police headquarters. I'm told I'm out of my mind, that Jean Valjean's at Arras in the hands of the judiciary. You can imagine my surprise, when there was I thinking I had that same Jean Valjean here. I write to the examining judge. He sends for me, Champ Matthew is brought before me. And Monsieur Madeleine interposed. Javert replied with his sad and incorruptible face, Monsieur le Maire, the truth's the truth. I'm sorry but that man is Jean Valjean. I too recognized him. Monsieur Madeleine said in a very low voice, You're sure? Javert began to laugh with that mournful laugh let out by deep conviction. Oh! Absolutely! He remained thoughtful for a moment, absent-mindedly taking pinches of sawdust, used for blotting ink, from the wooden bowl on the table, and added, and indeed, now that I've seen the real Jean Valjean, I don't understand how I could have thought otherwise. I beg your pardon, Monsieur le Maire. As he addressed these grave words of entreaty to the man who 6 weeks earlier had publicly humiliated him at the police station and told him go, this proud man Javert was unwittingly full of simplicity and dignity. Monsieur Madeleine's only reply to his entreaty was to ask this abrupt question, and what does this man say? Ah, well, Monsieur le Maire, he's in serious trouble. If he is Jean Valjean, he's guilty of re-offending. Climbing a wall, breaking a branch, pilfering apples, for a child, is an act of mischief. For a man, it's a misdemeanor. For an ex-convict, it's a crime. Trespass and robbery, that's what we're talking about. It's no longer a minor offense, it's a matter for the court of assizes. It's no longer a few days in prison, it's penal servitude for life. And then there's the matter of the young Savoyard, who I very much hope will turn up again. Hang it! There's good reason to put up a fight, isn't there? Yes, for anyone but Jean Valjean. But Jean Valjean's a cunning one. It's there again that I recognize him. Any other man would have started to feel the heat. He'd kick up a fuss, he'd shout. The kettle sings on the fire. He wouldn't want to be Jean Valjean, etc. But this fellow appears not to understand. He says, I'm Champmathieu, that's all I've got to say. He looks bewildered, he pretends to be a simpleton, that's far better. Oh, he's a crafty rogue. But it makes no difference, the evidence is there. He's been recognized by 4 people. The old villain will be found guilty. It's been referred to the assizes at Arras. I'm going there to testify. I've been served a summons. Monsieur Madeleine had gone back to his desk, picked up his file again, and was calmly leafing through it, reading and writing by turns like a busy man. He turned to Javert. That's enough, Javert. All these details are in fact of very little interest to me. We're wasting time and we have urgent matters to deal with. Javert, you're to go at once to the house of Madame Busapid, who sells herbs down on the corner of Rue Estisalve. Tell her to lodge an official complaint against the carter Pierre Chesnelong. The man's a ruffian who almost ran over this woman and her child. He must be punished. You will then go to Monsieur Charcelet, Rue Montre de Champigny. He's made a complaint about a gutter on the house next door that is pouring rainwater onto his premises and undermining the foundations of his house. After that, check on reported violations of police regulations in Rue Guibourg at the widow Doris's place and in Rue du Garrod Blanc at Madame Renée Labassesse, and take down particulars. But I'm giving you a great deal of work there. Aren't you going to be away? Didn't you say you were going to Arras for that trial in a week or so? Sooner than that, Monsieur le Maire. What day would that be? Why, I thought I told Monsieur le Maire the case was to be tried tomorrow and that I'm taking the coach tonight. Monsieur Madeleine gave a slight start. And how long will the case go on for? 1 day at the most. The judgment will be delivered no later than tomorrow evening. But I shan't wait for the judgment, which is bound to be a guilty verdict. As soon as I've testified I'll be coming back here. Very well, said Monsieur Madeleine. And he dismissed Javert with a wave of his hand. Javert did not go away. Excuse me, Monsieur le Maire, he said. What is it now? Asked Monsieur Madeleine. Monsieur le Maire, there's still one thing I must remind you of. What's that? I must be relieved of my duties. Monsieur Madeleine rose. Javert, you're a man of honor and I respect you. You exaggerate your misconduct. Besides, this is another offense relating to me. Javert, you deserve to rise, not fall. I intend to keep you in your post. Looking at Monsieur Madeleine with that unenlightened but pure and inflexible conscience seemingly visible in the depths of his candid gaze, Javert said to him in a calm voice, Monsieur le Maire, I cannot agree to that. I repeat, replied Monsieur Madeleine, I'm the one affected by this, it's for me to decide. But Javert single-mindedly kept on. As for exaggerating, I don't exaggerate at all. This is my reasoning, I suspected you unjustly. In itself, that's nothing. It's within our rights for the likes of us to be suspicious, although to suspect your betters is to overstep the mark. But with no proof, in a fit of rage, with the aim of gaining revenge, I denounced you as a convict, you, a respectable man, a mayor, a magistrate. This is serious. Very serious. I insulted the authority invested in your person, I, an agent of that authority. If one of my subordinates had done what I did, I'd have declared him unworthy of his job and sacked him. Well then. Listen, Monsieur le Maire, one word more. I've often been harsh in my life. With others. It was just. I did the right thing. Now, if I were not harsh on myself, everything I did that was once just would become unjust. Should I spare myself more than others? No. What? I'd only be capable of disciplining others and not myself. But that would make me despicable. And those who say that skunk Javert would be right. Monsieur le Maire, I've no wish for you to treat me kindly. I found your kindness galling enough when it was extended to others. I want none of it for myself. The kindness that consists in favoring a common prostitute over a gentleman, a policeman over the mayor, the man of low estate over the man of high estate, is what I call pernicious kindness. It's kindness like that creates disorder in society. Good Lord! It's very easy to be kind, the difficult thing is to be just. Believe me, if you'd been what I thought you were, I certainly wouldn't have been kind to you. You can be sure of that. Monsieur le Maire, I must treat myself the same way I would treat anyone else. When I pursued criminals, when I dealt harshly with offenders, I often said to myself, if ever you stumble, if ever I catch you doing wrong, you know what's coming to you. I stumbled, I've caught myself doing wrong, too bad. So let's get on with it, dismissed, demoted, sacked. That's fine. I'm able-bodied, I'll work on the land, I don't mind. Monsieur le Maire, an example needs to be made for the good of the police force. I simply ask for Inspector Javert's dismissal. All this was delivered in a humble, proud, hopeless, and earnest tone of voice, which lent some sort of bizarre grandeur to this strange honest man. We'll see, said Monsieur Madeleine. And he held out his hand. Javert recoiled and said grimly, Forgive me, Monsieur le Maire, but that cannot be allowed. A mayor does not offer his hand to a narc. He muttered, a narc, yes. Seeing as I've played false with the police, I've become no more than a narc. Then he bowed deeply and made for the door. There he turned in with his eyes still lowered. He said, Monsieur le Maire, I shall continue to serve in office until I'm replaced. He made his exit. Monsieur Madeleine was left listening thoughtfully to that firm and confident footstep receding down the corridor. Book 7. The Champmathieu Affair. I. Sir Simplice. Not all the incidents that are to be read about here were generally known in Montreuil-sur-Mer, but the little that did come to public knowledge left such a lasting memory in that town that it would constitute a serious lacuna in this book if we did not relate them in the smallest detail. Among these details the reader will encounter 2 or 3 improbable circumstances that we preserve out of respect for the truth. On the afternoon following Javert's visit, Monsieur Madeleine went as usual to visit Fantine. Before going in to see Fantine he asked for Sir Simplice. The 2 nuns who ran the infirmary, Lazarists like all sisters of charity, bore the names of Sir Perpetuel and Sir Simplice. Sir Perpetuel was an ordinary countrywoman, a sister of charity in a rough and ready way, who had entered the service of God as others go into domestic service. She was a nun as other women are cooks. This type is not unusual. The monastic orders gladly accept this heavy peasant clay, easily molded into a Capuchin or Ursuline. These rustics are used for piety's heavy work. The transition from cowherd to Carmelite is nothing if not smooth. The one becomes the other without great exertion. The substratum of ignorance shared by the village and the cloister is ready prepared ground, immediately placing the peasant on an equal footing with the monk. A little extra fullness in the smock, and you have the habit. Sir Perpetua was a stout nun from Les Marines near Pontoise, patois-speaking, prayer-reciting, grumbling, sugaring the invalids' tea according to their sanctimoniousness or their hypocrisy, chivying the sick, gruff with the dying, almost throwing God in their faces, pelting their mortal agony with angry prayers, bluff, well-meaning, and ruddy-faced. Sir Simplice was the clear white of candle wax. Compared with Sir Perpetua, she was the taper beside the tallow candle. Vincent de Paul has with divine inspiration defined the figure of the Sister of Charity in these marvelous words, combining so much freedom with so much servitude: they shall have no convent but the homes of the sick, no cell but a rented room, no chapel but the parish church, no cloister but the streets of the town or the hospital ward, no enclosure but obedience, no grill but the fear of God, no veil but modesty. Sir Simplice was the living embodiment of this ideal. No one could have said what age Sir Simplice was. She had never been young and she seemed destined never to grow old. She was a calm, austere, well-bred, cold person, we dare not say a woman, who had never lied. She was so gentle she seemed fragile, though actually more solid than granite. The needy she touched with lovely, slender, delicate fingers. There was, as it were, silence in her speech. She said no more than was strictly necessary, and the sound of her voice would have both favorably impressed a confessional and enchanted a drawing-room. This fineness was content to wear the serge gown, finding in the feel of its roughness a continual reminder of heaven and of God. Let us stress one detail. Never to have lied, never, for whatever reason, even a disinterested reason, to have said a single thing that was not the truth, the sacred truth, was Sir Simplice's distinctive characteristic. It was the hallmark of her virtue. She was almost famous in the order for this imperturbable truthfulness. Abbé Sicard speaks of Sir Simplice in a letter to the deaf-mute Massue. However sincere, frank and honest we may be, all of us have at least the flaw of the little white lie in our candor. Not she. A little lie, a white lie, does such a thing exist? To lie is an absolute evil. It is not possible to lie a little. The liar tells an indivisible falsehood. Lying is the very face of the devil. Satan has two names, he is called Satan and he is called falsehood. That is what she thought. And she put into practice what she thought. The result was the clear white we have mentioned, a whiteness that bathed in its radiance even her lips and eyes. Her smile was clear, her gaze was clear. There was not one cobweb, not a speck of dust, on the clear glass of that conscience. When she joined the order of St. Vincent Delaware Paul she had specially chosen to take the name of Simplice. Simplice of Sicily, as we know, is the saint who preferred to have both breasts ripped off rather than say she was born at Segesta when she was actually born at Syracuse, a lie that would have saved her. She was the appropriate patron of this soul. On entering the order Sir Simplice had two shortcomings that she gradually corrected. She had a sweet tooth and she liked to receive letters. The only thing she ever read was a book of prayers set in large type, in Latin. She did not understand Latin but she understood the book. This pious woman had grown fond of Fantine, probably detecting the latent virtue in her, and she had devoted herself almost exclusively to her care. Monsieur Madeleine took Sir Simplice aside and asked her to look after Fantine in a peculiar tone of voice the nun later recalled. When he left the nun he went to Fantine. Fantine awaited Monsieur Madeleine's appearance every day as one awaiting a ray of warmth and happiness. She said to the sisters, "I'm alive only when Monsieur le Maire is here." She was very feverish that day. As soon as she saw Monsieur Madeleine she asked him, "And Cosette?" He replied with a smile, soon. Monsieur Madeleine was the same as ever with Fantine. Only, to Fantine's great delight, he remained an hour instead of half an hour. He kept telling everyone the sick woman should want for nothing. There was a moment, it was observed, when his face became very somber. But this was explained when it was learned that the doctor had leaned towards him and said in his ear, "She's fading fast." Then he returned to the town hall and the clerk saw him closely studying a road map of France that hung in his study. He penciled a few figures on a piece of paper. 2. Maître Scaufflaire's shrewdness. He went from the town hall to the edge of town, to a Belgian from Flanders named Maître Scaufflaire, gallicized as Scaufflaire, who rented out horses and offered gigs for hire. To reach Scaufflaire's place, the shortest route to take was down a quiet street in which the house of Monsieur Madeleine's parish priest was located. This parish priest was, so people said, an honorable, respectable and sensible man. When Monsieur Madeleine reached the priest's house there was only one passerby in the street, and this person noticed the following. Having walked past the priest's house, Monsieur Madeleine stopped, stood still, then turned and retraced his steps to the door of the house, which was a modest entrance with an iron knocker. He briskly laid his hand on the knocker and lifted it. Then he stopped again and remained suspended in the act, as if thinking, and after a few seconds, instead of allowing the knocker to fall with a clatter, he quietly replaced it and continued on his way with a degree of haste he had not shown before.
Monsieur Madeleine found Maître Scaufflaire at his premise, busy mending a harness.
Maître Scaufflaire, have you a good horse? He asked. Monsieur le Maire, said the Fleming, all my horses are good. What do you mean by a good horse? I mean a horse capable of doing 50 miles in a day. By God, said the Fleming. 50 miles. Yes. Harnessed to a gig? Yes. And how much rest will it have after making that journey? It must be able to set off again the next day if necessary. To make the return journey? Yes. By God. By God. And it's 50 miles? Monsieur Madeleine drew from his pocket the paper on which he had penciled some figures. He showed it to the Fleming. The figures were 12.5, 15, 21. You see, he said. Total, 48.5, we might as well say 50. Monsieur le Maire, said the Fleming, I have just what you need. My little white horse. You may have seen it go by occasionally. It's a small beast of lower Bolognese stock. Full of metal. They tried to make a saddle horse out of it at first. Bah! It bucked, it unseated everyone. It was thought to be vicious and no one knew what to do with it. I bought it. I put it to drawing a gig. Monsieur, that's what it wanted. It's as meek as a young girl, it goes like the wind. Ah, it's certainly not to be mounted. It has no intention of being a saddle horse. Each to his own ambition. A carriage horse? Yes. A mount? No. We must assume that's what it said to itself. And it will stay the course? You're 50 miles. At a smart pace all the way, and in less than 8 hours. But there are conditions. State them. In the first place, you're to give it an hour's breather halfway. It's to be fed, and someone will be there while it's feeding to prevent the stable boy at the inn from stealing the oats, for I've noticed that at inns the oats are more often drunk by the stable boys than eaten by the horses. Someone will be there. In the second place, is the gig for Monsieur le Maire? Yes. Does Monsieur le Maire know how to drive? Yes. Well, Monsieur le Maire will travel alone and without baggage so as not to put too much strain on the horse. Agreed. But as Monsieur le Maire will have no one with him, he'll have to take it on himself to see that the oats aren't stolen. You have my word. I'll need 30 francs a day. With rest days also paid for. Not a quarter of a sou less, and the beasts feed at Monsieur le Maire's expense. Monsieur Madeleine drew 3 Napoleons from his purse and laid them on the table. That's 2 days in advance. Fourthly, a cabriolet would be too heavy for a journey like this and would tire the horse. Monsieur le Maire must agree to travel in a little tilbury I have. I agree. It's light but uncovered. I don't mind that. Has Monsieur le Maire taken into consideration that it's winter? Monsieur Madeleine did not reply. The Fleming went on, that it's very cold? Monsieur Madeleine remained silent. Maître Scaufflaire continued, that it may rain? Monsieur Madeleine raised his head and said, the tilbury and the horse are to be outside my door at 4:30 tomorrow morning. Very well, Monsieur le Maire, replied Scaufflaire. Then, scratching with his thumbnail at a stain in the wood of the table, he added in that casual manner the Flemings are so adept at combining with their shrewdness, but it's just now occurred to me, Monsieur le Maire hasn't told me where he's going. Where is Monsieur le Maire going? He had been thinking of nothing else since the beginning of the conversation, but he did not know why he had not dared put this question. Has your horse got strong forelegs? Said Monsieur Madeleine. Yes, Monsieur le Maire. Best hold him in a little, on the downhill. Are there many downhill stretches between here and where you are going? Don't forget to be outside my door tomorrow morning at 4:30 precisely, replied Monsieur Madeleine. And he departed. The Fleming was left completely baffled, as he himself said some time afterwards. The mayor had been gone 2 or 3 minutes when the door opened again. It was Monsieur le Maire. He still had the same impassive and preoccupied air. Monsieur Scaufflaire, he said, how much would you say the horse that you'll be hiring out to me is worth, on top of the tilbury? In front of the tilbury, Monsieur le Maire, said the Fleming, with a guffaw. If you say so. Well. Does Monsieur le Maire want to buy them from me? No, but I want to indemnify you should anything happen to them. You can pay back the money on my return. How much do you think your horse and gig are worth? 500 francs, Monsieur le Maire. Here you are. Monsieur Madeleine laid a banknote on the table, then left, and this time he did not return. Maître Scaufflaire bitterly regretted not having said 1,000 francs. As it was, the horse and tilbury together were worth only 300. The Fleming called his wife and told her what had happened. Where the devil could Monsieur le Maire be going? They debated the matter. He's going to Paris, said the wife. I don't think so, said the husband. Monsieur Madeleine had left behind on the mantelpiece the piece of paper with the figures he had written on it. The Fleming picked it up and studied it. 12.5, 15, 21? They must be the distances between staging posts. He turned to his wife. I've worked it out. How? It's 12.5 miles from here to Hesdin, 15 from Hesdin to Estepol, 21 from Estepol to Arras. He is going to Arras. Meanwhile, Monsieur Madeleine had returned home. Coming back from Maître Scaufflaire's, he had taken the long way round, as if the priest's front door had been a temptation to him and he wanted to avoid it. He went up to his room and remained closeted there, which was in no way out of the ordinary, as he liked to go to bed early. Yet the caretaker of the factory, who was also Monsieur Madeleine's only servant, noticed that his light went out at 8:30, and she mentioned it to the cashier as he came in, adding, Is Monsieur le Maire ill? I thought he looked a little strange. The cashier occupied a room directly below Monsieur Madeleine's room. He paid no attention to what the caretaker said, went to bed and fell asleep.
Towards midnight he suddenly woke up. In his sleep he had heard a noise above his head. He listened. It was footsteps going back and forth, as if someone were walking about in the room above him. He listened more closely and recognized Monsieur Madeleine's footstep. This struck him as odd. Usually there was no noise from Monsieur Madeleine's room until he got up in the morning. A moment later the cashier heard something that sounded like a wardrobe being opened and shut again. Then a piece of furniture was moved. There was a pause, and the pacing resumed. The cashier sat up in bed, fully awakened, stared, and through the window panes he saw on the wall opposite the reddish reflection of a lighted window. From the direction of the rays of light, it must have been the window of Monsieur Madeleine's room. The reflection flickered as if it came from a lighted fire rather than a candle. There was no shadow cast by the frames of the window panes, which meant the window was wide open. In such cold weather the open window was surprising. The cashier went back to sleep. An hour or two later he woke again. The same slow and regular footstep was still pacing back and forth overhead. The reflection was still visible on the wall, but now it was pale and steady, like the reflection of a lamp or a candle. The window was still open. This is what was going on in Monsieur Madeleine's room. 3. A storm in the mind. The reader has no doubt guessed that Monsieur Madeleine is none other than Jean Valjean. We have already gazed into the depths of that conscience. The moment has come to take another look. We do so not without emotion and trepidation. There is nothing more terrifying than a contemplation of this kind. The mind's eye can nowhere find more brilliant splendor and more tenebrous gloom than in man. It cannot set its gaze on anything more fearsome, more complicated, more mysterious and infinite. There is a spectacle greater than the sea, that is the sky. There is a spectacle greater than the sky, that is the inner soul. To create a poem about the human conscience, were it only with regard to a single man, only to the least of men, would be to amalgamate all epics in one superior and definitive epic. Conscience is a confusion of chimeras, of desires and temptations, the furnace of dreams, the retreat of thoughts that shame us. It is a pandemonium of sophisms, it is the battleground of the passions. Probe, at certain moments, the ghastly pale face of a human being immersed in thought, and look behind it, look into that soul, look into that obscurity. There, beneath the outward silence, are battling giants, as in Homer, tumultuous dragons and hydras and phantom hosts, as in Milton, visionary vortices, as in Dante. What a solemn thing is this infinity that every man bears within him and against which he measures with despair the wishes of his brain and the actions of his life. One day Alighieri came to a sinister-looking door at which he hesitated. Here is another before us, on whose threshold we hesitate. Yet let us enter. We have very little to add to what the reader already knows of the fate that befell Jean Valjean after his encounter with Petit Gervais. From that moment on he was, as we have seen, a totally different man. What the bishop wanted to achieve in him, he fulfilled. It was more than a transformation, it was a transfiguration. He managed to disappear, sold the bishop's silver, keeping only the candlesticks as a memento, sneaked from town to town, crossed France, came to Montreuil-sur-Mer, had the idea that we have mentioned, accomplished what we have related, succeeded in making himself elusive and inaccessible, and now, having settled at Montreuil-sur-Mer, happy in the awareness that his conscience was saddened by his past and that the first half of his life was belied by the latter half, he lived peacefully. Heartened and hopeful, left with only two intentions, to conceal his name and to sanctify his life, to escape men and to return to God. These two intentions were so closely associated in his mind that they formed but one. Both were equally preoccupying and imperative, and ruled his slightest actions. In general, they worked in accord to govern the conduct of his life. They disposed him to be retiring, they made him kindly and simple, they counseled the same things. Sometimes, however, they conflicted with each other.
In that case, let us remember, the man the entire population of Montreuil-sur-Mer called Monsieur Madeleine did not hesitate to sacrifice the former to the latter, his safety to his virtue. So, contrary to all caution and all prudence, he kept the bishop's candlesticks, wore mourning for him, summoned and questioned all the little Savoyards who came along, made inquiries about families at Faverolles and saved old Fauchelevent's life, notwithstanding Javert's disquieting insinuations. As we have already observed, it seemed that, following the example of all those who have been wise, saintly, and just, he thought his first duty was not to himself. However, it must be said, nothing like this had ever arisen before. Never had the two precepts that governed the unfortunate man whose tribulations we are recounting come into such serious contention. He was vaguely but profoundly aware of this from the very first words that Javert uttered on entering his office. The moment that name which he had buried beneath such deep layers was so strangely mentioned, he was seized with amazement and as though befuddled by the sinister whimsicality of his destiny, and amid his amazement he felt the tremor that precedes great upheavals. He bent like an oak at the approach of a storm, like a soldier at an oncoming assault. He sensed shadows filled with thunder and lightning gathering overhead. As he listened to Javert, his first thought was to go running off and denounce himself, to drag that Champmathieu out of prison and take his place. This was as painful and agonizing as an incision in living flesh. Then it passed, and he said to himself, "Come, now. Come, now." He repressed this first generous instinct and recoiled before heroism. It would doubtless have been noble, after the bishop's saintly words, after so many years of repentance and abnegation, in the middle of a penance so admirably begun, if this man, even though facing so terrible a predicament, had not wavered for an instant but had continued to walk steadily towards that yawning precipice at the bottom of which lay heaven. It would have been noble, but it did not happen like that. After all, we have to give account of what was happening in that soul, and we can only report what that was. What got the better of him at first was the instinct of self-preservation. He hastily rallied his thoughts, stifled his emotions, took heed of the presence of that great peril. Javert, with the firmness of terror, deferred any decision, mindlessly got on with whatever he had to attend to, and resumed his calm as a warrior picks up his shield. For the rest of the day he was in this state of tumult within, of profound tranquility without. He did not take what might be called self-preserving measures. Everything was still confused and warring in his brain. So great was the confusion he could distinguish no clear idea of any form, and he had nothing to say for himself except that he had just suffered a great blow. He turned up as usual to see Fantine in her sickbed and prolonged his visit out of an instinct of kindness, telling himself this is what he must do, urging the sisters to look after her in the event that he should have to absent himself. He had a vague feeling he might be obliged to go to Arras, and without having in the least made up his mind about this trip, he told himself that since he was entirely above suspicion there could be no harm in being present to see what happened, and he hired the tilbury from Scaufflaire in order to be prepared for all eventualities. He dined with a fair appetite. Back in his room, he fell to thinking. He considered the situation and found it extraordinary, so extraordinary that, prompted by some impulse of almost inexplicable anxiety, in the midst of his introspection he rose from his chair and bolted the door. He was afraid something else might come in. He barricaded himself against any possibility. A moment later, he extinguished his light. It made him uneasy. He had the feeling that someone could see him. Someone? Who? Alas! What he wanted to shut out had already entered. What he wanted to strike blind was staring at him. His conscience. His conscience, that is to say, God. Nevertheless, at first he deluded himself. He had a sense of security and of solitude. Having bolted the door, he felt impregnable. Having blown out the candle, he felt invisible. Then he took hold of himself. He set his elbows on the table, rested his head on his hand, and began to ponder in the dark. Where do I stand?
Am I not dreaming? What was I told? Is it really true that I saw Javert and he said those things to me? Who can this Champmathieu be? So he looks like me? Is that possible? When I think that yesterday I had such peace of mind and was so far from suspecting any of this. What was I doing this time yesterday? What's to be made of this incident? How will it be resolved? What am I to do? Such was the turmoil he was in. His brain had lost the power to retain its thoughts. They washed through it like waves, and he clutched his brow in both hands to arrest them. Out of this tumult that undermined his willpower and his reason, and from which he tried to extract some clarity and resolution, nothing emerged but anguish. His head was boiling. He went to the window and threw it wide open. There were no stars in the sky. He came back and sat down at the table. So the first hour went by. Gradually, however, in his reflections vague features began to take shape and gain definition, and he was able to envisage with the precision of reality not the whole situation but some of the details. He began by recognizing that, extraordinary and momentous as this situation was, he had complete control over it. This only increased his amazement. Irrespective of the austere religious purpose his actions were intended to serve, everything he had done up until that day was nothing but a hole he had been digging in which to bury his name. What he had always feared most, during his hours of introspection, during his sleepless nights, was ever to hear that name pronounced. He told himself that if he did, it would spell the end of everything for him. That the day that name resurfaced it would cause his new life to vanish, and even perhaps, who knows? The new soul within him. He shuddered at the very thought that this was possible. Certainly, if anyone had told him during those moments that the time would come when that name would ring in his ears, when the hideous words Jean Valjean would suddenly emerge from the darkness and loom before him, when that formidable light destined to dissipate the mystery in which he had shrouded himself would suddenly shine on him, and this name would not threaten him, this light would create only denser obscurity. This rent veil would increase the mystery, this earthquake would consolidate his edifice, this extraordinary incident would have no other result, if it was what he wanted, than to make his existence at once more transparent and more impenetrable, and out of his confrontation with the ghost of Jean Valjean the good and worthy gentleman Monsieur Madeleine would emerge more honored, more at peace and more respected than ever. If anyone had told him this he would have shaken his head and regarded those words as insane. Well, all this was precisely what had just come to pass. This whole accumulation of impossibilities was a fact, and God had allowed these mad things to become realities. His ruminations continued to gain clarity. He came to understand his position more and more. He felt as if he had just woken from some sort of dream and had found himself sliding down a slope in the middle of the night, standing, shivering, backing away in vain, on the very brink of an abyss. He distinctly perceived in the gloom a man he did not know, a stranger that destiny mistook for him and was pushing into the chasm in his place. In order for the chasm to close up again someone had to fall in, he or that other man. He had only to let events take their course. All became clear, and he admitted this to himself, that his place in the prison hulks was empty, that whatever he did it was still waiting for him, that robbing Petit Gervais led him back to it, that this vacant place awaited him and would keep drawing him back to it until he returned, that this was inevitable. And then he said to himself that now he had a substitute, that apparently someone by the name of Champmathieu had that misfortune, and that as far as he himself was concerned, being present in the prison hulks in the person of Champmathieu and being present in society under the name of Monsieur Madeleine, he had nothing more to fear provided he did not prevent his fellow men from sealing Champmathieu's life with the stone of infamy which, like the stone of the sepulchre, once put in place is never to be removed. All this was so tumultuous and so strange that there suddenly came over him that sort of indescribable impulse no man experiences more than 2 or 3 times in his life, a convulsion of the conscience, as it were,
that stirs up all the heart's uncertainty, a combination of irony, joy, and despair that might be called a burst of inward laughter. He quickly relit his candle. Well, he said to himself, what am I afraid of? Why should I be thinking like this? I'm safe now. It's all over. I had only one door still standing ajar through which my past might come bursting into my life. That door is now walled up. Forever. This Javert who has been worrying me for so long, this terrible instinct that seemed to have found me out, which had indeed found me out, by God, and followed me everywhere, this dreadful hunting dog that was always pointing me is now on a different track, nosing around elsewhere, completely thrown off the scent. Now he's satisfied, he'll leave me alone. He has his Jean Valjean. In fact, who knows, he'll probably want to leave town. And all this has happened without me. I've had nothing to do with it. Well now, where's the misfortune in that? On my word of honor, anyone who saw me would think some catastrophe had befallen me. After all, if there's anyone harmed by it, it's not my fault at all. Providence alone is responsible. Apparently that's what it wants. Do I have any right to upset its arrangements? What is it I want now? Why should I start to meddle? It's none of my business. What? I'm not satisfied? What more do I want? The goal I've aspired to for so many years, what I dream of at night, the object of my prayers to heaven, security, is now within my reach. It's God's will. I can do nothing against the will of God. And why is it God's will? So that I may continue what I've begun, that I may do good, that I may one day be a great and inspiring example, that it may be said there was at last a little happiness attached to the penance I've endured and the virtue I've returned to. I really don't understand why I was afraid a little while ago to call on that good priest and tell him everything as I would to a confessor, and ask his advice. That's obviously what he would have told me. It's settled, we'll leave well alone and not interfere with the ways of the good Lord. So he talked to himself in the depths of his own conscience, looking into what might be called his own abyss. He rose from his chair and began to pace the room. Now then, he said, let's not think about it anymore. The decision's made. But he felt no joy. On the contrary. The mind is no more to be prevented from returning to an idea than the sea from returning to the shore. For the sailor, this is called the tide. For the guilty man, it is called remorse. God stirs the soul as he causes the ocean to swell. After a few moments he could not help but resume the grim dialogue in which it was he who spoke and he who listened, saying what he wanted to leave unsaid, and listening to what he did not want to hear, yielding to that mysterious power that said to him, think, as it had said to another condemned man 2,000 years earlier, onward. Before going any further, and so as to be fully understood, let us make one observation that needs underlining. It is certain that people talk to themselves. There is no being capable of thought who has no experience of this. It might even be said that the word is a mystery never more magnificent than when it passes inwardly from a man's mind to his conscience and returns from his conscience to his mind. It is in this sense only that the words often employed in this chapter, he said, he exclaimed, are to be understood. We tell ourselves, talk to ourselves, exclaim to ourselves, while the outward silence remains unbroken. There is a great hubbub. Everything inside us talks except our mouths. The realities of the soul, though not visible and not palpable, are nonetheless realities. So he asked himself where he stood. He questioned himself about that decision made. He admitted to himself that everything he had just settled in his mind was monstrous, that leaving well alone and not interfering with the ways of the good Lord was simply horrible. To allow this mistake to be made by fate and by men, not to prevent it, to be a party to it through his silence, to do nothing, in short, was to do everything. It was the ultimate hypocritical infamy. It was a vile, cowardly, sly, abject, hideous crime. For the first time in 8 years, this poor man had just experienced the bitter taste of a wicked deed. He spat it out in disgust. He continued to question himself. He sternly asked himself what he had meant by this. I've reached my goal. He told himself that his life indeed had a goal. But what goal? To conceal his name? To deceive the police? Was it for so petty a thing he had done all that he had done? Did he not have another goal, the one true noble goal? To save not his physical being but his soul? To become once more honest and good? To be righteous? Was it not that above all, that alone, he had always wanted and the bishop had demanded of him? Shut the door on his past? But, dear God, he wasn't shutting it, he was reopening it by doing something despicable. He was becoming a thief again, and the most abominable of thieves. He was robbing another man of his existence, his life, his peace, his place in the sun. He was becoming an assassin. He was killing a poor wretch, morally killing him. He was inflicting on him that frightful living death, that death beneath the open skies which is called penal servitude. On the contrary, to give himself up, to save that man, the victim of such a dire misapprehension, to resume his own name, out of a sense of duty to become the convict Jean Valjean again, that was truly to achieve his resurrection and to seal off forever the hell he had left behind. Apparently to fall back into it was actually to escape it. This is what he must do. He had done nothing if he did not do this. His whole life was pointless, his whole penance wasted, and there was nothing else to say but, what's the good of it? He felt that the bishop was there, that the bishop was all the more present for being dead, that the bishop was gazing steadily at him, that from now on Mayor Madeleine with all his virtues would be abhorrent to him, and the convict Jean Valjean would be pure and admirable in his sight. That men saw his mask, but the bishop saw his face. That men saw his life, but the bishop saw his conscience. So he must go to Arras, rescue the false Jean Valjean and denounce the real one. Alas! That was the greatest of sacrifices, the most poignant of victories, the last step to be taken. But it must be done. A grievous fate. He would acquire saintliness in the eyes of God only if he regained infamy in the eyes of men. Well, he said, let's take this course. Let's do our duty. Let's save this man. He uttered these words aloud without noticing that he was actually voicing them. He took his books, checked them, and put them in order. He threw on the fire a bundle of credit notes for monies owed to him by some small shopkeepers in financial difficulties. He wrote a letter, which he sealed, and had there been anyone in his room at the time, that individual might have read on the envelope, to Monsieur Laffitte, banker, Rue d'Artois, Paris. He drew from a writing desk a wallet containing several banknotes and the passport he had used that same year to vote in the elections. Anyone who had seen him while he was doing these various things that involved such serious contemplation would have had no suspicion of what was going on inside him. Only, occasionally his lips moved. At other times he looked up and stared at some point or other on the wall as if there were in precisely that place something he wished to elucidate or query. When the letter to Monsieur Laffitte was completed he put it in his pocket together with the wallet, and began pacing again. There was no deviation in his thinking. He continued to see his duty clearly written in luminous characters that blazed before his eyes wherever he directed his gaze. Go. Give your name. Denounce yourself. Similarly, he saw, as if they moved before him in visible form, the two notions that had till now been the twofold rule of his life, to hide his name, to sanctify his soul. For the first time they appeared absolutely distinct to him and he saw the difference between them. He recognized that one of these notions was inevitably good while the other could turn bad. That one was self-sacrifice and the other individualism. That one said my neighbor, and the other said myself. That one originated from light and the other from darkness. They fought against each other. He saw them fight. As he continued to ponder, they had grown bigger in his mind's eye. They were now of colossal stature. And it seemed to him that he could see within himself, in that infinity we mentioned earlier, among shadows and glimmerings of light, a goddess and a giant in combat. He was filled with terror, but it looked to him as if the good intention was triumphing. He felt he had come to the next decisive moment for his conscience and his destiny. That the bishop had marked the first phase of his new life and that Champmatthew marked the second. After the great crisis, the great test. But the fever that had subsided for a while gradually returned. 1,000 thoughts ran through his mind, but they continued to strengthen him in his resolve. At one moment he said to himself, perhaps he was overreacting. After all, this Champmatthew was no saint. He had actually stolen. He responded inwardly, very well, if this man has stolen a few apples, that's a month in prison. There's a great difference between that and the chain gang. And even then, who knows? Did he steal? Has it been proven? The name of Jean. Valjean damns him and seems to make proof dispensable. Don't crown prosecutors always behave like that? He's believed to be a thief because he's known to be a convict. A moment later the idea struck him that when he denounced himself the heroism of his deed, and his honest life for the last 7 years, and what he had done for the area, might perhaps be taken into consideration, and he would be pardoned. But this notion faded very quickly, and he smiled bitterly, reflecting that the theft of 40 sous from Petit Gervais made him guilty of re-offending, that this incident would surely be raised again, and under the terms laid down by the law would make him liable to penal servitude for life. He turned his back on any illusion, detached himself more and more from this world, and sought consolation and strength elsewhere. He told himself he must do his duty. That maybe he would be no worse off after doing his duty than after shirking it. That if he didn't interfere, if he stayed in Montreuil-sur-Mer, his prestige, his good name, his good works, the respect and veneration in which he was held, his charity, his wealth, his popularity, his virtue, would be dependent on a crime. And how could his pleasure in all these blessed things not be tainted by their association with this hideous thing? Whereas if he made his sacrifice it would bring to the prison hulks, to the pillory post, to the iron collar, to the green cap, to the unceasing toil and the pitiless shame, a touch of the sublime. Finally he told himself it could not be helped, such was his destiny, he had no authority to upset the arrangements made on high, that in any case there was a choice to be made, outward virtue and inward loathing, or inward saintliness and outward ignominy. Though his courage did not falter, brooding over such dismal thoughts tired him. In spite of himself he began to think of other things, unimportant things. The veins in his temples throbbed violently. He went on pacing to and fro. Midnight struck, first at the parish church, then at the town hall. He counted the 12 strokes of the 2 clocks and compared the sounds of the 2 bells. He was reminded that a few days previously he had seen an old clock for sale, at a scrap merchant's, on which was written the name Antoine Albin de Romainville. He felt cold. He lit a small fire. It did not occur to him to close the window. In the meantime he had relapsed into his stupor. He had to make quite an effort to remember what he had been thinking about before midnight struck. Finally it came back to him. Ah! Yes, he said to himself, I'd made up my mind to denounce myself. And then all at once he thought of Fantine. Wait, said he. What about that poor woman? Now a new feverishness erupted. Fantine, suddenly coming to mind, was like an unexpected ray of light. It seemed to him that everything around him looked different. He exclaimed, but I've only considered myself till now. Whether I should remain silent or denounce myself, hide myself or save my soul, be a contemptible and respected magistrate or a vile and venerable convict. It's just me, all the time. But, good God, either way it's egotism.
Different forms of egotism, but egotism all the same. Suppose I gave some thought to others? The supreme godliness is to think of others. Now, let's consider the matter. If I'm removed, excluded, forgotten, what will happen as a result? Suppose I denounce myself. I'm arrested, this champ Matthew is released, I'm sent back to the prison hulks, that's fine. And what then? What happens here? Here, we have a community, a town, factories, an industry, workers, men and women, aged grandfathers, children, poor folk. I've created all this, I sustain all this. Wherever there's a smoking chimney, it is I who have put the log on the fire and the meat in the pot. I've created wealth, commerce, credit. Before me there was nothing. I've improved, revitalized, regenerated, invigorated, stimulated, enriched the whole countryside. With me gone, the moving spirit's gone. Remove myself, and everything dies. And this woman who's suffered so much, whose merits in her downfall are so great, and at the unwitting cause of all her misery. And the child I meant to go and fetch, as I promised her mother. Don't I owe this woman something too, in reparation for the harm I've done her? If I disappear, what will happen? The mother dies. The child's left to fend for itself. That's what happens if I denounce myself. What if I don't denounce myself? Well, suppose I don't? After putting this question to himself, he paused. He had, as it were, a moment's hesitation and trepidation. But this moment did not last long and he responded calmly, well, this man will join the chain gang, that's true, but he's stolen, damn it. It's no use saying he hasn't, because he has. Meanwhile I stay here and carry on. In 10 years I'll have made 10 million, I redirected into the community, I keep nothing for myself, what is it to me? I'm not doing it for myself. General prosperity continues to increase, industries start up and develop, factories and shops multiply, families, dozens of families, hundreds of families, are happy. The region's population grows, villages spring up where before there were only farms, farms spring up where there was nothing. Poverty disappears and, along with poverty, debauchery, prostitution, theft, murder, all vices, all crimes. And this poor mother raises her child. And a whole community becomes wealthy and respectable. Honestly, I was out of my mind. I was being absurd. Why on earth was I talking about denouncing myself? Really, I must be careful, and not do anything hasty. What? Because I wanted to play the brave, noble-hearted soul, after all, that's so melodramatic. Because I was just thinking of myself, and no one else. In order to save from punishment, a little excessive, maybe, but basically justified, some unknown person, a thief, an obvious good-for-nothing, a whole region must perish. A poor woman must die in hospital. A poor little girl must die in the street.